I'm Sandi Toksvig, and welcome to the show that I have waited my whole career to be part of. Out there is a secret world of wonder. Talented crafters, makers and artists, busy designing, constructing and creating on a scale that has to be seen to be believed. Now we're bringing some of the best together in a competition like no other. Over the next 8 weeks, 10 amateur makers will be transforming this empty house into the ultimate fantasy mansion. And each room will be themed on a period of historical design. I did say it was a doll's house, didn't I? Our mini makers will dream big.
Can't go wrong with dragons and mermaids.
But build small.
Have you painted those plates?
That's awesome.
Working in teams to tackle this miniature mansion room by room.
It worked. You done it!
Oh, well done. Well done.
Each one a tiny grand design inspired by centuries of sumptuous interiors. From Edwardian to Art Deco. 2 minutes!
I have never worked this fast before.
At the end of each challenge, everything our makers create will be judged. By world-renowned micro-artist Dr. Willard Wigan.
There's a saying, never sweat the small stuff, but I want to see them sweat the small stuff.
What a pain in the ass.
It's like a nightmare.
And interior design genius Laura Jackson.
Good interior design should take your breath away. What a romantic piece. I think it's gorgeous.
Only when the house is complete can one person be crowned champion of the Great Big Tiny Design Challenge. I mean, teeny tiny, mini masterpieces. Hey, the whole thing fits me like a glove. This life-size 800-year-old mansion will be home to our team of makers for the next 8 weeks.
Now I'm here, it feels really real and quite scary.
You can prepare as much as you want, but then as soon as you step a foot on ground, it's like, oh, that's real now, isn't it?
Inside, a wondrous workshop, the stuff of miniature dreams.
A lot of choice of tools, I see.
There's plenty. Notice that as well, right?
And next door,
Look at this, guys.
It's gorgeous.
an empty, handcrafted masterpiece crying out for colour and some contents.
I could probably live in this, probably stand up in it.
Each week, our makers will be expected to weave miniature magic
Look at the detail on that.
as they design and then decorate one of the perfectly proportioned rooms in an interior design style chosen by our judges.
I'm feeling quietly confident, but really excited and looking forward to just having so much fun. Oh, here we go.
Hello, lovely people. Yeah! Well, welcome to your very first day in the workshop under the watchful eye of our fabulous judges. We have micro-sculptor master Dr. Willard Wigan MBE and interior design genius Laura Jackson. This week we're going to start with my favourite room in the house, and it's the dining room. Now, at the moment, looking a little drab, I think, a little unloved. So the judges would like you to turn it into a Regency-inspired piece of glory. Back in the early 1800s, any Regency room worth its salt was elegant and sophisticated. Rich reds, deep blues and forest greens were the fashion, and design was ornate and decorative with echoes of ancient Greece and Rome, particularly when it came to sculpture, just the inspiration for our makers' first individual challenge.
Anyone who was anyone would have themselves as a bust in their Regency dining room.
And that is our very first task. We want you to create a Regency bust in miniature modelled on your own likeness. A Regency selfie in miniature. Willard, any pieces of advice?
So you've got to make sure that the proportion is right, because one thing that could happen, the eyes could be too close together, the nose could be too big, and the chin could be too near to the mouth, and we've got to be able to recognise it.
Yeah, so remember that, unless your eyes actually are very close together, in which case that's absolutely fine. You have 90 minutes, so stop looking at me. Get cracking, time starts now. The two makers who most impress the judges at the end of this individual challenge will then each lead a team as they tackle the entire dining room. Traditionally, busts are life-sized sculptures that include the head, neck and some of the torso. But our makers must shrink that idea down to size. Their miniature mini-me's can be no more than 5 centimetres tall and 3 centimetres wide. They've all been given 57 grams of polymer clay in their choice of colour and identical tools and equipment, including a mirror to get the all-important tiny likeness of their best selves just right.
You're starting with your head first.
Yeah, I'm starting with the head. Are you doing the shoulders first, are you?
I am. I like to start with the least challenging bit first.
Polymer clay is a perennial favourite in tiny toolkits because it doesn't harden at room temperature. And Nadia is in her element.
I love working with clay. This is like my favourite medium because I always think that you can make anything using clay.
Originally from Southeast Asia and now living in Norfolk, Nadia dedicates her free time to creating miniature sweet treats.
I've been interested in miniatures for about 8 years. For this competition, I'm hoping my attention to detail would give me an edge.
What's the hardest bit for you?
The hardest bit for me is getting the likeness, you know, for you to actually see the bust and say, oh, you know, that's...
That's immediately I can
Yes.
spot that that's you.
Yes.
I think my eyes are too far up my forehead. I think I'll have to start again.
The secret to success on this challenge is precision and proportion. But nailing those in sculpture, let alone in miniature, is notoriously difficult, as Bexy is discovering.
Breathe.
I'm sort of sneaking in. I don't want to interrupt the fun. How's it going, Bex?
It's not my best hour, I'm not going to lie.
OK, why?
This has just knocked me for 6.
Bexy from Southport is an animation director.
I've got into miniatures in the past 5 years for a film I was working on. I just learned the craft and fell in love with it.
What do you know about the Regency period? Anything, is it?
I think it draws a little bit from Egyptian artefacts.
OK, I could tell you my top thing about Regency is that the women didn't wear pants. I'm just going to put it out there.
Did they not?
No. I must have been drafting. It's not just Bexy who's popping their clay cherry.
Are you a perfectionist? Because you're looking like you are.
A little bit, yeah. Are you a perfectionist?
No.
No?
If you saw this from the front, you'd not ask that question.
Lancashire-based Julie runs a fish and chip shop.
I've been a beauty therapist, a tattoo artist, a body piercer. I've always been creative, so this just led me naturally into crafting and building dolls' houses. My family think I'm crackers with this hobby.
Julie, what kind of thing would you like to make if you're not making a bust of yourself? What's your sort of favourite thing?
Anything that involves a power tool. Love working with wood.
OK. This, not so much.
I'm going for the Miss Piggy look.
OK. No, is that your best self?
I think it's going to have to be.
Have you done a bust of yourself before?
No.
No?
I made a tit of myself, but that's it.
Got to get my hair and my tash in there somehow.
Yeah. It looks like you do more like precision, like you're measuring. I've just went straight and just sort of...
Yeah, I'm a bit like that, really.
Yeah.
Like, I just have to make sure everything's, like, perfect.
In his spare time, Dom, from West Yorkshire, combines his love of tabletop games with crafting.
I was always a nerdy kid in school. My passions and my loves are yeah, massively nerdy. Like, I like Dungeons and Dragons, I mean, come on.
Once the makers have shaped their heads, they need to add the detail of their own facial features, with some carving it into the clay, others choosing to embellish it. Hello, lovely boys.
Hello, Sandy.
So, Michael, what is this expression that you're doing here?
It's the expression that I don't want to be looking at my own face in a mirror for an hour and a half.
I do not like looking at
Well,
yourself.
I don't even like pictures of myself, so this is like my worst nightmare.
Performing arts graduate Michael from West Yorkshire specialises in fantastical miniature clay figures.
I love anything theatrical and set design, costume design, so it all kind of comes together in the miniature world as well.
You're used to working with clay?
Yes, that's like my main thing that I work with.
Is it?
Yes,
Okay.
but I normally do a lot of caricature things, so doing something a little bit more realistic is it's quite a challenge.
OK, my lovelies, you've had an hour, and because I'm a maths genius, that means you've got half an hour left. Several makers are adding extra period details to their busts, from Roman-style togas to laurel wreaths. But not Matthew. He's going left field with his likeness. Now, Matthew...
Hello.
I don't want to be funny, but your hair just...
It's a feather on top.
It's a feather,
Yeah.
OK.
It just came to me intuitively.
I mean, not in any way suggesting that you don't have any hair,
No,
but, you know...
it's just very fine.
Artist Matthew from Newcastle usually creates full-sized work, but he's recently fallen under the spell of surreal miniatures.
I trained in costume design. This is quite new to me, miniatures, so it's a little bit of a challenge working to this scale, but I'm up for it.
What about you, Elizabeth? How are you doing?
I've got a plait on the side.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah?
So the hair is going to cover the fact that the shape of the head is completely wrong. So we'll have a lot of hair going around here.
It's a bold colour that you've gone for. It's a mini frenzy in the workshop as the makers twist, tug and tweak in a bid to capture tiny expressions and put their miniature mark on their busts. You have 3 minutes, just 3 minutes. Oh, it's genuine panic. Right, time's up. Please put down your tools and let go of your busts. From 10 very different busts, Laura and Willard must each pick a favourite. Why don't we start this end with Bexy's? Willard, do you want to have a look? Up for grabs is a spot as team leader for the next challenge.
I'll say one thing, Bexy. She looks like she's portraying ballet, the neck.
I think it looks like you, which is exactly what we wanted.
It really didn't go to plan for me. Every time I tried to get the shape under the chin, for example, or get the ear, I'd just be pushing my face around.
If that's the case, Bexy, don't become a plastic surgeon. I think that's never going to go well for you.
It's got a nice character to it. The hair's beautiful. She looks like she's going to tell somebody off there. I hope it's not me.
Right, Thomas.
I think it's really lovely. You've got the toga wrap here with the leaf detail on the side, and I think it's a really fun representation of yourself as well. Beth, your bust is very busty, can we say?
It's a busty bust.
It's a busty bust. I love the toga wrapped around you. Very regal. Julie, I would love to know what's in that bottle.
Water.
I think it's wine. Let's call it wine. I think it's a great expression of your personality.
Thank you.
What I love about this one, Sharon, I love the eyes. They have no eyeballs, but that's what they used to do in Roman sculptures. And I love the hair.
I really like the detail. I think it's really, really beautiful.
Thank you.
I think you've absolutely captured you, but I think it might be a little bit too big.
Slightly off the scale, but incredible detail, absolutely incredible. Scale, detail, amazing.
Thank you.
I feel like Matthew really took the brief and gave us Matthew after a night out.
Yes, you look like you've had a good time.
I'll take that.
And finally, Michael.
I think that this one here is incredible. What I like about it, Michael, I love the way you've done the neck. The collarbone, you can see a bit of the collarbone there. See, when it comes to detail, I know what detail is, and you've nailed it right there.
Thank you.
Our judges must now choose their 2 favourites.
I'm not going to lie, it was stressful.
I think I might have cocked up on scale a little bit, but I'm just calling it a grand bust.
In just 90 minutes, all of our makers finished their Regency busts, which had to be teeny, perfectly proportioned, and the spitting image of their maker. So whose bust will fit the brief and impress the judges? Right, all of you, fabulous job. However, we do have to have 2 winners to go forward leading the teams. So I'm going to start by asking Willard who is his favourite.
This one here is my favourite. That's done it for me, that one.
Congratulations, Michael. Michael's attention to detail and period design has won over Judge Willard. So we have our first team leader, but we need one more. Who's it going to be?
So I have to say that Sharon is my favourite. This is you on a really good hair day, and I think you've absolutely delivered on the brief.
Yes, well done. Perfect scale, carved detail, and Medusa-style locks have given Sharon the edge for Laura.
I can't believe it. I am really excited now for the next challenge, and let's see what happens.
It feels incredible to be the winner of this challenge. It took a lot of work to try and get it done in that time, but I'm so glad it paid off in the end.
Sharon and Michael must now lead their teams to create a complete Regency-era dining room. And the judges have a very specific set of items they want the room bedecked in.
Each room must include long, fancy draped curtains, a dining room table and a set of matching chairs, a 5-course meal, and, of course, what every party wants, a nice sculpture.
Indeed. Right, let's get on with making a dining room fit to eat in. Both teams have a blank diorama to transform, a 3-dimensional scenic model 12 times smaller than a normal room. In just 8 hours, this empty space must be furnished 1800s style, and Michael sketched out ambitious plans based on an iconic piece of Regency design.
So I was looking at Brighton Pavilion.
Fab.
Yeah, so I'm thinking regal blues, reds,
Stunning.
golden dragons.
Ooh.
Each team member must take responsibility for one of the items the judges have asked for.
I'd be quite happy to make 4 chairs. I haven't done them before.
Yeah. You are welcome to the chairs.
If I were to have to choose something, I'd probably say I'd like to give the table a good go.
Matthew will make the curtains, Nadia the ice sculpture, leaving Michael the lavish banquet. As team leader, Michael has a Regency vision of red, blue and sparkle, with red chinoiserie wallpaper set against draped blue curtains and lots of gold detailing. The floor will be handcrafted parquet, stained to complement the other woodwork in the room. Centre stage is Dom's dining table, with Julie's matching chairs and a tabletop groaning with Michael's food. Nadia's ice sculpture will sit proudly in the corner with an ornate mirror above the fireplace. Sharon's vision is equally on theme.
Initially, I was thinking red. It's nice and warm and inviting and very Regency.
Very,
I think we need to decide now who's going to make what.
I'd really like to do the chairs.
Well, I'd actually like to do the table, if you wouldn't mind. I make a lot of my own furniture.
That leaves Elizabeth with the curtains and Beth the ice sculpture, meaning Sharon, like her rival team leader, will also be creating a cornucopia of miniature cuisine. Sharon has opted for a classic Regency stripe wallpaper, uplit by gilded candelabra. The window will be lavishly dressed with Elizabeth's red curtains and matching pelmet. pride of place in the centre of the room is an ambitious, extendable long table that Thomas is attempting. Just the job to serve an exotic 5-course meal. Bexy's curved chairs will surround the table, and let's not forget Beth's magical ice sculpture ready to chill the dessert of the day.
Just to let you know, I do have a hearing problem, so if you talk to me, can you just please face me? Yeah. So I can read your lips.
Computer analyst Sharon from South Wales has been finding comfort in miniatures since she was little.
Because I'm hard of hearing, and I'm also a lonely child. I've spent a lot of time on my own. When I had my first doll size, it was just like a whole little dream world, and I could just shrink down and hide away in my doll size from everybody else. So are we all happy what we're going to do?
Yes.
Yeah?
Let's get started.
So let's do this and let's win this challenge,
Yes.
One final surprise awaiting our makers is a secret storeroom of model makers' dreams.
Oh, wow. Oh, my.
Brimming with everything they need to show off their skills and create mini masterpieces. It's a treasure trove of old material, offcuts, mysterious junk, and tiny props, ready for upcycling and repurposing.
Do you think they're going to give us that when we win?
And in Michael's team, Julie is immediately inspired by some balustrade.
I need my chair legs.
Right. If we use these for the leg,
Yeah.
these bottom square bits here will need lengthening to allow for the sweet legs.
Well, the only way to get this rail off these is you've got to put them in an oven to soften the glue.
Soften glue.
I do it all the
Perfect.
time.
Miniature makers usually fall into two camps: handcrafting purists and new kids on the block embracing high-tech hardware.
There it is.
Is that the 3D printer?
Yeah.
What do you put into it?
Bexy designs intricate blueprints on a computer, which print in 3D to assemble and decorate.
Layer by layer, it comes alive.
Wow. I can't wait to see that working.
A single room would usually take these makers weeks of painstaking work. We've given them just 8 hours in total. That's big pressure on their little builds.
This is my kind of cooking.
Julie dives straight in, separating the balustrades she wants to use as chair legs by heating them gently in the oven to soften the glue.
Be quick before it cools. Oh, I might be able to use these for chair backs.
Our makers must follow the 1-inch scale, a traditional measurement where a full-sized foot becomes 1 inch in miniature. Both team leaders are taking on the food. Sharon's made a beeline for pre-coloured polymer clay to start shaping her miniature morsels.
Do you want me to soften some clay for you to help?
Yes, please. That would be great.
And Bexy's on hand to help as she faces a long wait for her 3D prints.
Can you soften that one for me? Great, thank you.
Sharon is well practiced in the art of miniature food, but it's Michael's first ever attempt.
How can I make peas? There's no colour that looks like peas.
Well, don't make peas then. You'll have to do something else.
Along the workbench, Matthew has chosen the fabric for his curtains and is starting to shape them. But Elizabeth is taking a more top-down approach.
I'm making the curtains now. I've started out with the pelmets.
Elizabeth is a web designer from North London.
So I get my inspiration from my travels around North Africa, my Caribbean heritage, and it all comes into my doll's houses. Small little tiny things you just get drawn in, and then you can just get lost in that world.
To create her curtain pelmet, she's cut a tiny piece of plywood to cover with upcycled silk from the storeroom. An operation so delicate it calls for the 15mm scalpel.
This is the tiniest bit of wood I've ever glued a bit of fabric to.
But yeah, it'll give it that 3D overhang.
Yeah.
I've snuck away from the teeny tiny to see Regency in its full-scale splendour. In the early 1800s, the concept of a separate dining room really took off. And one of the best surviving examples is here at Ickworth House in Suffolk. Now conserved for all by the National Trust. Oh, the glory of the Regency dining room. The impossibly high ceiling, the most outrageous curtain pelmets I've ever seen in my life, and the subtlest of chandeliers. It was here, at the head of the table, that the lady of the household would have overseen dinner, where everyone knew the rules. People sat down to dinner about 5 o'clock. They all knew, eat the soup out of the side of the spoon and not the front, and try not to get too foxed or drunk. If you did, you might be in danger of shooting the cat. At the other end sat the host on his leather-backed chair, beautiful carved legs. Every detail mattered. It mattered so much that these chairs were made by the royal furniture maker, Banting in France. The Regency period was dedicated to craftsmanship, opulence, and detail. It is a very high bar we've set for the makers. What a tough first challenge. Mind you, I've had a very difficult day myself. Oh, that'd fox you. Back at our mansion, the makers are 3 hours into their Regency masterpieces. Step 1 of Beth's ice sculpture was making the mould, pouring the 2-part silicone mixture over a swan ornament to get the perfect shape. But getting it stuck in a cup wasn't part of the plan.
I just don't want to break the mould.
Oh, no, don't worry about that. It's got loads around the side of it. No. Yes! Wow, it's almost there. Thank you.
There's your mould, my dear.
Wow.
Look up.
Beth is a magistrate in Southampton who's no stranger to making miniatures.
I've loved miniatures all my life. If I'm going around an interior shop, I see things and I wonder how I can make it miniature.
The mould is set so Beth can discard the ornament.
Guys, come in.
Is it?
Yeah, go on. Oops.
Oh, that's it. That was like a swan being born. There we go.
Elegant and sophisticated, swans were a perfect fit for Regency design. So, little surprise, Nadia's opted for the same idea.
How are you getting on with the swan?
I've never done anything like this before, but so far so good.
Oh, good.
She has sculpted a pair of swans out of polymer clay to make a mould for each side of her ice sculpture.
Because it's 3-dimensional, it has to have a left and a right side. So once that's hardened, I can make a mould, fill it with resin, and join them together so it looks like a really crystal clear piece of ice.
Team leader Sharon is modelling a very different polymer clay creature, which she's coloured with pastel chalks.
I'm using this liquid Fimo as well, which is really good for adding glaze and sauce and shine and texture. I'm trying to make a lemon at the moment so I can add it to my lobster.
Michael's also using pastel chalks to colour his food, but it's not coming quite so naturally.
Oh, God. I wish I'd not done the food then.
Thankfully, food expert Nadia is on hand.
So what you're finding hard about making miniature food?
Trying to mix the colours that are going to work for it with limited colours, and trying to find the time to texture everything as well.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing to achieve doing miniature. It's just the realism. Let me know if you need any help, yeah?
I will do, thank you.
But as well as realism, size is everything, especially if Julie's mini banister-based chair legs are to fit Dom's table.
From the bottom of that to there, that's 4.5. Just double check with that, but I'm pretty certain it is.
So
Measure twice, cut once, isn't it? Didn't you tell me that yesterday?
No, I told you, measure once, cut twice.
Having waited patiently, Bexy's first batch of chair sections are ready on the 3D printer. But even a millimetre mistake in her design could result in disaster.
I think they printed OK. Structurally, it's going to fit together nicely, and there is quite a bit of detail on them, so...
Thomas has an equally ambitious plan for his table to match Bexy's chairs.
I'm trying to do it that we can take out the leaves that we don't need. But basically, just slide in once you take out the leaf.
Garden centre assistant Thomas from County Carlow has a passion for making miniature stately home interiors.
I don't believe in doing small dolls' houses, I do big dolls' houses. I'll build a mansion or a palace before I'll build a cottage.
And there's certainly no half measures with Thomas's table.
Yeah, I definitely didn't make it easy for myself.
Teammate Elizabeth is also going all out, working on embellishing her curtains with tambour beading, a technique using a hook that creates a chain stitch to attach the tiny beads.
This has got to be the most fiddly thing I've ever done in my life.
She's not the only one feeling the pressure.
If we were a little bit further ahead, I think we'd all be more at ease. But we will get it done. I know we'll get it done. Might have to leave out one or two things, hopefully not.
Our two teams are busy transforming their dining room dioramas into mini Regency masterpieces. After 4 hours of printing, Bexy's now got 10 individual pieces per chair, which are giving her a little dilemma.
There's two ways I could do it. I could paint it all and then figure it out how it goes later, or put it together and paint it. It will look more structurally sound if I do it separate, but things might get lost.
While Bexy is making her mind up, Julie is decisively gluing her chairs together.
Oh, bloody legs dropped off.
Or trying to, anyway. Next to her, Dom is taking his time shaping the legs for a table a world away from his normal style.
Yeah, I'm used to making, like, little scruffy, like, small medieval tables. Very much, like, fantasy-esque, like what you'd find in, like, a tavern in Lord of the Rings or something like that.
And after tipping the scale with his grand bust earlier, Willard is keeping a close eye on him.
Pretty intense there.
Yeah, just a bit.
So what you up to now? The legs?
Yeah, so I've just stuck a load of wood together, cut the profile of the legs out.
Could I have a look at one of the legs?
Yeah, take a pick. Still got to round them off.
After the bust experience, I can see that there's going to be a big difference.
I hope so, yeah. Yeah, I hope this one's in scale.
Yeah.
You do know this is going to be stuck to the table now, don't you?
Team leader Sharon has been busy preparing her mini banquet, and it's nearly ready to go in the oven, although it's not cooking as Nigella would know it.
I mean, this is amazing. Can I pick this up?
You can.
I'll be really careful.
It is quite sticky. It's not been in the oven yet.
So this is a ham?
Yeah.
This is incredible. So have you made food before?
I've started doing it recently, not long, and I quite enjoy doing it, to be honest. I don't cook. I don't even like
You don't cook?
No.
I love that.
I wouldn't be able to cook that.
No.
A real one.
Having decided to paint her chairs before assembling them, Bexy is turning to the opposition for help.
Dom, what would you put on?
Acrylic.
Acrylic?
Acrylic
And
all
that
day,
dry
every day.
quickly. So a base coat of acrylic?
Yeah.
Thank you, Dom.
Meanwhile, Michael's also picked up a paintbrush to add panache to his banquet.
How's it going over there?
OK.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you winning?
Not my finest work, but it will do at this point.
What you painting?
I'm just painting some of the cake stands for my food now.
Oh, fab.
Our makers have just 1 hour left before the workshop closes for the day. They've got to crack on so their makes can dry, set and cure overnight.
What are we up to, Julie? How are the chairs coming along?
Chairs are finished. Yes. Just need sanding and wood staining.
Amazing.
Something just popped then.
How's your table going, Dom?
It's good. I just need to adjust it so it's actually flush and straight.
With time ticking down, both teams are only just starting to turn their attention to transforming their dioramas. And power tool-loving Julie has an ambitious plan for their floor.
Just started on your parquet flooring.
Yes.
Just cutting up my 10mm limewood strips.
Perfect.
Usually takes me like 3 to 4 hours to do one, but I'm pushing the boat out. The pressure's on.
While on Team Sharon, Thomas has moved on from his table to stain and varnish some pre-made laminate flooring.
Can I grab a pair of hands here for 2 seconds?
Yeah. God, that looks beautiful.
No, if you can hold it there for me. I just need to get that corner.
Now he literally has to watch paint dry if he's to have any hope of getting it into the room by the end of the day.
Pray no more coats. Thank you.
To make her ice sculpture, Beth used liquid polymer clay in her mould. It's set, but now her swan's neck is on the line.
I couldn't get the polymer clay into the neck, so I'm now having to try and cut my mould and do a neck separately.
A necklace swan is still more than Nadia has right now. She's only just finished handcrafting the moulds, let alone start to fill them.
The molds are done. I just need to literally pour the resin in.
This will give her the translucency she's after, but if the balance of resin to hardener is wrong, it'll be a flop. With the varnish barely dry, Sharon makes an executive decision to get Thomas's floor into the room.
I can't believe it's all breaking out.
Give it to me. You're stressing. Give it to me.
In Sharon's haste to get ahead, the floor's freshly glued underside has stuck together.
Okay, one second.
I got it.
Easy?
Thank you.
Right. No problem.
Okay. Oh, I got to put that one down again. Oh, it's so difficult. It's all right. Take that bit out as well. We have to patch all that up tomorrow.
On the other side of the workshop, it's all sweat, tears, and, well, blood for Michael.
Oh my God, what is that? Is it blood or something?
Yeah.
How did you cut yourself?
I don't know. Oh my God. This is a nightmare.
Elizabeth isn't quite living the dream either. She's been forced to abandon her intricate tambour beading to get her curtains gathered and ready to hang.
This is what my mum calls hot needle and bun thread.
What does that mean?
A Caribbean term, which is you're just sewing fast.
Yeah.
Hot needle and burn the thread.
With her painted pieces now dry, Bexy can finally start assembling her chairs.
Don't think this glue's gonna work.
Just hold it there for a few minutes. If it's super glue, it will stick. Can you get one chair? Perfect.
I thought I'd put 4 together, paint one beautifully, leave the rest looking like a hot mess if I've got no time.
Having spent 6 intense hours in the workshop, the makers must down tools, leaving just 90 minutes tomorrow to get everything finished in their rooms.
Whew. That floor is a nightmare. Being a tea leader today, it's been hard. I haven't actually finished anything yet, so I'm just hoping that we can pull together now and get it finished.
It's a new day in our mansion and the second day of our maker's first big, tiny design challenge. The teams have been tasked with creating a miniature Regency dining room, and they're down to the last 90 minutes. Plenty of time to assemble and decorate an entire room. Plenty.
Let's get cracking then.
Nadia's resin swans have had all night to set in their moulds, so she can now set them free.
Oh no, I don't think it's set. It's like all gummy and it's not hard at all. Oh, wonky swan.
After her glue failure yesterday, Bexy is now favouring speed over patience.
Come on, you stubborn little leg.
Get in there.
Oh, come on. I can do better than this.
Nadia's also coming up with a sticky fix to get 2 swans set in time.
Oop, out it goes. It's not my first choice of media, but
Usually, these perfectionists take hours to craft their creations, but up against a ticking clock, the pressure is biting. Sneaking in, sneaking in.
Yeah, it's gone really wrong.
What's the matter?
I'm finding that the glue will not stick my 3D printed pieces together.
OK, can I look on the positive side and say the shapes are just beautiful?
I did work hard on the shape.
Yeah.
I just want to try and get one on.
OK, I'll leave you to it,
Thank you.
And over on Team Michael, Julie's floor is several planks short of a parquet.
How about the floor, Julie?
Floor, I've got my first line in. It's just sanding each one as I go.
I'm sneaking in to say hello.
Oh,
How's it going? How's it
hello.
going?
We're pushing it.
Oh,
We're
OK.
pushing it. We should really have started it yesterday.
Yeah.
And not an hour or so before we finish.
So did you already decide you were going to do this?
Yes.
But you just have left it a bit late to get it done?
Yes.
Normally I'd take a lot more time doing this and I'm not going to get the finish I want on it. Sort of, because I'm up against time, I'm literally flying around it.
Matthew's curtain is finished, so he's stepped in to craft cushions for Julie's chairs.
There you go, it's already done. I probably need to do that again. Doesn't look as clear as I want it to be.
Nadia's already tried resin and then glue for her swans. With just over half an hour remaining, will it be third time lucky with liquid polymer clay?
This is actually Plan C. It's going to be not as clear as resin, but it's going to be less opaque than the glue gun. It just needs 30 minutes in the oven, and I think we have 30 minutes.
Can someone help me? Is anyone free to help me?
Over on Team Sharon, Bexy's 4 chairs are, like her, in bits.
Shall I mix you some epoxy?
I don't know how to use that.
It's fast setting, so once it's mixed, we have to work fast. We stick it together, hold it, 5 minutes, it's going to be set.
That's what I need.
Yeah?
Yeah.
OK, I'll do that now.
Thanks, Beth.
Julie's had an epiphany about her parquet. Just a couple of hours too late.
I think we should have done the floors first, really, because I don't think it's going to be done in time. I can't work like this. It's too much of a mess. We've got all this clay here. Can we? I need some space. I know, I'm sorry, but I'm like to the wire now.
They just keep falling apart. It's like a nightmare.
Stop. Stop.
Yeah.
Stop. Stand up straight. Look at me. Deep breaths. Now give me a hug.
I hate to do this to you, but you've got 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. This is Nadia's last chance to deliver an ice sculpture.
OK, Michael?
Yeah.
Moment of truth? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's going to be 2 of them.
They look incredible.
Ta-da!
That looks great. Amazing.
Just leave it there. Yeah, right.
OK, nobody's going to enjoy this, but 2 minutes, people. With her curtains made, Elizabeth's doing some speedy set dressing.
Dinner plate, a side plate, some knives and forks, and all the food in the middle.
We need to place our things in, guys.
Just going to remind all of you, if it's not in the room, it can't be judged.
Tables, chairs.
Chairs.
Each team is using ready-made accessories for their teeny finishing touches. A miniature glass for a cake stand. A thimble for a vase. Step away from the rooms, please. Your time is up. Well done, everybody.
Oh, my God. I'm a bit annoyed that I didn't get the chairs done. I really hope I've got a chance to redeem myself. I just don't want to go home.
Oh, it looks beautiful, apart from the floor that's not finished.
Well done, team.
I know. quite fun. Really.
I can't believe how fast the time went. We seemed to be doing really well, and then all of a sudden there was only an hour left and we had to rush to get everything finished. I hope we've done enough, but we'll have to wait and see.
We've done the best we can.
We have done
Yes, we can.
Oh, that was very hard, very hard. I've never worked so fast in my life.
It's now in the hands of the judges to decide the winning Regency dining room. But before they do, I want to take a closer look for myself. Just a tiny one. Oh, wow! I mean, it's a Regency revelation. Before the judges pick a winning diorama, I feel I'm, well, uniquely qualified to take a closer look. Michael's inspiration was Brighton Pavilion. You can see he's set off with the red Chinese-inspired wallpaper. Oh, you can feel the drama in this room. It's sophisticated, but it's functional at the same time. I'm just looking at Julie's very ambitious parquet flooring effect. Unstained and unfinished. It's a shame. Artie's eye sculpture, nestled in the corner. Oh, but the centerpiece of the room is definitely Dom's handmade wooden table. Those ornate gold feet. Michael has gone all out. It is groaning under the weight of fabulous food. Look at the detail on the choc chip ice cream. Well, I've had a good look round. Time to check out what the other team have been up to. Regency dining rooms were all about trying to impress the guests. And Sharon's team have certainly nailed it. This place is stylish and opulent. The red and gold colour scheme is simply sumptuous. I mean, it sets the right tone for the room. It's an air of confidence. So as it's a dining room, it's obviously dominated by the table, lovingly handcrafted by Thomas. Oh, and Sharon has prepared such a feast. You could just imagine. Dinner party about to tuck in. And not forgetting dessert chilling in Beth's ice sculpture. Quite a small dinner party because there's only 2 chairs, but they're very Regency. Bexy really nailed the design. Elizabeth has made red cushions for the chairs to match the curtains. And the gold detailing really gives it a sense of decadence. Time to find out what the judges think. Oh, look at your faces. Welcome back, makers. Come on, congratulations to everybody. Well done. Absolutely fantastic. OK, now we have reached that moment. Only one of these 2 rooms is going to make it into the doll's house, and that is entirely up to the judges. Welcome back, makers. Let's just have a quick recap. Laura, what were we looking for?
We were looking for long draped curtains, a dining table and matching chairs, a lavish meal and an ice sculpture.
Let's start with you, Sharon.
I think the food looks fantastic. I love the multitude of citrus in the blancmange. I think there's every type of citrus and a strawberry. It looks delicious.
I can see a lot of detail. The carrots and peas look amazing. And also, when you look at the turkey, you know, I fancy eating that.
Right, we'd better move on before we get too hungry.
Yeah.
Thomas made the table. It appears to have leaves, doesn't it? As if it's an extendable table.
I would say that the table for me isn't quite polished enough. It looks a little bit sticky. I think I would have liked that more mahogany effect on there.
So, Beth, ice sculpture, difficult?
Yes, very difficult. I've never worked with the mould material that I used before in such a large scale.
But what is brilliant is that the ice sculptures of that time were often made to serve food in the back of, and that's what you can do on that one. Elizabeth made the curtains.
Yes, I did.
Can you talk me through your colour palette?
Red, gold and white was our colour palette.
And I like the personal touch here of the flower.
Yes, my favourite flower is the bird of paradise, so I decided to put a little one on the top of the pelmet.
Lovely curtains.
Bex, let's just talk about your chairs there.
I feel like these were a real labour of love for you.
Yeah, they were hard work.
I think you've got the shape really right.
There's a bit of glue just there, you know. So, yeah, there's a problem there. I can see that.
Shall we move on
Yes,
to
please.
Team Michael? Michael, I'm right, it was inspired by the Brighton Pavilion, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, and are you pleased overall?
With what we've got done, yes. It's sad that we didn't get a chance to finish the floor.
I would have really liked to have seen the floor being polished as well.
Do you want to have a look at one of the chairs there? That's Julie's chairs.
It looks a bit farmhousey.
Do you agree, Julie?
I did agree, actually.
Yeah, a little bit farmhousey.
Yes.
What about the food?
Talk to me about what is on the table.
A mix of pies, fruits, there's some tongues.
Where are the tongues? Oh, I thought that was a breadstick.
I'm not sure the Regency people did breadsticks. I'm just going to put it out there. We have to talk about the ice sculpture because that seems to have been problematic.
I wanted it to be three-dimensional, but because I had to go from plan A to plan B to plan C, I just came up with, you know, whatever I could within the time limits.
Nevertheless, fantastic.
Let's come on to the table, Willard. It's made by Dom.
Perfect.
I keep looking at Matthew's curtain.
Yeah, I think it's really, really clever and actually very regal. I think it looks beautiful in the dining room, and I love your use of colours. I think you've kind of balanced this blue with the Regency red really well.
Well, well done, everybody. Sigh of relief. The judges will decide which of these two rooms becomes the first room in our doll's house. We will leave the judges to make their decision, and you all get to come outside with me. Well done. The judges must choose whose Regency dining room has earned its place in the mini mansion. That team will be safe from elimination, meaning one of the losing team will be going home.
I think to say that this is the very first room in the doll's house, I'm incredibly impressed. It's going to be extremely hard to send somebody home this week.
It is going to be hard for me to make a decision on this one, it really is.
I love Sharon's room. I was so excited about the food. Sharon did it. I think she smashed it out of the park. It's gorgeous.
Absolutely beautiful detail.
This is Bex's chair. I think it's a beautiful shape, very fitting of the Regency era.
It's a shame that the glue's protruding over the legs. That's messy.
Michael's team, I think it's a beautiful room, but then when you really get into it, it's unfinished.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not really too happy with these chairs. They don't complement the table. The food...
I can't pick up on what some of these things on the table are. It's going to be very hard this week.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one, isn't it?
Well, congratulations, makers. You've completed your very first tasks. Your busts were mini pieces of magnificence, and each and every one of those dining rooms I wanted to go and have dinner in, so many congratulations. We do have, however, a winning room of the week, and it's over to Laura.
This week, the winner is... Team Sharon.
Yes. Oh, congratulations!
Well done, well done.
There it is, our first completed room in the doll's house. So, you two, why this particular room?
I absolutely loved this room. It was very regal, very elegant, and that food on the table, it was good enough to eat.
Scrumptious. What about you, Willard?
Oh, everything I was looking for is in there.
Fantastic. So, as well as a winning room of the week, we also have a maker of the week who gets this very lovely badge. And Willard is going to tell us who it is.
It's got to be Sharon.
Sharon, congratulations. I mean, clearly, it's the food, right?
Absolutely, it was the food. It was really fantastic.
This is marvellous. We are glowing in a winning feeling. Unfortunately, somebody has to go home, and the short straw has been drawn by Laura this week, and she's going to announce it.
The standard has been absolutely amazing for week one. You should be really proud of yourselves. You really have delivered. Unfortunately, we have had to decide on one person to go home. It's been really difficult for us.
Been very hard.
But this person, unfortunately, didn't quite deliver on the brief in the Regency dining room. And that person is... Julie.
Yeah, it's all right. I did say. It's all right, I'm fine.
Oh, Julie, I am so sorry. So many congratulations to Team Sharon and commiserations to Julie.
Thank you. Gutted. Obviously, I'm gutted to be leaving, but I've really enjoyed being part of the competition. We've all had a good laugh.
I'm very disappointed that we lost, but I can understand why. I'm so happy to be still here, and I'm looking forward to what's to come.
I'm so emotional. I just never ever thought I would win this, and certainly not win this badge. Certainly not win this badge as well. So I'm shocked. It's been very, very emotional, and it's been tough, and I just can't believe it.
Our band of merry mini-makers are back for their second room renovation. We are down to 9, and it's time they take on their next challenge, creating a captivating bathroom. I am so sorry. I did not know there was somebody in here.
Oh, Miss Julie.
We'll all just have to laugh twice as loud for her.
Yeah.
Hello, lovelies. Welcome back to the workshop. There we go. Are you ready to find out where we're heading in our mansion? Let's have a look. We are going upstairs. We are going to transform that empty room into a glorious Art Deco bathroom. I know. Fabulous period, isn't it? Iconic Art Deco. Emerging in the mid-1920s, this was style, with a dash of glamour, fun and excess.
Art Deco is one of my favourite times in interior design. It was very much characterised by the bold, contrasting colours, the repetitive geometric shapes and the decadent detail. It really was the epitome of luxury.
So it's luxurious living that we are after, and the very first part of the Art Deco challenge is a solo one, and it's a time challenge. You're going to be given a box of broken bits of jewellery and other household items. We want you to transform them into a decadent bottle of perfume or any other toiletry items that you think would fit exactly on the shelf of an Art Deco bathroom. What are you going to be looking for?
I want to see functionality, I want to see scale, I want to see detail.
I'm looking for something beautiful that's going to stop me in my tracks.
Now remember, the judges will pick a winner each, and those 2 winners will go on to lead the teams as we renovate the entire bathroom. Everything you need is in the storeroom. Not such good news. You've got 60 minutes. So I would crack on over there if I was you. Let's go. In just 1 hour, the makers will need to present their tiny toiletries.
Oh, lovely.
To conjure up their creations, they've been given magical miniature ingredients. Broken jewellery, glass beads and fabric offcuts.
Sparkly bits in here, isn't there?
Tat to most of us, treasure in our mini-maker's eyes.
Feeling any extra pressure after last week?
Oh, yes, a bit, yeah.
This quick-fire individual challenge puts the up in upcycling, which is good news for detail devotee Nadia.
I like this task because it's a bit challenging to try to create something out of nothing.
It's tricky to, like, make it look like a bottle and not just beads, isn't it?
Just picking out the best little bits.
The secret to success in the miniature world is taking the ordinary and transforming it into the extraordinary. Mechanical engineer Dom plans to use these toothbrush bristles to make a tiny shaving brush. And who knew the amount of uses for the humble earring back? Well, animation director Bexy for one.
Has anyone got another earring back? I just destroyed mine by accident.
Yeah, I've got one.
A bit like this? Yeah, yeah, thank you. And what are you making? Are you doing perfume bottles, toothpaste?
Then I'm going to make lots of perfume bottles and some creams. How about you?
I'm not planning.
Yeah, just...
I'm just going, oh, that looks good.
While Bexy and Nadia are going with the flow, Magistrate Beth has a clear plan for her bathroom items.
So I can see quite a few beads that are similar or same colour, so I'm trying to find a colour palette.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Most of the makers have created their perfume bottles by sticking bits of jewellery to each other. Or at least, that's the intent.
It's sticking to the table. Got myself stuck to this. It's quite painful when you stick your fingers together.
Now you get used to it after a while.
Yeah.
Michael and Sharon, who both came top last week, are going all out with handmade tiny labels.
I've just got a tiny little Chanel bottle with a tassel.
Wow, that's amazing.
Anybody know why Coco Chanel called it number 5?
Does she live at the house called number 5?
No, it was the 5th one she smelt and liked. I quite liked it. It's really basic, isn't it? Each item they make must encapsulate the Art Deco theme.
But do we have a clear idea about what Art Deco looks like?
When I think of it, I think of Hollywood glitz, glamour, shiny.
Yeah.
I like shiny.
You have 15 minutes. 15 minutes. There's no limit to how many items they can make. So, to get ahead and grab a team leader spot, some makers are going the extra mile. Thomas has demolished a wristwatch to make a fancy Art Deco clock. Michael and Beth have turned buttons into tiny trays. And both made mirrors. Sharon is decorating her display table with an earring she's found and has even made cotton wool balls just 2 millimeters wide.
Where did I go? It's so small, you lose them.
I've made my own perfume bottle. I mean, I've got the size and the intent slightly wrong. You've got 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Come on, stick. Come on.
Oh, falling down.
Super glue.
I'm just going to stick with 4.
I'm afraid your time is up. Please place your last scent bottle on the table. Laura and Willard will now sniff out their 2 favourite Art Deco designs.
I won the best challenge last week. I don't know how well I've done on this one, but we'll see.
The other more experienced people did a better job than me because it's actually the first time I've worked with found items.
I'm really hoping that I've done enough to actually attract the judges' attention.
The top 2 makers will take coveted team leader spots for the next tiny Art Deco extravaganza. All 9 makers have made a selection of tiny perfume bottles and toiletries, fit for a roaring 20s Art Deco bathroom. But who is on the scent with their miniature creations? What are you looking for, Willard?
Detail. And here, Michael has just got this beautiful mirror, perfume, spray. It's tremendous detail. Sharon has actually put the big, tiny challenge logo on there, and also cotton buds.
Laura.
I really like Bex's.
Really?
Yeah, I thought it was very much on brief. I loved your use of gold and black, and I have to say I really like Beth's as well. The detail with the Art Deco mirror and the gold and the feathers. Thomas, I loved your use of the clock there. I thought that was really inventive. I have to say, I'm not sure that the perfume bottles are completely Art Deco, but I do love your use of colour.
We do have to have 2 winners who will go on to lead the teams, and so I'm going to ask Laura to choose the first one.
I think my winner has to be Beth.
So we have a team Beth. Willard, we need 2 team leaders. Who is going to be your winner?
Sharon. Tremendous detail. Absolutely.
We have Team Sharon. Well, now, because there's 9 of you, obviously, one person is going to have just 4 people. I think it's only fair, Sharon, as it's your second go, that you are the one who gets 4. So with you will be Elizabeth, Matthew and Thomas. And all of the rest of you will be on Team Beth. Right, next bit, we renovate the entire Art Deco bathroom.
We are looking for a glorious bathtub set within an Art Deco recess, a bathroom floor, a basin with taps and a shaving kit. And Beth's team have got to make an Art Deco mirror as well.
Because they've got one more person. Willard, what are you going to be looking for?
I'm looking for functionality. I want to see scale, I want to see detail. I want to see running water in the bath.
Ooh. I just love how you just said a bathtub with running water, as if that's just...
Easy.
Just go for it. OK. Right, makers, let's finish that bathroom.
Congratulations for being the top again.
I've got lots of ideas for the Art Deco room, but I want to see what's in the storeroom first to see what we can work with.
Do you want to come in?
Yeah.
So I think we should just throw ideas out there. Being team leader, you feel responsible for the outcome. I am a competitive person. I'm not sure I want to admit that.
Both teams have identical empty dioramas to work with, 12 times smaller than a human-sized bathroom. They have 2 days to complete their Art Deco designs. But to achieve pint-sized perfection, Beth needs a plan.
I'm going to start getting in the floors and the walls first for you guys to come in with your projects.
Yeah. Awesome.
So what do you want to do, Michael?
I'd really like to do the sinking area, if that's OK. Do maybe a double one of his and hers thing.
That would work perfectly.
Nadia will make the shaving set, Dom the mirror.
That leaves me with the bath, but to be honest, that's the one I want to do.
Great.
Beth has an Art Deco vision in monochrome, starting from the bottom up. She plans to cover the floor with white marble tiles in the centre of the room and black around the edges. Michael's double basin will be adorned with a gold geometric pattern matching Dom's gold fan effect mirror above. The bath will sit snugly in the alcove with a tiled surround. Like Beth, team leader Sharon will also take on the floor.
So, you want to do the bath?
I'll do
and
the
water?
bath if you don't mind. So this section here, stay away.
OK.
Elizabeth will do the basin and Matthew the shaving set.
Right then, so are we ready to tackle this
We're
one?
ready to go.
Let's go.
Sharon's vision for the bathroom is 1920s glitz and glamour with a sprinkling of gold. She will cover the floor and bottom part of the walls with a geometric edged black and white lino and add drama to the top with a black marble effect wallpaper. The ambitious centrepiece to the bathroom will be the alcove for Thomas's bath, which will be adorned in delicate gold leaf. There'll be a dark wood basin with geometric mirror and a shaving set, tailor-made to primp the finest Art Deco facial hair on a shelf above a small seating area. In the storeroom, the teams have access to an astonishing assortment of supplies to craft their mini masterpieces.
Beth, do you want these?
They also have a choice of furniture, flooring and frames, which they can alter and embellish as they wish. But they must be carefully selected to fit the brief.
Yeah, we need some lights, I suppose, don't we?
Before the build gets underway, both teams must decide if any structural changes need to be made to the diorama.
Although I am thinking, did they have skirting boards in deco bathrooms? They probably didn't, did they?
It's not very Art Deco, is it?
We'll yank them out.
Yeah, let's get these off.
So good, thank you.
Beth's right. Skirting boards were an Art Deco no-no, but Sharon is choosing to keep hers on.
When you're decorating, if you can take those skirting boards out, it'd be brilliant.
I'm not going to do that. I don't want to damage the skirting boards. We've got to try and build over the skirting boards.
Skirting boards is the detail of the room.
I'm just thinking this is going to be quite difficult.
Both team leaders have tasked themselves with the floor and the walls, with two quite different approaches. Sharon is going for speed with pre-printed lino and adding an Art Deco style edge.
I've done all the pattern ready and hopefully trying to get it all stuck in now.
But Beth plans to painstakingly lay individual miniature vinyl tiles.
You have to try and space them apart so that it looks like there's some grouting in between each tile.
A showcase of intricate skill, but a big gamble against a ticking clock.
The tricky thing about this method is they curl up.
On Sharon's team, ambitious as ever, Thomas has a grand plan for the bath.
I'm actually doing the false alcove together, that I can actually build a bath outside of the room and just slot it into the room.
This means he can work on his section of the room independently of the team. But that's about as far as his plan has got.
So you just do. What's the bath going to look like?
Not 100% sure yet.
What about the front here? You haven't decided on that?
I haven't decided on it.
Okay, sorry. I'll leave you to it.
I just want to get this done
Thank you.
first.
Brilliant, yep.
Once finished, Thomas's alcove will be decorated with gold leaf. Fiddly and flaky, yes, but the epitome of 1920s luxury. Nestled away in Greenwich is a life-sized icon of Art Deco design, Eltham Palace, and I've snuck away to take a tiny peek. I was expecting the room to be great. I was not expecting it to encapsulate the glamour of the jazz age. It was the creation of millionaire socialites Stephen and Virginia Courtauld. Ah, there we are. Virginia, Stephen, Jongi, the pet lemur. Now fully restored by English heritage, you could be stepping into a 1920s luxury cruise liner. Bold geometry and fluid curves. Virginia's adventurous spirit is captured everywhere. She's said to have had a snake tattooed on her ankle, which climbed all the way up her leg, and no one knew where it finished. Clearly a woman who needed an outrageous bathroom. This was reported to be the most luxurious bathroom in England. Gone is the cold, clinical attitude of the Victorians, and in comes Hollywood-style glamour. Dominating the room is the onyx bathtub with its roaring 20s taps, all set into a wall festooned with gold mosaic tiles. The opulent use of onyx and black slate creates clean lines, and there's more than an exotic nod to ancient Egypt. This is the historical template of Art Deco for our makers. I mean, good luck.
Oh, yeah.
In need of some luck, Thomas has started the process of applying notoriously tricky gold leaf to his tiny alcove.
I'll help you. Now, when I finish this, I'll help you. Okay?
No, I'm quite happy.
He has applied adhesive to the surface, placed the gold leaf on top, and now needs to apply even pressure to avoid it being patchy. Simple.
Once it dries, might have to do the odd touch-up, but hopefully not.
Thomas, not only are you decorating the alcove, but you're decorating yourself.
Good. I'm a bit of a fan of gold leaf. I spent 100 hours doing gold leaf in the ballroom of my own doll's house, so yeah, a little bit of a fan.
Have you ever done a bath like this before?
No, I'm winging it more or less. I'm going to try get it that I have at least one, possibly two, and maybe 3 sections of running water out of it.
Do you think that that's too ambitious?
Think bigger, go home.
Good luck. Come on.
Thank you very much.
Well, yes, Thomas, in this challenge, going big will get you sent home. To complement Thomas's gold alcove and keep her Art Deco vision on track, Sharon is adding a dark, contrasting wallpaper.
This looks like sheets of marble now. Look at it in strips. Lovely, isn't it, that? I like that.
That's too big. I need to cut a bit, slither off that again.
On Beth's team, Bexy's bath is springing into life.
It came out all right. It didn't fail.
Wow, awesome.
Ultra-modern miniaturist Bexy mapped out her design on the computer before 3D printing it.
So that just came off the printer like that?
Yeah, it looks very neat.
Really nice.
You know, I was thinking before, did you notice that we've swapped roles? Because you do engineering and I make...
You make mirrors. If you need a bit of help on that, yeah, we'll sort it out.
Definitely. When I start messing around with the water, I might just get you to chaperone me for a bit.
Absolutely not a problem.
Hello, lovelies.
Hi, Sandy.
Please, the bath. I want the bath to work.
So do I.
Now, can you talk to me about running water?
It's a bit of a secret, so they don't copy
I'm not going to tell anybody. You tell me.
Rather than using pumps, we're going to use yogurt pot and hide it in the wall.
Okay.
And then we're going to feed a straw through here, and that will tighten the straw and release it.
I think that sounds fantastic. The mirror is an additional item for Beth's team of 5. But Elizabeth, who's making the basin, is adding one anyway. I mean, why not?
Just doing the back of the cabinet now.
Yeah.
With the mirror coming up.
Yeah.
So I'm confident with the materials that I'm using, which is balsa wood, acrylic. I'm also making the taps. They're going to be made out of a lot of little gold beads.
One of the other items that the judges have asked for is a shaving set.
I'm quite pleased with that.
Nadia has conjured up miniature magic with an old earring back and some paintbrush bristles, and a razor made from PLA, a plastic-like material made from cornstarch.
I just need to put in some foil to simulate the blades. So I'm just going to stick the blade onto the razor blade. So just let that dry. And I think that looks like a shrunken down razor blade.
A 1mm razor blade. On Team Sharon, it's Matthew who's making the shaving set.
I always get a bit freaked out to start with because I'm not great under time pressure, but I'm starting to enjoy this task. And I'm turning these little beads into something new.
He's also used a paintbrush to make a shaving brush. A teeny bit too small to tackle his designer stubble.
I'm trying to really focus on the details to make things look fine and to scale.
Time has crept up on the maker's first day. Just 15 minutes until the workshop closes. Cue mild panic.
It's a very empty bathroom.
And there's that corner to do, isn't there?
The pieces that we have to put in tomorrow, they're the most difficult pieces.
It's a matter of sorting out the back wall and getting the water mechanism in there. So leaving that to last minute is a gamble, and if it goes wrong, I could let the team down.
On Sharon's team, Thomas hasn't got the bath in place either, let alone tested the all-important working taps.
I'm a bit concerned about Thomas and the bath. I think he's doing too much again.
I've actually written myself a list for tomorrow, but I think if anybody's under pressure, I think it'll be me.
It's a new day in our mansion and the second day of our Maker's Big Teeny Challenge. They've been tasked with designing an Art Deco bathroom, fabulous floor, glorious bathtub, beautiful basin, shaving set, which is good, because, you know, this chin's not going to sort itself. The winning team's bathroom will take pride of place in the stunning mini mansion, with those team members safely through to next week. One person from the losing team will be sent home.
Are you ready for this?
Yep, definitely.
We have to get it finished today.
Sharon's team, they're doing really well, but they're going quite simplistic with this Art Deco design. I kind of want to see a lot more elegance, I think.
Here, we're going to try and tile along here and do a border around the edge.
Beth is running a very tight ship, but they're using a lot of white. Is this too clinical?
What we're looking for really is miniature luxury. Detail is very important, very, very important. It's scale, very difficult to capture the scale, but can be done.
You get on your bath.
The bath, don't worry about the bath.
Both teams have still got a lot to do. Both bathrooms are currently waterless. And straight away, Team Beth have got a big problem to solve with Bexy's tiny tub.
This wall is too thick for the idea.
So what's the problem?
For the mechanism to work, we need to lose at least ½ centimetre, and it's quite hard wood. Last night when I was lying in bed, I went, the wall thickness, because there are definitely none of these screws anywhere that longer.
We'll just cut a square out then. We'll cut a square out.
Yes, OK, good idea.
And we'll just have to put something over it, like
Like
a piece of mirror.
I'll
A piece of
make-
mirror over it, and then the tap goes onto the mirror, yeah?
Yes.
We've got no choice.
It will work if we can do that.
On Team Sharon, Thomas is yet to make a start on the mechanics of his bath. Having left his gold leaf overnight to set, Thomas is now brushing off the excess. But it's a little more excess than he'd like.
My gold leaf has just gone wrong, and I'm trying to figure out how to fix it. I need to sand off some of it, dust, repaint, and re-gild it. I should be able to get it right.
While Thomas is facing a mini mountain of work, on Team Beth, novice engineer Bexy is plotting out her plumbing.
Now what I'm doing is a quick mock-up so I can see it in my head and kind of figure out any obstacles before we destroy the wall.
She's recruited Nadia to make it waterproof, using the renowned bath waterproofer UV resin. Dom's mirror is also done, giving him time to help with the bath as promised. But will teamwork make the dream work?
I have a feeling that I might have actually glued this and melted it a little bit.
Thomas has fixed his gold leaf and is finally working on the running water. He's aiming for gold standard plumbing, using 2 reservoirs to ensure a continuous supply.
As I work in the garden centre, I'm sort of working it on the same basis as fountain pumps, so I'm going to try get it to work that way.
But not everything in the real world translates into tiny.
Ready? I'm putting it in right.
Woo!
Crap. Cover's not working, that bath is too full, and that water's gold leaf in it. Okay.
Okay.
Take 2.
The best miniaturists have a secret weapon, an eye for spotting something nobody else can see. On Team Beth, Dom is a master of this.
I love the shape. I think it's going to be, if I get a hole in the top, give it a nice bit of paint, I think it's going to be a really...
But see, that's the wonderful thing, Dom, right there, right? So people look at that and they see chess piece. But what you see is that lovely bit of design there. Fantastic.
Something opulent and
Opulent,
luxurious.
luxury. That's my boy.
Yeah.
And who'd have thought recycled butter pots would be just the thing for an Art Deco basin? But has doubling up suddenly halved Michael's chances?
I'm a little bit worried now that they didn't have double basins in Art Deco bathrooms.
It's a huge bathroom. I'm pretty sure they did.
It's a little bit late now.
It is a bit too late.
On Sharon's team, Matthew's shaving set is a lesson in exemplary upcycling. But in his quest for perfection, it's literally all he's done. How are you getting on? What are we doing here?
Got most of the elements and I'm going to start sticking them together.
OK. Will you be done soon?
Yeah.
I'm just worried about Thomas
I'm worried
needing
as
some
well.
help.
As soon as I'm done, I'm going to get over there.
You know?
Thank you, Sandy.
That's
Thank
OK.
you.
I'm here to support.
Time to get over there.
Ever unflappable, Elizabeth is applying the finishing touches to her basin.
So, we need to take stock.
Beth loves a plan, but she's having second thoughts about her black and white vision for the room.
I think we're going to have to put a really big splash of colour.
Could you put like a frill?
No, a really big flash of colour. Because I think the monochrome's a bit too much, just monochrome.
Right, Team Beth, Team Sharon, you have an hour left.
Oh my God.
Beth.
OK. Yeah.
A green wallpaper.
I like that.
That looks really good.
It does work.
Does look good.
Thank you.
Colour isn't the only thing missing in Beth's bathroom.
So, Dom?
Yes?
Will you be able to cut that hole? Brilliant.
When messing with the physical structure of the room, the margin for error is minuscule.
You need to do guide holes, and then you need to get some sort of blade in, and then you can cut down.
Yeah.
We need to knock this plate out so that we can get the mechanism in for the bath.
Oh my God, this is going to take forever.
With just an hour remaining to finish their Art Deco bathrooms, both teams are yet to have a bath installed with the all-important running water.
My biggest worry at the moment is the bath. I think I might have to step in and tell him just do something simple. Can I just ask you what you're going to do
of course.
first?
I'm going to put the other submersible pump in under here, along with the other two. No, the other one.
I'm really worried that it's not going to work and it's going to cause even more problems.
It won't. Trust me.
How long do you think that's going to take? Because
About
you've got to
15 minutes.
Right, if you don't get it done in 20
If I
minutes,
don't get it
we've
done, I'll
got
seal
to do
it up.
something else,
Yep.
okay? All right?
Yep.
Okay?
No
Yep.
problem.
All right.
Dom has now been working on the hole for 30 minutes.
I didn't expect to be cutting such a large hole. It's a bit scary. Feel like we're up against a time constraint now.
Right, my lovelies, you've got 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Wow, I think somebody's used the bathroom in here.
Is he gonna do it? Can he do it? Or can't he?
Oh,
he's done it!
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah. Oh, well done.
Well
Well
done.
done.
Get the tank on.
Right, I need that bath box in as soon as possible now.
Yep. It's going in, but it's coming back out.
I need to glue it now, so...
Yeah, I'll hold it. Can you glue
hold
it?
I'll get the glue.
The end is almost in sight for Matthew's intricate shaving set. While on Team Beth, Nadia has time for some teeny finishing touches, including 10mm wine glasses filled with the finest claret, or resin, as miniaturists call it.
Bring what you've got. No pressure. Come on.
No, give me a couple of minutes, Sharon.
OK, teams, you've got 5 minutes. I'm just going to remind you, if it is not in the room, it doesn't count.
Someone hold that, please. Just hold it.
Can you work with that?
Yeah.
Done. Right.
I'm gonna go.
Right, get in. Thanks, Tom.
They could go here, maybe?
Do you want to put your drape in?
Yeah.
Wow, I like that face on there.
Step away from the rooms, please. Your time is up.
Come here, group hug. Let's try not to knock it off the table now. I think everybody contributed really well. And I was trying to find solutions every time something wasn't working.
At last, it's over. That was tough. I'd actually describe the challenge as a labour of love, especially with the bath. But I can't get in to fix it now, so it's fine. It's done. It's over.
I'm not hugging you until I see that water going. If we do get through this round, please do not put me with Thomas again. He will give me a heart attack.
Judges Willard and Laura must decide which bathroom has best met their decadent Art Deco brief. And I'm perfectly poised to lend a hand. For me, an Art Deco bathroom ought to be luxurious, glamorous, timeless. The sort of place you'd find Noel Coward having a wash. And this room, it's all those things. Ah, Elizabeth's basin has really captured the drama of Art Deco. And Sharon's marble effect black wallpaper is a really bold move. To my eye, the centrepiece of the room has got to be Thomas's gilded alcove. Now, the real question is, do his taps work? I'll leave it to the judges to draw the bath. All the pieces in here really complement each other. It looks like a suite of bathroom furniture. Do you think the layout's a little bit odd? I would have expected Matthew's shaving set to be over by the basin, but instead, it's on the other side of the room on this high shelf, along with the aftershave, the bearded lady, which I cannot reach, so I'm never going to smell nice. Never mind. Let's go to the next room. Oh, standing in the room, you can really feel how light and airy it is. I love what Beth's team have done. The symmetrically shaped tile effects, the white, the mint green, the geometric patterns. I mean, I just want to take my clothes off and dive in the bath. Even the flooring seems confident. Can you have confident flooring? I think so. Beth's done a cracking job. Look at that repeat pattern, and I love the black edging tile. What a striking feature. To be honest, both teams have gone for similar layouts, but they've both made structural changes. Bexy's put this arch above the bath, and it looks like an existing architectural feature in the house. Michael's double basin and Dom's gilded mirror make an opulent setting for Nadia's exquisitely detailed shaving set. I could definitely make myself at home here, but I better get back and find out what the judges think. I am the only person who's been through both bathrooms. I don't know if you can hear this, but yeah, I'm squeaking, I'm so clean, OK? I loved both experiences. Now, let's just remind ourselves, Laura, what we were looking for.
We were looking for a bathtub with running water, a basin, a bathroom floor, a shaving kit, and for Beth's team, a Art Deco mirror because they've got one extra person.
Absolutely, OK. So, Beth, your first time as team leader?
Yes.
You were going for a more monochrome kind of overall look, but then you've added in some accents of green.
We realised that maybe the monochrome look on its own was just a bit too simple.
I think it's great. I'm glad that you included the green. Michael, were you happy with your double basin, I have to ask?
I was, until I realised it might not have been of the period exactly, but I still wanted to make two for Sandi and her wife, so I thought...
Oh, that is a very good answer, isn't it?
I think that makes it entirely correct. OK, we come on to Nadia. Are you able to tell us what size it is?
The razor is about 7 millimetres in height.
Astonishing.
Wow.
Fantastic detail. I noticed another thing. There's a chess piece in there.
There is a chess piece in there, yeah.
Great imagination.
Thank you very much.
We're going to come to the bath now. Shall we do it? Bexy, you're going to have to do it. It's your bath. Come on up and...
OK. OK, cool.
Are you worrying?
I don't know if it's going to work because it was so to the wire. So it's quite a lot of turns. It's coming.
Is it running?
It's coming.
Yeah, come on. That is fantastic.
We did it.
Fantastic. Many congratulations. Right, well, that's a high note right there. So let's come on to Team Sharon.
We wanted bold and gold, and that's what we've got.
Bold and gold, I like that. Laura?
You decided to keep the skirting board in the room. Was that for any reason?
I didn't even think about it, to be honest.
It's off-era. It's not very Art Deco.
Willard, the shaving set.
But just a little bit too big.
Yeah, I agree with you that it's slightly too big, but I'm pleased with how they look.
What did you think of the bath?
The gold alcove is lovely. Last time I saw you had quite a lot on your hair and the rest of the body, but you've managed to get it in the alcove, so that's great.
Do you want to make it work for us?
I can't.
OK.
I was using a double pump, but we've had a technical issue, and I've had to literally cut the wire from the pump so as not to ruin the whole room.
You don't want to flood?
No.
Because then you need tiny mops as well, buckets.
No, we needed big mops.
Big mops, big buckets. My commiserations for the fact that the water doesn't run, because I know how hard you've worked on it, and overall, the room looks fantastic. Thank you, my lovelies. Time for the judges to confer.
The whole room is incredible. The floor.
I really like she's kind of used the tiles up the side of the wall.
But I can see where the tiles haven't quite lined up. They're not perfect, but they're very good.
Michael's basins, although gorgeous, are actually historically incorrect. I think we should have a closer look at Nadia's shaving set.
I mean, there's even a little razor blade in there. This is a miniature masterpiece. It really is.
You like that detail, don't you, Nadia, doing that very small stuff?
I do. I just love making things look as detailed as possible.
And my favourite thing about this whole room is that bath.
The water comes out perfectly. It flows lovely. I mean, this is what I call a proper collaboration of skills.
Yep. I think the colours in this bathroom are very Art Deco, with the blacks and the gold and the white. Sharon decided to go for a full lino floor. I love how she's kind of detailed off the toilet and around the basin and the bath, but that skirting board, it's completely the wrong era.
You know, my world is detail, and I can see miniature problems. I mean, look at the shaving brush. I mean, you could decorate a whole house with that.
Matthew, were you worried about having to make something so small and so detailed?
Yeah, I think it took me longer to make it, and then perhaps if I'd finished it early, we could have helped Thomas with the bath.
The bath.
It is an Art Deco style bath, though, so he's got the shape right, he's got the colours, he's got the gold. The big thing, though, is the bath doesn't run.
That's a little big problem.
No, I actually figured out when we went back in there for the comments, I figured out how to make it work.
Do you know, there's a thing in French called l'esprit d'escalier, and it means the spirit of the stairs. And it's that moment when you've had a row upstairs and you're on your way downstairs and you think of the very thing you should have said while you were upstairs. And I think you've had the sort of spirit of the stairs.
I think they've both delivered on the brief, given us two very beautiful and interesting Art Deco bathrooms.
The standard seems to be getting so high.
Congratulations, makers, on completing your second renovation task for our wonderful house. I mean, I love both rooms, but unfortunately, there can only be one winner. Let's find out which one is the winning room.
Congratulations, Team Beth.
Why that room?
The running water. I mean, working with miniatures is hard, but never mind making it functional and working. Not only that, the whole thing, the scale, the detail, Nadia's little shaving set. I mean, come on.
So we have a winning room. Now we're going to find out who is the Maker of the Week and who gets the Maker of the Week badge. Laura.
It was really hard to pick a Maker of the Week, but this person over-delivered on the brief for us. And the Maker of the Week is Bexy.
Maker of the Week badge. Now we come to the sad part of the day. Somebody has to go home. Willard, what's your decision?
Well, both teams amazing, absolutely amazing. But one of them slightly didn't work. It didn't quite match up when it came to scale. So therefore, the person that's going home is Matthew.
Okay. I'm so sorry to lose you. Horrible to lose anybody. For the rest of you, don't rest on your laurels, because there's another challenge on its way.
I thought it would be between me and Thomas, but it feels right, because I wasn't delivering the right scale that we're looking for, but overall it's been a great experience.
I'm just so relieved to still be in the competition. My stomach is doing somersaults.
I'm really happy to be Maker of the Week. It's just nice to be able to prove to myself that in this environment I can deliver.
I'm disappointed. I quite enjoy wearing this badge, but Betsy really did deserve it today. Thank you very much. I still got my badge. Do I give this back now? Do I?
inspiring miniature makers are back for their third Tiny Challenge. This week it's all fun and games as the makers take on traditional toys fit for a Victorian nursery. Basically, we're all channeling our inner child, a bit like me climbing this tree. Welcome as the workshop doors open to put their tiny skills to the test. Right, I'm just going to jump down. What do you think, guys? Did it look like I was really climbing a tree?
Definitely.
I loved that.
The competition is getting a bit harder. Having lost last week, I am a little bit nervous today.
Feeling good. Feeling really good coming in today. That Maker of the Week badge is in my sights this week. I want to see it hanging on my apron.
I'm getting into the rhythm of it now.
Well, everyone's bringing their A game, aren't they now? So you have to bring your A-star game now, won't you? Morning.
Morning, makers. Welcome back to the third renovation in our wonderful mini mansion. All of it taking place under the watchful eye of our beautiful judges, Willard and Laura. Right, so we've got a dining room, we've got a bathroom. What shall we do with the wretched children, right? We need to get rid of them upstairs, but give them somewhere fabulous. They're moving in next door into a Victorian nursery.
1837. The year Victoria became Queen marked the start of this era. A time when children from affluent families practically lived in the nursery. It became a space to eat, sleep, receive a basic education from nanny, but also play. And thanks to the Industrial Revolution, toys were getting technical, with moving parts and mechanics.
It was a really innovative time for design, and there was lots of fun, wasn't there?
That's what it's all about. Toys can be big or small. It's all about fun.
And that brings us to our very first part of the challenge, your solo time trial. As usual in the storeroom, lots of bits and bobs, and the judges want you to transform them into a Victorian child's toy or toys which could be found in that room. Willard, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for craftsmanship, design, quality, of course.
I want you guys to be really adventurous with this challenge. I think be really bold and impress us both, but remember, it has to be in keeping with the period.
Let's have a bit of fun. You've got 60 minutes. I'd crack on if I was you.
The two makers who most impress the judges will then each lead a team to tackle the entire nursery.
I'm thinking of making a Noah's Ark, so I want to make all the tiny animals on a boat.
Everything they want to make teeny childhood dreams come true is in the storeroom, hiding for them to seek.
Wire. Wire. Where do we find wire?
Colourful beads, timber offcuts, and even some fancy dress items to upcycle and repurpose.
Thank you. No problem.
Are you getting into character?
Yeah, I'm channeling my inner diva.
OK, ready to go.
Sorry.
For fantasy tabletop gamer Dom, there's pint-sized potential in an old wig and scarf.
The main one I've decided to do is Jack in the Box.
Oh, nice.
A 6mm Jack-in-the-Box made of plywood.
I'm going to have it like it's popped out.
Question for you, John. The wig.
I'm going to make the puppet have hair.
Ah, I like that idea.
For his Noah's Ark, Michael's honing a cardboard box for a hull.
I'm attempting to make the boat first and then all the tiny animals.
To impress the judges, it's vital our makers perfectly proportion their creations, shrinking them down to 1/12 of normal size.
I'm planning on making a load of historical animation toys.
And animation director Bexy is well placed to make them.
Hi.
Tell me what you're making.
You have a bird on one side and a cage on the other, and you twist these wires on the side.
Sounds like an eye test.
It's an optical toy, so it makes a bird look like it's inside a bird cage, but only when it's spinning.
Oh, I love this, because they didn't have iPads and they didn't have telly. That must have been amazing, mustn't it, spinning it and...
Yeah.
Oh, I might do that in my next show.
Sharon's eyeing up a similar idea. Zoetropes were rotating drums lined with images and a chance to bring a Victorian-born childhood favourite to life.
Is it going to have a drawing on the inside?
Yeah, I'm going to try and put some
funny men in there doing funny shapes, like Charlie Chaplin sort of thing.
Oh, my goodness.
My challenge is I want to try and get it to move inside. Whether I can or not, I'll try. I'll try my best.
While everyone is busy making their toys, polymer clay queen Nadia appears to be making dinner.
I'm making a stacking toy. I'm not sure what it's called. I'm going to make all the little rings really nice and colourful.
Yeah. Why have you decided to use a pasta maker with the clay?
Well, so that I get equal thickness for each disc. So they look more uniform. It's all for the effect, really.
Yeah.
I like a bit of precision in my work.
That's something that I'm striving for at the minute.
Nadia's not the only one stacking up hopes of a team leader spot. Elizabeth's cut her stacking rings from a hollow dowel. But Thomas is going pre-made, giving him enough time to start on a second toy, and he's chomping at the bit to impress.
Doing, you know, one of those hobby horses?
Oh, with the stick?
That one.
Oh, the chest, but that's such a good idea.
A decapitated chess piece and bamboo skewer? Hello, hobby horse.
I'm making an abacus. I might try and do a couple of other things if I can.
But for a self-critic like Beth, doing more than one toy in the time could be ambitious.
I'm just going to break it. My hands are shaking so badly.
Now, just hold your ears for a second. Hold your ears. Ready? Okay.
Yeah.
You've got half an hour. I mean, I'm loud. I'm really loud.
I didn't hear
it. Fine. Okay, that's fine. It's fine.
Dom's box now just needs a suitably sartorial jack, cunningly crafted from a scarf and wig.
Sandi, how are we doing? You all right?
All right. I feel like you're making toys that just my size. I'm guessing Jack in the Box. The box, mainly.
Your guess would be correct.
But it really fits in with the Victorian thing, because they were just beginning to do automata and things with moving parts and so on.
Yeah.
It's not actually going to work, is it? I don't want it to scare anybody.
It isn't, no. I think I'll be limited with my size for the mechanics.
For the mechanics of it, yeah.
So I'm just going to go for a post-pop look.
And what we'll do is the sound of a very small fright. Like,
yeah, small to match it.
OK.
In a world where size matters, Michael's going teeny with his toy ark. A big gamble.
So what's the hardest animal would be?
Probably the giraffe, just because of the neck. I'm scared that it's going to snap with how small it's going to have to be. It's going to have to be, like, less than a millimetre, yeah.
While Michael focuses on one toy, some of the others are sailing ahead. Nadia's now making a whole box of building bricks. And Elizabeth seems to be trying to fill the entire nursery.
Hello, lovely.
Hello.
Tell me what you're making.
OK, I've got a little yo-yo here in the making. I've got a stacking toy here, which will be rainbow colours. And then we've got skittles. But don't stand up.
Extraordinary.
This skittle was a banister.
This skittle was a banister is a great sentence. What was your favourite toy when you were a kid?
My doll's house. Come on.
Oh, come on. No, obviously a doll. I lived in a doll's house, so it's, you know, a little bit of a sensitive subject for me.
Why did I make so many?
Tinkering with toys is a miniaturist's dream, but doing it under time pressure is no child's play.
I feel like Santa Claus at the moment. 3 minutes left in the toy shop.
It really looks terrible. Can't believe the paint's not dry.
Still stuck on toy 1, Beth's abandoned all hopes of making any more.
I keep dropping mine. I think I'm going to have to stop. I'm going to break it.
Oh, my goodness.
Right, you naughty children, time to put your toys away.
Oh.
So which creations would vie for position in a Victorian nursery? That's for Laura and Willard to toy with.
Tough, that one. Yeah, not a lot of time. I'm happy with what I did there. I'm really happy with what I did, actually.
I'm a little bit worried about the judges' comments. We'll see.
I'll probably come last on this one. It's getting hard now.
In just 1 hour, our makers have created enough tiny toys for even the most demanding of Victorian children. The judges are looking for craftsmanship, quality design, and historical accuracy.
Oh, makers, this is so wonderful. So you all had exactly the same task. You had access to the same materials. Look what you've given us. You've given us a toy shop.
The top 2 makers will earn the team leader spot for the next stage of the challenge, recreating their vision for the entire Victorian nursery.
And I am going to say that I loved Michael's art. It is beautiful and elegant, but I am not a judge. It is not up to me. What was it that caught your eyes?
Dom, I daren't look at his face because it frightens me to death. I love the hair, and the handle there, and I love the skipping rope. So he's done 2 in 1.
Thomas, I think you've really captured the Victorian essence. I think it's really, really beautiful.
Thank you.
Betsy, it's ambitious. The detail's amazing. Even though it doesn't work, it looks like it's going to work.
Beth, I think it's beautifully made. You've shown real craft and quality.
Sharon, I'm not too concerned about it not moving. It does look good.
Elizabeth, I think it's really lovely and you've definitely captured the fun, but I wish it had a bit more finesse.
OK.
And there's a lot of fun in Nadia's one as well.
I wish I would have seen more technical ability from you, but I do like the fact it's very playful.
Well, well done all round, but it's the crunch moment. We're going to find out from Willard, first of all, your favourite toy and the leader of our first team.
Well, that jack-in-the-box is what you call quality, miniature craftsmanship. That's why, Dom, I choose you.
Well done, Dom. So we have Team Dom. We need our next team from Laura.
This person showed real innovation, great design and imagination. Thomas!
Yay! Team Thomas!
I'm slightly in shock, and I think it's actually taught me a lesson. It's taught me that simplicity works, rather than trying to overachieve.
I'm feeling chuffed. I said at the start of today it were either team leader or maker of the week, so I've got one of them. So yeah, I'm off at moon.
Well, our teams are going to have fun with this one. A Victorian-era nursery. It's child's play, surely. As well as being judged on how they decorate and furnish the room, there are some essential items they'll need to create.
So, what are we looking for in the completed room? Willard?
A pram.
A pram, OK. And clearly, we need a doll's house, right?
Absolutely. A replica of our doll's house, please.
Puppet theatre?
With puppets inside.
Indeed. And one more thing, Willard.
A rocking horse.
A rocking horse, OK. So we have our 2 team leaders. We have Team Dom and Team Thomas. Let's get cracking.
As always, both teams have been given a blank diorama to transform. A 3-dimensional scenic model 12 times smaller than a normal room. Even at that scale, the nursery is one of the biggest rooms in the mini mansion, and there's just 9 hours to fill it. Dom's already green-lit his colour scheme.
In my mind, I'm playing out a regal, rich green, clashing colours, so almost like hazely, arsenic green.
Each team member must take on one of the items the judges have asked for.
What's everyone feeling like building?
At first, I wanted to do the pram, but I know Beth's got a heart set on it, so I could do the puppet theatre.
So Beth takes the pram, Dom the rocking horse, leaving Nadia with the doll's house. Team leader Dom has a vision of dark green and muted yellow walls adorned with a picture rail, opulent lace curtains and oil lamp uplighting. In the corner will sit Nadia's doll's house, with windows carved out to match our mini mansion. Elizabeth will make red silk curtains to adorn her puppet theatre, and Beth will hand weave her pram. Dom's hand-carved rocking horse, hinged on a frame, will be waiting to be ridden in the middle of the room. Thomas's vision is for a tasteful, light-filled room.
Because the room is nice and big, with plenty of windows, I think if we could keep it fairly light, so it's nice and open and it'll show off all our pieces.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Who'd like to do what?
I'd really like to do the horse.
OK, Michael?
So I'm thinking the puppet theatre.
Thomas will make the pram and Sharon the doll's house. Team leader Thomas has decided on light-coloured walls adorned with patterned wallpaper and 2 colourful rugs will sit on the dark stained floor. Sharon's doll's house will take pride of place alongside Michael's mechanised puppet theatre. Bexy's rocking horse will be 3D printed, but she plans to add hand-painted detail. Thomas's pram will be parked on the other side of the room, ready for Nanny to take it for a spin.
OK, we ready to go to work?
Yeah.
Cue a good old-fashioned rummage for all things Victorian in the storeroom.
What kind of wallpapers are we looking at?
Little child.
I want to stick with the green.
Yeah.
Awesome, we're on to something.
Facing the other way, yeah, so we'll put it on and turn it round.
Everything they make must be a 1/12 of normal size, but you can't scale down accurately without knowing the life-size dimensions first.
Nadia, do you think that's too big for the pram?
I don't have experience with babies. How big are these?
With the nursery being so big, there's no dawdling allowed, and Thomas has dived straight into decorating.
Oh, that looks extremely Victorian.
Smells extremely Victorian too.
Well, you're not meant to smell it, really, are you?
Each room came with wood floors, and in this nursery, stains are most definitely allowed.
Oh, lovely. It looks great. This just looks like it's been worn down by the kids running around as well.
That's about 4 coats so far.
Dom's rocking horse is taking shape, and there's no reining in this woodworking whiz. 6 pieces of wafer-thin plywood will be glued and then hand-carved into a horse.
I'm hoping it just don't stick to bloody grips.
Michael is also in his element with his puppet theatre.
I have a theatre background, so making a tiny theatre is like my little childhood dream.
But this dream just got big, with complex plans for a revolving stage.
It's meant to be Alice in Wonderland, so it will be a black and white spiral to spins. It looks like she's falling down the hole.
Willard's expectations are extremely high, and he wants to have working, moving puppets.
Rival puppet theatre maker Elizabeth is showing signs of stage fright.
I change scale sometimes. I add little personal things in there, but I've got to really stick to the rules.
She's adapting a ready-made sideboard for the stage, but dispensed with any mechanics, though she has conjured up a whole backstory for her creation.
The theatre belongs to a little boy. He's a spoilt little child, very controlled, so the puppets might be mum and dad, and maybe when they're not in the room, he has a little play with them.
Nadia, are you getting on all right?
Yeah, well, the windows, they're not the easiest thing to cut out.
You can do it, though.
It's going to be a lot of work.
The judges want a replica of our magnificent mini mansion, which has 20 windows, and Nadia's not taking any shortcuts.
Got it. First one out. First window.
Sharon's had an idea to help simplify her doll's house design.
That's a good start, isn't it? Far too big.
Instead of carving windows, her speedy solution is to stick them on from a printed template. With the children diligently working away, I'm playing truant and heading to Essex to step into a Victorian nursery faithfully restored by English heritage. I've come to Audley End House, which in 1820 became home to the 3rd Baron Braybrooke, Richard Neville, his wife Jane, and their 8 children. Anybody else feeling a twinge for Jane's pelvic floor? This suite of rooms is where the children lived, played, and slept, all under the watchful eye of their live-in governess, who would prepare daily lessons of accomplishments, ranging from manners and decorum to reading and painting. Quite right, too. The Victorians invented shed loads of things, including childhood. They came up with the idea that kids, well, wealthy ones, ought to be allowed to play. Obviously, it had to be educational. I mean, take this rocking horse. Tremendous fun, but it also enabled boys to learn how to ride so they could get about. For the girls, there was the doll's house. Here they could play to their heart's content while also learning how to run a house like Audley End. This is the Braybrooke girls' original doll's house. I can see some wonderful things. A glorious double bed. A harp in the music room. Food being prepared in the kitchen.
and the nursery. A nursery in a doll's house in a nursery. Heaven. The makers are now 2 hours into their Victorian masterpieces. For his pram, Thomas is keeping it simple by creating the crib from flexible plywood. But simple isn't a word in Beth's vocabulary.
So I'm trying to put a wire frame into the pram part where the baby would sit, so I can weave round it to do a woven wicker pram. At the moment, they're not playing ball. They just keep falling down.
Flying high is Michael and his miniature paper puppets.
My mum always calls me Peter Pan,
Peter Pan?
the boy who never grew up.
Aww.
Most of us have Peter Pan syndrome. Me and Michael, we will never grow up. Playing with miniatures, arranging dioramas, feels like a childish escape, really.
Needlework aficionado Elizabeth is escaping to what she knows, embellishing her puppet theatre curtains with a zigzag trim called rick-rack.
Elizabeth, are you getting on all right?
I'm fine. Got some frills.
Rocking horse maker Dom is galloping ahead, transforming his 6-piece block of plywood into a 6-centimetre horse.
What do we think?
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Oh, you glued it really nicely.
Yeah, it's come out really flush, hasn't it?
Yeah, brilliant. Now you just whittle it down.
On Team Thomas, a decorating dilemma is brewing. Thomas wants one plain and one patterned wallpaper, or he thinks he does.
At this minute in time, I don't have a complete vision, but the way I work is I've got the basics, but my vision changes every so often.
And a good boss can always admit when he's wrong.
We need more. We've got to put one of them or that one, either that one or that one with it. Doesn't have to be big, but I don't think you should go completely plain. I think they look nice together. Have a look at it in the room. We need to break it up somehow. This one on the top, that one on the bottom.
Yeah, no, that's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Happy with that? You're the boss.
I would have chosen a different wallpaper, but I think listening to the others, that wallpaper actually works better. I hope that wallpaper works better.
On the other workbench, Dom and his team are heads down on their individual makes. But with just under 5 hours to go, they mustn't forget about decorating the nursery.
I've seen some of the things they're doing, and it is freaking me out a bit because they're getting ahead with things really quickly, so just going to have to really get our heads down. Yeah.
It's all play and no rest for our makers as the clock ticks down on their tiny Victorian nurseries. Michael's parked his beloved puppet theatre for the fastest bit of wallpapering I've ever witnessed.
Right, ta-da.
I mean, that's just showing off.
Right, Sharon, that's done.
On the other workbench, it definitely isn't done.
This is looking like a dog's dinner, Dom.
Not quite the effect perfectionist Beth was going for.
I could clean it off. I'm just trying to do it quickly because otherwise it's a time waster, isn't it?
How are you getting on, Elizabeth?
I'm in the world of frills.
Oh, yes. Elizabeth, now, wasn't it Laura who said that you needed to be a little bit more refined with your work?
Yeah.
Is that worrying you with this?
I've taken it on board, and in my head, everything is just perfect. In my mind.
Yeah. It's just getting it through to your
Yeah.
fingers and through onto the bit of wood.
Yeah.
Easy. Job done.
For his puppet theatre, Michael's made a revolving stage out of 1mm plywood, powered by an ingenious piece of engineering underneath.
I just hope I'm not going too detailed, that's the only...
No, Willard will love it.
It's definitely no play and all work for Nadia, who has a miniature mountain to climb with her doll's house. She's planning a hardwood facade into which she'll need to carve all the windows, but that's only once she's finished the structure.
Oh, okay.
What are you up to?
Well, I'm still making the base of the doll's house. Hopefully I can get it done and then start cracking with the front of it.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of work, especially with all the windows. It's gonna be tight.
This is the right idea.
Teammate Dom's hoping to nail the shape of his stallion with an unlikely tool.
I ain't got nail files at my house. And if I use my girlfriend's, then it'd be a slap right wrist, yeah.
Beth's using 1mm linen thread to weave her pram's bassinet, and it's painstaking work.
I'm not happy with it at all at the moment, and I'm worried about time. I'm going to be here till 3 in the morning.
You're doing well.
It's not fast to do this, to be honest.
Oh my God, that is unbelievable.
It's really hard this week, the fact that they have to reproduce our doll's house. I mean, look at it.
So Nadia clearly has the skills to do extraordinary details.
She's going to have to produce a little miracle.
Why do I do this to myself?
I'm so fascinated by the puppet theatre. Elizabeth, you had some concern about whether she would get the detail.
In the toy challenge, she didn't quite show enough finesse, so she really needs to make sure that she perfects the detail on the puppets.
So this has gone down a little bit smaller than I'm used to.
If you need me to help you at all, I'll be in a corner playing with a mini yo-yo, so good luck.
With the 3D printed pieces now glued and set, Bexy's horse is ready to rock.
And it clicks in. Are we happy with how that moves?
It's going to rock, is it?
Yeah, so I've just done the rocking mechanism now.
Ah, that is fantastic.
Thank you very much.
But for team leader Dom, there's no time to rest.
What's next?
Next, while these guys are cracking on with there, I want to get some more done in there.
One more bed done.
Our makers have just 1 hour left before the workshop closes for the day.
Oh.
Beth is making the wheels for her pram, but getting in a spin trying to make them work.
I've had trouble with the wheels because I used some bottle tops. Unfortunately, it hasn't gone to plan.
Perfecting his pram on the other team is Thomas.
OK, the wheels will work, but Nanny's not a great driver. The wheels are slightly buckled.
A little less obvious are the flaws Bexy sees in the acrylic paintwork on her horse.
To eye, it looks good. Through the magnifying glass, it looks horrendous. So I'm just trying to balance it.
Tomorrow, they'll have just 90 minutes to complete their rooms. Just the pint-sized pressure Sharon needs to get the wallpapering finished. But her second layer has exposed a problem with Michael's first.
Don't buckle in because the wallpaper underneath is not on properly. What we need to do is take the wallpaper off underneath it and put it back on.
They're wondering if they're going to have to take all my wallpaper off that I did this morning, which seems a little bit like a waste of an hour, but...
Need to be restuck.
Never use Pritt stick on walls.
With just 20 minutes until the workshop closes, Nadia has an ambitious plan to make window pane mouldings out of resin.
I probably didn't realise how hard it was until I actually started doing it.
As if hand-making more than a dozen window moulds wasn't enough.
I lost my piece.
If she doesn't get them filled before the end of the day, the resin won't set.
I have to cut another one. Oh my God, what pain is this? What fresh hell is this?
Also racing against the clock, Dom wants to get his wallpaper on so it can dry overnight.
It's not funny, it's not right.
But there's a tiny problem.
It's off completely.
It's a bit off, isn't it? If it's off, then it won't stick properly.
We're not going to get it done, are we?
It could be going better, but against the clock, we're all perfectionists. and we just have to get out of that mindset a bit. My biggest worry is everybody finishing on time.
Sorry, makers, the workshop is now closed for the day. Tools down.
After over 7 hours of painstaking work, time is up until tomorrow.
I think we'll get it done, but I have a feeling it's going to be in the last hour that I can actually see it all pulled together.
9 hours is never enough to get stuff done. Might look like an hot mess at end, but we'll have a finished room. We'll have a finished room.
It's a new day in our mansion, where the makers are channeling their inner child to create a tiny Victorian nursery that's big on detail.
It has to include a pram for the baby, a puppet theatre, I've mocked a little something up, the doll's house, and a rocking horse. I mean, it couldn't be simpler. It just all needs to be this big. I'm sorry, the baby needs changing. Thanks.
With less than 2 hours left to get the dioramas dressed and decorated, there's no time for horseplay. Unless you're Bexy, whose horse is testing her hairdressing skills.
Struggling with the hair.
Bexy's using milk protein fibre, a wool-like substance made, surprisingly, from a protein found in milk. But gluing such fine follicles can be fiddly.
Come on, mate, stick on.
So there's no need for Dom's wig anymore.
Oh, feel right back at home now.
Dom's also opted for milk protein fibre, tying it to some shredded rope to create a lustrous tail. And he's in the zone. But teammate Nadia is wishing she had more time. Spending so long on the windows hasn't left her long enough to add other details like the balcony and railings.
Oh my God, it's so hard to work under pressure. It won't have all the details, but it's like a work in progress.
Just trying to finish the bottom of the doll's house.
Sharon's doll's house now boasts a balcony, and she's stepped up to make a pleated paper staircase.
I need to put the railings up.
Looks lovely, actually.
On the other side of the workshop, Elizabeth's upcycled some dowel rods for her puppets.
Mum and Dad.
But such tiny tinkering has taken its toll.
Are you feeling confident about this challenge? Go on.
Not really.
Oh, really? Why?
I've never made a miniature puppet theatre before. It wasn't something that I really thought I'd ever make. The smaller you get, the more of that kind of thing you have to do. And this is smaller than I'm used to working.
You've got that finesse in you.
Teammate Dom's manicured the perfect mane. Straight out of the Sex Pistols.
It's like a wild plains stallion.
I'm loving the punk hairdo, if I may say so.
Do you know what? Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that's a horse from the 80s. 1880s, but
Absolutely.
nevertheless a horse from the 80s. And how's the whole room coming together?
We do need to populate it more. We're against the clock. Yeah, we're really against the clock.
I need to leave that to dry.
I hate to do this to you, but you've got half an hour. My lovely, half an hour.
Guys, we can do this.
Wow, I'm the most popular person in the room.
While Beth fashions some last-minute furniture,
I'm going to do a table for the toys.
Thomas's team are focused on getting dressed.
If we've got another light, there should be 4, shouldn't there?
Yeah, one of them's not working.
So I think we should have this chair, like, in front of the fire.
Okay,
Rock the
like
baby
that?
to sleep, yeah?
Nadia's doorless doll's house needs urgent attention.
Right, you need a hinge.
Yes, thank you.
Makers, you have just 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
We can do it. Final push.
It's too tidy, that is. It's too tidy. It needs to be a bit messy.
Yeah, I don't want it too messy, though.
They like stuff, lots of stuff.
Each team is using some ready-made accessories to set dress,
Oh, the toys. We need all our toys.
as well as the toys they made in the first challenge.
Guys, do you want to get it in now? Because I think we've only got 1 or 2 minutes left.
Nadia's doll's house makes it in with just moments to spare.
Right, room coming in.
Quickly, quickly, quickly.
Oh, no.
That's it. Your time is up. Put away your toys and games.
Well, we've done the best we can,
Yes, I
yes.
am.
We've done the best we can.
Well done.
Yeah, well,
Honestly, well done. I'm literally bubbling inside now, like mad last half hour, like everyone just flying around, but they've pulled it out. We've pulled it out of the bag. I'm really happy with it, you know.
You are?
Yeah.
I'm really happy.
Yeah.
We pulled it off.
I knew we'd do. No, we had a bit of a rush to the finish, the last 15 or 20 minutes, but we managed to all stay calm. I think everybody pulled together and we actually showed one another what we can do.
How the hell have we done that?
Magic.
It's now up to the judges to decide on the winning nursery. But before they do, I'm going in to play. I mean, look.
This really is a dream child's nursery. I mean, Thomas and his team have gone full out Victorian. There are 2 different patterned wallpapers. I really love that our mini mansion is a doll's house in the corner. It just adds to the realism of the room. Although, can I just say, I draw the line at being made small enough to get in that one. Of all the things that have impressed me the most, I think I like Michael's toy theatre best. This is how the Victorians recreated great theatre shows of the day in their home. Let's see what's on tonight. Bexy's rocking horse is so charming and playful, I almost feel I could feed it this apple from my pocket. Wow, I mean, that is realistic. What I really love is there's toys scattered all over the floor. There's plates on the table and books open on the desk. I mean, it's like the children have just run out to play. This has taken me right back to my childhood. OK, so not quite the 1800s. Well, Dom's team have definitely created a quintessential Victorian nursery. I love the craftsmanship of Dom's rocking horse. To think he carved that by hand and painted it from scratch. As for the mane, reminds me of Toya Wilcox. Now, I know Beth had a few problems getting the wheels on her pram to turn, but that weaving technique, it's perfect. Traditionally, these theatres would have been made of paper, but Elizabeth has chosen to make hers out of fabric. Check out Nadia's doll's house. I mean, the attention to detail is so impressive. She cut out each one of those windows by hand. The only downside being she ran out of time to add the pillars and railings. I do think these 2 nurseries represent some of the best work by our makers, and it's going to be a tough call for the judges. Welcome back, makers. Many congratulations. I have had the best time romping through the Victorian nurseries. I played with all the toys and had a jolly good sleep in the pram, so it was fantastic. Right, it's time for the judges' questions. Let's come on to the dolls' houses.
Nadia, what would you say was the hardest thing about building it?
The mansion had 14 windows in front, and that just took so much time to cut out each and every single piece.
Yeah, absolutely. Sharon, are you happy with how your doll's house has turned out?
It's a bit messy, but I think it does look like the doll's house.
It was definitely one of the hardest pieces that we've asked you guys to make, so well done on delivering.
So Dom's rocking horse, let's have a quick look.
Functional. Moves. Considering the time you had, it's incredible. Plus, it's hand-carved as well.
Yeah, it's all started as a block of wood.
Fantastic.
And Bexy's rocking horse?
I do like that. You've done a good job there.
And Willard, let's have a look at the prams, shall we?
Thomas's prams. Victorian with a capital V.
Thomas's does move, is that right, Thomas? The wheels?
It moves. Beth's pram, beautiful weaving. The scale is perfect. Does your pram move?
Not quite. Bit more time and I would have got it moving.
It looks good.
Alrighty. What do you think about the puppet theatres?
I love them. Michael, Willard was looking for functionality, and am I right in saying yours moves?
Yeah, the front of it, there's a turning wheel that spins.
Wow, it absolutely does. Elizabeth, does your puppet theatre move?
There's fabric at the back and you just put the puppets in the back.
Well, fun and games is over. Now it's time for the judges to do the deliberations. Why don't we all wait outside?
Willard and Laura must decide which nursery is top of the class and earns its place in the mini mansion. That team will be safe from elimination.
By far the funnest room yet. Each nursery looks like the children have just run downstairs to have their dinner. OK, and the puppet theatre.
I mean, this is fantastic because you can see all the little puppets going round.
Michael has given us a full experience.
I loved your rotating stage.
Thank you.
I wouldn't have even thought of that.
Elizabeth's is well embroidered.
The only thing for me is I would say I don't think the level of detail is quite there. It's just a tiny bit messy, like, see here.
Yeah.
What do we think of the prams, then?
Thomas's prop is beautifully made and the wheels turn. Beth's. I know the wheels don't turn, but it looks beautiful.
I think one of the hardest items that we asked them to make was the doll's house. In Dom's room, I really like that Nadia attempted to cut out all of the windows, but I think she was too ambitious. Willard, Dom has gone for this kind of mechanical rocking horse.
Everything's just made by hand. It's not easy to pick a winner, you know, it really isn't.
No.
Oh, makers, many congratulations on completing the third room in the renovation of our fabulous house. Unfortunately, of course, although you both did a fabulous job, we can only have one winning room, and it's time to reveal that now.
And the winner is Team Thomas.
Why, Laura and Willard, what was it about the room?
We loved this room. I wanted pattern, colour, all of the beautiful details that were in that room, the contrasting wallpapers above the picture rail and below the picture rail. You're like, yes, yes.
So we have our winning team, but we are also going to have our maker of the week. And Willard, who is it going to be?
The maker of the week goes to Michael.
Michael.
Well done.
So we've had the good news. Now the not so good news, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, we will be losing somebody, and Laura will be making that announcement.
Well, the standard was exceptional this week. You guys just keep getting better and better. If there's two people that I didn't feel delivered on the brief, that would be Nadia and Elizabeth. Nadia, I thought your doll's house was gorgeous, but I think you spent too long cutting out the windows. That didn't leave you much time to decorate the house. So it was a great doll's house, but I don't think it was an exact replica of our doll's house, which we wanted to see. Elizabeth, I thought that the colour was there. I loved the luxury red velvet. I loved the kind of the gold rickrack detail, and the puppets kind of worked. But we talked about finesse, and I don't think you gave me all the finesse that I think you've got inside of you. Elizabeth, you'll be going home this week.
That's okay.
Oh,
it's
Elizabeth,
fine.
I'm so sorry to lose
It's fine.
you. Oh.
I understand.
So very sadly, we say goodbye to Elizabeth, but the rest of you cannot relax because there's another challenge on its way to you.
I'm going home today. I am disappointed. I wanted to go further on in the competition, but you put it all into perspective. The standard was really high. I'm glad that I got this far, and I'm going to continue my work. I love it. I've learnt a lot.
I feel amazing after getting Maker of the Week this week. I felt like I put a lot of energy and a lot of work into the room, as well as my puppet theatre, so yeah, I'm really excited and happy.
It's week 4, we are halfway. There's only 7 makers left, but no time for sleepless nights. We are putting our makers' mini skills to the test of creating an Elizabethan bedroom. I'm hoping they're going to be carving a bed just like this, except, you know, much smaller so that I could actually get down. Guys!
competition is definitely heating up now. There's a lot of amazing makers.
I've not shown everything I can do yet, so I've still got a few tricks in the bag.
There you are. Hello, my beauties. Well done and welcome back. It's our 4th renovation challenge. We are truly turning this house into something glorious. Right, let's have a look at the house and see where we are making over this week. We're heading downstairs. We're going to a big empty space that is going to be transformed into a stately Elizabethan bedroom. Ooh.
The Elizabethan era, from the 1550s to the early 1600s, was a golden age of globe-trotting and prosperity that was reflected in homes. Still considered part of the Tudor period, exotic tapestries, Italian stone and intricate carvings were fashionable, with deep crimsons, sky blues and aqua greens the colours du jour.
It was the Elizabethans who really put the bedroom on the map, adding comfort and opulence to the boudoir.
Well, you say home comforting. I'm going to guess there's no mod cons.
No mod cons, no ensuite. So if you needed the toilet, you would have to go to the toilet in your bedroom.
Can I just be really clear? In a pot in the bedroom, OK, not just randomly. It's known as a gazunder.
Why?
Because it goes under the bed.
Oh.
Speaking of home comforts, that is what we are looking for. This is the very first part of the challenge. We would like you to create a bedroom accessory or accessories, which makes this an even more welcome place to rest your head. Willard, what might you be looking for?
Chamber pot, a candle holder, candlestick, you know, something like that.
Right. As ever, it is a solo effort. You have 60 minutes. Our 2 winners will go on to become team leaders as we renovate this glory that is going to be our Elizabethan bedroom. The time starts now. I'd head to the storeroom if I was you. Crack on.
Inside, tiny treasure ready to be transformed into the very best bedroom accessories befitting an Elizabethan.
That looks interesting. Seed beads are nice, aren't they? Great challenge. Really exciting. My head's buzzing with ideas.
Amazing. I love the Elizabethan period. This is my time period. This is what I love to do.
But not everyone is quite so enthused by the Elizabethans.
Because I didn't grow up in England, English history is all new to me. I have no clue about Elizabethan period, but I'm just going to try to make it look a few hundred years old and... No, not a few hundred years, sorry. When is Elizabethan period?
The key to original miniatures is resourcefulness and imagination. History buff Thomas has found just the thing to fashion some, fashion. Lace.
I've actually decided to try do an Elizabethan ruff with gloves and maybe an Anne Boleyn necklace. Anne Boleyn was just somebody I idolise. I think she's fantastic, even though she did lose her head.
This pleater is a popular bit of kit for mini-makers. Pushing on the pleater will give Thomas 1mm folds for his ruff that he'll hold in place with hairspray.
I think this is very, very difficult for them. There's such a broad range of accessories that they can give us.
There's one thing about the Elizabethan period, they was very good with the hands, handcrafted skills. There was no machine, so they had to be good.
And if you don't know about the Elizabethan era, then who knows what they're going to come up with.
Out of her comfort zone with the period, Clay Queen Nadia has turned to what she does know to craft her piece.
I'm making some candles. They're going to be candles that's just been used, so it's got to be a lot of wax around the candlestick holder.
Next, a tiny hole for a tiny wick. Bexy is also in the candle club.
I know how to make a candle with different materials, but I'm going to try and do something similar to that technique.
She's using this putty wrapped around a 1.5mm rod to make a mould. Once set, she'll inject with hot glue and insert a teeny tiny bit of cotton for the wick.
Oh, I can tell it's opulent. We got the gold out.
Absolutely. Just trying to get some nice gold details in there.
What you making?
I'll say prayer book.
OK.
Dom's divine book is made from card, which is covered in leather. The pages he's adorning, just 10 by 20mm.
Well, it's a renaissance of writing at that time, Elizabethans, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
Feeling a little bit of added pressure, having one Maker of the Week last week. I'm going to be making a few things. I've started a candlestick already, and also a prayer paddle.
A prayer paddle was effectively a medieval iPad, a wooden tablet bearing text, often hung from the neck or waist, used by children to learn to write. And a paddle smaller than a thumbnail calls for teeny tiny text.
Beth, do you think I should go with Lord's Prayer?
Yeah.
Or the alphabet one?
Alphabet.
Alphabet one.
Yeah. You can read it. It looks nice.
Even with the finest of fine liners, it's flipping fiddly. Having achieved success from keeping things simple last week, computer analyst Sharon is going back to bodily basics with her creation.
I'm making a chamber pot. I've got some copper clay. I'm using a piece of wood to make a mould.
The clay needs a spell in the oven to harden before varnishing.
And I might even put some pea in it.
On this occasion, Willard may not want to see quite so much detail.
So I'm trying to make some shoes. Not sure if it'll work, we'll see. Possibly beads and embellishments on them.
Magistrate Beth is putting her best foot forward. A 15mm shoe made from fine leather with a cardboard sole.
Dom, what is this oven for?
For baking clay.
Baking clay. Oh, I feel bad now because I've used it to make biscuits. Look at that, they look nice, eh? You have 15 minutes, 15 minutes.
I did
Are you going in there?
Yes. Thank you.
That's okay. I'll just go and eat these.
Nadia's candle holders were made of bits of jewellery, whereas Bexy has used a chess piece.
Do you want me to get you a chair? All right.
I had it over there because I was using hot glue and I just never got it back.
That's brilliant, isn't it?
Oh, thanks.
You've got 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
To stand out from the Elizabethan crowd, some makers have made extras. Nadia, pint-sized leather purses. Thomas, minuscule gloves. Dom, a shrunken-down stand for his prayer book. But Michael's quest for perfect tiny writing means he's not managed to make anything else.
Candlestick lamp, set in time. I just give up.
Makers, your time is up. Please put down your tools.
That was so hard.
Don't even look over here. It's rubbish.
Coming back strong this week, but I'm really pleased with it. Yeah, I love it.
I think I did the best I could in the time. I mean, I could have gone a bit further, but I thought, no, better not, just the way is enough.
I think it's one of the worst things I've ever made in my life.
All 7 makers have completed bedroom accessories suitable to entertain, adorn, light, and, well, relieve the teeniest of Elizabethans in their boudoir. But who's impressed the judges enough to take a team leader spot?
2 really did stand out for me. I really liked Thomas's frill. I thought it was a great design, really intricate, and I loved the lace.
Thank you very much.
And Dom, you literally told me a story. I love that you've given us a stand and a Bible. I think it's fantastic. I'm going to go for Dom. I think it's very intricate and it's just brilliant.
We have Team Dom. But we need another team. Willard, who is going to be your winner?
Right, Beth's shoes are absolutely amazing. If I was a bit smaller, I think I'd probably wear them. And also, Nadia, she put a lot of detail into a candle, and they look real. Nadia, you're my winner. The candle holders are just amazing.
Team Nadia. So I can tell you, Dom, that you will have, in fact, the people standing with you, you're going to have Thomas and Bexy with you. And that means, Nadia, you are already surrounded by Team Nadia. Your second challenge is to fully restore this Elizabethan bedroom.
We want a magnificent 4-poster bed.
I want to see a little fireplace.
Yeah.
Somewhere you can warm your hands.
Absolutely. And Laura, something else?
A writing desk.
Oh, yes. And because Nadia's team has got one more person, the judges have decided you also need to make a musical instrument. Willard, what are you hoping for?
I'm looking for style. I'm looking for craftsmanship. A certain detail.
I think I want something that feels quite detailed but has real purpose. Functionality is really important.
Quite right. OK, teams, there you have it. Best of luck.
I'm proper chuffed to be a team leader, especially in, you know, Elizabethan era. Obviously, my forte is kind of like medieval times, but there's still inspirations from that period. So yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really good.
I didn't really expect to win the mini challenge. I'm very nervous about doing this.
I'm a little bit sad that I'm not team leader. The Elizabethan period is a time that I really love. I felt like I let Liz down.
Both teams have identical empty dioramas to work with, 12 times smaller than a human-sized bedroom.
Dream team.
They have 10 hours to make some Elizabethan magic.
What does everybody feel comfortable making?
I'd really like to do the fireplace because I'd like to do it with a mould this time rather than 3D print.
Yeah? Thomas, what are you after?
I'm thinking I'd like the writing desk.
I think that works really well then.
Yeah.
Because I'd love to give the bed a go.
Yeah?
Yeah, perfect.
Look at that, that's so harmonious.
Dom has a charming rustic vision for his Elizabethan boudoir. Wood, glorious wood, with exposed floorboards, panelled walls, and Bexy's grand, ornate wooden fireplace, the focal point of the room. Dom's bed will be hand-carved, with additional carved detail at the back of the headboard. And in the corner, Thomas's version of a writing desk, a writing slope. All the rage in the 1600s, they were considered portable, so basically an Elizabethan laptop.
I want our room to be in the house.
Yeah,
it will suits me.
Don't be off-put that we're a 3 and we're against a 4. Less cooks, better broth, isn't it?
Best things come in small packages.
I live my life by that motto.
Dom's right at home with this era, but Nadia's got Elizabethan anxiety.
I have no knowledge about this period at all. I never studied history in this country, so I do not have a clue.
Actually, I think Michael would be really good at this.
I think Michael would be really good at it. What do you think?
I've loved the Elizabethan period since I was...
Oh, perfect.
I'd be happy to do it for you.
Thank you so much.
Good luck then. Boss?
Yes.
Yes.
So, with Team Nadia becoming Team Michael, he's straight in with a plan.
Is there anything that you want to make in particular, or...?
A fireplace I'd quite like to do.
Beth will make the writing desk, Nadia the musical instrument.
I think I know you want to do the bed, don't you?
I would love to do the bed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Michael's vision for his Elizabethan bedroom is theatrical simplicity. He's also opting for wood panelling and floorboards. But in contrast, Sharon will make a stone effect fireplace with ornamental detail above. Michael's showpiece for the room, his huge bed, fashioned on those reserved for royal guests, will be adorned with deluxe bedding and curtains. Nadia's choice of musical instrument is a lute, and like Thomas, Beth is also opting for an Elizabethan writing slope.
This is the wood I took. Said about.
What about these for the floor?
In the storeroom, everything our makers need to conjure up tiny Tudor magic. pint-sized period pieces, miniature DIY kits, and items they can recycle and repurpose to build their very own makes from scratch.
Should we have a look at the panelling?
Yeah. So this is the linen fold panelling.
I think, are we painting that brown?
Yeah.
Wood-panelled walls were an Elizabethan go-to.
They had the panelling on the bottom, didn't they?
Team Dom are using a simple style of panel they'll enhance with other bits they found in the storeroom.
Tudor rose roundels. In the top panels.
It's adding more detail to the wood.
Yeah.
Right, so you'd have the skirting on the bottom, you'd have the picture rail on the top just to give it more opulence, and then you'd have these, the roses every other.
Once that's painted wood, it'll work.
While Team Michael have found a slightly more detailed style of panel. They'll paint and fix to the wall as they are. Everyone is mucking in.
So you stipple it first to get into all the cracks, yeah?
Yeah.
Hopefully, if we're all working together like this, we're going to be really quick.
Yeah.
It's a nice colour, it really is.
Yeah, things were like more feminine and
Yeah.
like lighter and a little bit more playful, I think. I do think it's because it was a woman on the throne.
Well, I'm all for a woman taking the helm. So I've snuck away from tiny Tudor to visit Parham House, a life-sized Elizabethan mansion so magnificent, legend has it, Elizabeth I visited. If and when the Queen came for dinner, then I can tell you one thing with absolute certainty. She didn't go in this way. This is the tradesman's entrance. Any noble visitors would have come through this carved archway and into the Elizabethan Great Hall, where they'd be greeted by the family. The family installed what was known as a solar window so that they could spy on visitors arriving in the Great Hall. Is that woman off the telly? No, it can't be. The hall was not the only place where the family greeted visitors. This is the Great Chamber or bedroom. Now, today we think of the bedroom as a space for privacy, but in Elizabethan times, it was also a very important place for socialising. You would have visitors in here, you would eat, you would drink, you would work, you would sleep, and whatever else took your fancy. You know, it's hard to think of a more important piece of furniture to the Elizabethans than the bed. So important that Shakespeare mentioned it in his will. He left his second best bed to his wife, Anne Hathaway. Sounds a bit mean, doesn't it? What happened to the first best bed? Well, that was for guests. The second best bed is where he would have been intimate with his wife. That note in his will is actually a love letter to her. This was definitely a first best bed. The Elizabethan craftsmanship in this house is exquisite. And what I've learned is that our makers need to produce not a second best bed, but one fit for a queen. You know, about this high, blonde, maybe Scandinavian origin. No bed bugs, I think. Definitely, I don't want the bed bugs. Back in the workshop, my beds are taking shape.
Ooh, nearly lost my tackle then. Scalpel just dropped in my lap. What I love, medieval, Tudor, Elizabethan, anything that's still got a load of woodwork. It's my favourite medium to work with. I have made the base for the bed. I'm just making the posts for the four-poster bed.
30-year-old Dom is planning a bed that's 100% wood, with hand-carved tiny details on its 2mm posts.
Oh my God, look at Michael.
Whereas Michael is doing some ingenious, speedy upcycling. Coffee stirrers for his panels and a cardboard base.
Dom's a lot more good with wood, so I'm keeping it quite simple, and then I'm hoping the detail comes through with all the fabric that I'll drape on top of it.
Measuring at 28 centimetres in tiny, the bed would be 11 foot tall in real life, fit for royalty.
In Elizabethan times, they would often make a bed for the king or queen if they were coming to stay.
On Team Dom, Bexy's getting fired up.
So I've made a detail mould of a wooden fireplace. The mould has been made using 3D printing.
Techie crafter Bexy could have just used the 3D printer to make her fireplace, but she's keen to show off a more traditional style of making. She's filling the mould with a mysterious putty, which, when blended together, causes a chemical reaction to make it harden.
Builders use it to fill cracks in sinks. It's always so hairy when you're trying to get it in the mould.
Yeah.
It's quick drying, so for a flawless fireplace, she needs to get it into every crevice. On Team Michael, Sharon's also feeling the heat.
I'm trying to make a flame fire. I'm using one of these tea lights. I've taken the top off. So I'm going to add some hot glue to it, put some colour on it to make it look like yellow, orange, red flames. I think the fire needs to be right. It will be the centre of attention in the room, I believe.
To lull tiny Tudors to sleep, Nadia's making music with a lute, known as the king of Elizabethan instruments.
I'm building the back of the lute. So it's paper mache soaked in glue and water mixture. I'm going to cut out a piece of wood for the top and do all of the nice fine details.
On Team Dom, it's the moment of truth for Bexy's moulds.
Do you need a hand?
Oh no, it didn't work.
no.
It didn't work there.
The putty was too thick for the mould, which means she's missing the finer details.
Sometimes it's a bit of a gamble, isn't it? Shall we do it one more time overnight?
Stick another one in.
Bexy is keen to get it done before the end of the day. But just 30 minutes remain until the workshop closes.
Dom, maybe this fast cast is better. It's because it takes 10 minutes to set. Gloves, gloves, gloves.
Fireplace take 2, this time using a fast-drying liquid resin, which should get into all the hard-to-reach places.
You want it stirred in so it's all white, no swirls. Make sure you get the bottom.
But they have just 2 minutes to get it mixed and into the mould.
Feels warm, like it's reacted.
Warm, it's reacting now, yeah. So pour it.
A bit further. Yeah. OK. Should we just let it dry then?
Oh.
10 minutes?
Right. Hold up, I've got it there. I've got it now, if you...
Hope this works.
10 minutes, isn't it?
Right. I need to clean up this toxic mess now.
On Michael's team, Beth's in unfamiliar territory working with wood.
I can't get this to sit flat. I've got a ledge at the top. I just cannot get it to save my life.
Elbow grease and a nail file, just what every 6-centimetre desk needs. Time has crept up on the maker's first day.
It's amazing stuff.
Looks good.
It's a bit overflowed.
Just 10 minutes until the workshop closes.
I think we should have glued that on before those.
Oh, we'll have to sand it.
Michael's success last week has made him quietly confident, and his team have raced ahead with their room, giving them time tomorrow to focus on their individual creations.
I think it's important tomorrow to come re-energised and ready to finish the room.
Yeah, go for the top end there.
But Team Dom have run down the clock with their complex panelling and recasting the fireplace.
Go on, you put mould off and I'll let you turn it round.
You ready?
One small success, but there's a mountain to climb tomorrow to transform this unfinished shell into the Elizabethan dream.
At this moment in time, it's just a case of getting it all together. It's like putting a big jigsaw together.
I do have a challenge to do all this in the time.
But it's a new day in the renovation. The makers are creating an Elizabethan bedroom that would fit perfectly in that house.
Right.
Meanwhile, I'm just catching my supper. So far, I've got a cork. I'm confident that there's a bottle out here somewhere.
Bexy, you're on with trimming that off.
Yeah.
And I'll match these in here.
Yeah.
And then once that's done, you get some paint on it.
Well, I'll work on this until you call me to work on that
Right.
then. Yeah? All good.
Let's do this.
Team Dom are yet to paint their panels. The floor isn't in, and Thomas hasn't even started his writing desk.
Elizabethan's a gorgeous time period, but it's definitely one of the most challenging ones because of all the panelling.
For Team Michael, their room is almost complete,
For now, I'm going to pop this back on there.
giving them time to perfect their personal items.
Right, looks nice, doesn't it?
The neck of Nadia's lute is just 20 millimetres long, and true to character, she's leaving no detail unchecked.
So I'm trying to get it as symmetrical as possible, which that would be roughly the shape of the front of the lute.
The Elizabethans had a love affair with wood, which means our makers must perfect painting in 50 shades of brown.
The elements in the room will all be made of different types of wood, so it gives it a bit of variety, I think.
Beth plans to paint her desk a different shade to the table it will sit on.
I'm basically painting on acrylic and then wiping it off so that it sort of gives it an aged look, but need it to be quite dark because of the era.
Meanwhile, on Team Dom, Bexy also has her very own technique for a period paint job.
You start with a dark tone and you like cover the piece, and then you pick out some mid-tones, and rather than painting it straight on, you dry it off, in this case on my hand.
Obviously.
It pulls out all the raised detail and it leaves the dark detail underneath.
It really makes a difference, doesn't it? That is magnificent. It's very much how I do my makeup, actually. It's just a similar technique.
Same.
I've done the fire, and then I'm doing the fireplace now.
Sharon has made her fireplace using various patterned and textured card, but has ditched the brown for grey to look like stone. When playing with fire, it's key to check out the competition.
Right, how are you getting on?
Getting there.
Oh, wow. It's really nice.
It's early stages right now.
But I think it's a bit grand for a bedroom, though.
I'm not letting you get in my head. I'm just doing
I think it's a bit grand for a bedroom.
I don't think so.
How grand are you going for your bedroom? Because Michael's bed is very grand. So I would have thought yours would have been a grand bedroom.
Thomas has finally finished prepping the panels, leaving him 3 hours to whip up a writing box.
What I'm planning, it's a secret compartment in here. Just an added bit of interest in it.
Dom has used 7 different bits of turned wood to construct his bedposts, including existing banisters, dowel and toothpicks.
Yesterday, I did all the hard parts, so it's pretty much now, it's just like a jigsaw that I've got to put together. The only thing I'm a little bit nervous about is the textiles, because that's not my jam. How are you getting on? Oh, that looks nice.
Hopefully, once it's sanded, a bit sanding will be better.
It's tall, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's gonna be right up to the ceiling, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Might need to make mine bigger.
I'm in no position to comment whether size matters, but Michael's measurements have rattled Dom.
I think he's actually based it off Elizabeth's bed. She'd have had a big bed, wouldn't she? So mine's probably just some lowly lord who was just milling about on his estate every day. But if I'm being honest, I think there's a fair bit more detail in mine.
And detail is what miniaturists do best.
Do you think I should stick my feather in my ink now?
Yes.
Nadia? Oh, I can't pick that one up.
Thomas has gone for a writing desk accessory sure to get the creative juices flowing.
That's my lovely Thomas.
I'm doing good, actually.
Yeah.
With a couple of secrets in it.
Secrets?
Yeah.
Does it have whiskey in it?
I can try put whiskey in it for
You
you.
thought of something.
I'll try something.
You're my friend.
2 hours remain for the makers to complete their mini Elizabethan masterpieces.
We're really behind now.
Can someone give me another hand getting this paint on?
I've got one more curtain to glue in, and then I'm all over that.
On Team Michael, Sharon has finished her fireplace.
What do you think?
Oh, it looks gorgeous.
Right, let me go and do the window then, shall I?
Yeah. On Team Dom, Bexy's fireplace is also ready to be added to the room. But not until the room is painted.
This door is a nightmare, it won't paint.
Best not to mention the floor isn't in either.
It feels like a bit of a mountain at the moment. We've just got to do a really quick linen on the bed and then put some curtains up and then get on with the flooring.
Dom is having to rush the finishing touches to his bed to be in with a chance of finishing the room. Whereas team leader Michael can take his time.
And we're going with blue fabric because it's quite a royal colour.
I'm just trying to get the colour on the walls, but it's becoming apparent we might not finish on time.
I just don't know where it's all gone wrong.
There's around an hour left for the makers to finish their Elizabethan bedrooms, and no time to rest for Team Dom.
This is literally my worst nightmare.
Panels need painting, and there's a floor missing. But over on Team Michael, oh, they've got time for a spot of ironing.
Right, that's that done.
And is Sharon checking her emails?
Stretch it a bit more. I'm using this plastic sheeting to print onto a stained glass. And we're just going to place it on top of the window.
It's just Nadia still going on her individual build, an exceptionally detailed loot missing something essential.
Just putting the strings on, but once that's glued on, I should be done.
I hate to do this to you, but half an hour.
Team Dom have no choice but to dress their room midway through its paint job.
They're awful.
Get it done.
Yeah.
What's more, the bedroom is relatively small, making everything a tight squeeze.
Come on.
Let's get this finished.
Right, am I ready to put the fireplace on?
Yeah.
I'm actually pleased with something for a change.
Yeah, it looks great.
Let's try and cover it with a bit of tapestry.
No.
Do you want me to bring all your things over?
Yes.
5 minutes, my lovelies. Don't forget, if the furniture is not in the room, it will be going to a very tiny second-hand furniture shop, but not count.
Okay, where's my box?
Coming in centre.
What do we think about putting the bed in front of the window?
Yeah, do it.
Slightly on the diagonal. Because then they can see the back of it, which looks good.
My bed's going to have to go this way. It looks ugly the other way, I'm afraid.
Oh, nice.
It kind of covers everything, doesn't it?
Shove it in that corner.
Candle.
And the final touches, Elizabethan accessories made in the mini challenge.
Are we done?
Yes.
Forsooth, my lords and my ladies, time is up. Put your tools down. You're done.
Doesn't look terrible.
I'm a mix of emotions at the moment. Exhausted, ecstatic, tired, a mix of everything, really.
It was a little bit frantic at the end.
I'm pleased that we finished. I'm really pleased that we finished. I'm so proud of the team as well. Like, everyone's just pulled together in this last-minute effort, and yeah, I'm chuffed to bits.
Before the judges decide on the winning room, I'm going in for a little lie down. I mean, look, I'm supposed to be working after all.
So this is Team Dom's room. Now, I happen to know he absolutely loves this period of history, and I really think you can feel that. His team have totally captured the atmosphere of an Elizabethan bedroom. You can really appreciate the detail, from the dark oak panelling with the Tudor roses to the rich fabrics and, of course, the Gloriana that is this fabulous four-poster bed. Let's see if it's comfy. Oh, yeah.
It's sort of hard to believe that Bexy's whole fireplace surround was made from a mould.
I mean, from here, it looks hand-carved. I could stand and look at the detail for ages, but I do have another room to go and look at. Wow, that bed is close to the door. I'm not entirely sure it's positioned correctly. I mean, it's not exactly an inviting entrance, is it? I have to say, now I'm in the room, I do think it's absolutely stunning. I love the way the wood panelling sort of hugs the room. And look at the fireplace. That's a brilliant use of the stone to just lighten the room up. Oh, and so too does that magnificent stained glass window. I just love Sharon's fireplace. I do think Nadia's loot is fantastic, and I love Beth's writing desk. Those cast iron details are superb. Both rooms are so characterful. You can really see everybody is focusing in on the detail. I mean, I'm blown away. So, team leaders, it's time for the judges' questions. And we asked you for a range of bedroom accessories set in opulent Elizabethan boudoirs, and boy, have you delivered. So let's start with Dom. Overall, happy with the room?
Yeah, I'm very happy with the room. Without us three together, we wouldn't have come out with something like this.
The bed. Tell me all about it.
It's all made of wood. There's some carved elements in there. The posters at the end, they're an amalgamation of about 7 or 8 different wooden elements.
Whose idea was it to put the bed in that position?
Obviously, Bexy's fire is so beautiful. I didn't want the bed to be covering the fire.
Looking at Dom's bed, the fact that the back was carved as well, so it draws the eye in.
Bexy, this is the first time in the competition that we've seen you move away from your 3D printing, so are you happy with your craftsmanship?
I'm really happy because I learned so much about materials.
What I like about your fireplace, it fits that era. If you walk in some castles, you know, you'd look and say, oh, that's Bexy's fireplace.
Well done, Team Dom. Very good.
Thank you.
So, Nadia, how has it been with Lord Michael as your deputised team leader?
He's basically led all of us because he had a vision. So I'm so glad he was graciously enough to take on the role, so...
I'm really happy with what we've made, and I think everyone's work is just beautiful.
You guys have got the bed in a totally different position. Why have you put your bed there?
We struggled trying to figure out which would be the best way.
How do you make your bed?
Well, I'm not as great with wood as Dom is, so I found a lot of wooden balustrades and I constructed them up together, and then the main base of the bed is actually made of thick card, and then I pleated all the fabric to create all the curtains.
Sharon, you decided to go for a stone fireplace. Are you happy with how it's turned out?
Yes. We already had a lot of wood panelling, so I thought it'd be nice to do something different. And they seem to use a lot of stone in the bedrooms.
Judges, what did you think about the writing desks?
Fantastic, absolutely. A lot of realism going on.
I love how they both open and they've got such intricate, lovely accessories. The fact that you got a whiskey, I think, is quite unfair, if I'm honest. But
Just saying.
Very beautiful.
Well, I think it is time to let the judges deliberate and time for all of us to go outside.
Michael has really delivered, as he usually does, a very theatrical bedroom. I feel like they've worked really well as a team to kind of harmonise the room, but I don't think they have really thought about the functionality of the room. Why is the bed blocking the door?
Looking at this bed, it's very effective to look at, very effective. Nadia's loot, I mean, that's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. The fireplace, it's not quite Elizabethan enough for me.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yours is really grand and beautiful, and you've got the detail of the beautiful light-up fire and everything.
This is Beth's writing desk. Let's look inside. Ooh. I think it's beautiful, but I'm not sure why she's used 2 different woods.
Yeah, I can see where it's not quite matching.
And I wonder if she's used her time as effectively as Thomas has, because Thomas really helped everybody bring the room together first and then did his item. I think Dom's team have definitely delivered on the brief. The only thing I would say, there's not that level of finesse that we would expect to see.
You know, I mean, if you look at the fireplace, I mean, that looks real. I mean, that's drawn me straight in.
Yeah, and Bexy, she has really, really delivered.
The bed is handmade.
I think it's really in keeping with the era.
I think if anything, I'll probably get picked up on my textile work. That was my first go with fabric, really.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
Thomas's writing desk has taken a completely different approach to Beth's. There's nothing on the top, but there's
When you open it, it
an Aladdin's
reveals
cave.
everything, yeah. That is impressive.
Well, congratulations all round. I have no idea what they'll pick because I just think they're both magnificent.
We are halfway through the competition and we expect great things from all of our makers.
It's a tough one because they've both delivered.
It's probably the hardest week ever.
Here's my lovely teams. Overall, many congratulations on completing the 4th renovation of our wonderful mansion. There can only be one winner. Let's reveal the room of the week. It's Dom's team.
I love how Elizabethan it is. I think the colour scheme's great. I love the kind of the finish and the patina on the wood. It works really cohesively. I think you've delivered an exceptional piece of work this week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, many congratulations. So we have a winning room of the week, and now the spotlight falls on Maker of the Week. Willard, who's it going to be?
Well, back in Elizabethan times, you had to be great with your hands. The Maker of the Week goes to the Dominator.
Right, this is my least favourite part. Somebody will be going home. Laura.
I think the level of skill this week is absolutely exceptional. So it was really hard to choose a person to go home. This person gave us a really beautiful piece of work this week, but we feel that it just wasn't the best piece in the room. And for just that reason only, we're sending home Beth.
Beth, I'm so sorry. You have produced some beautiful things. Absolutely lovely. The rest of you, deep breath. There's 6 left. The competition is getting fiercer and fiercer. There's another challenge on its way.
It's just the way the cookie crumbles. It's a very hard decision for the judges. When I look back at the experience, I'll be able to see that I've done really well.
Beth is an absolutely amazing miniaturist. Another really talented person has gone.
I did it. I did it finally. It's given me a sense of like I belong in this competition. Yeah, wearing that's got my feet in cement now. Robert Moon. Proper Robert Moon.
It's week 5 and we are romping on with the renovation of our mini mansion. Now only 6 makers remain and we are setting them their biggest tiny task so far. We want a grand entrance. Nothing I like better than a magnificent entrance. Open the doors! Seriously, guys? Guys, can we just go through when I talk about my opening?
Feels great starting this week with a blue badge. Yeah. I think I'm still buzzing from it.
I feel like I'm getting calmer as the weeks progress, as I learn more technique, and that'll keep growing, hopefully.
I think at this stage of the competition, because we're halfway through, we're all going to have to up our games that little bit more.
Look at you all, you wonderful makers. Right, let's have a look and see where we are making over today. We are moving to the focal point of our house the entrance hall, and we are heading to the 18th century, to the glory that is Rococo. We want to create a welcome that is guaranteed to impress.
Rococo started as an artistic movement in early 18th century France. Think big wigs and even bigger dresses. Colours might have been muted pastels, but everything else was seriously OTT. The furniture was just as fancy, with elegant chaises longue to lounge on and exquisitely gilded console tables. Everything was as ostentatious as it could be.
They had a real passion for fun and flamboyance, especially the wealthy. This was a time for masquerade parties and huge celebrations.
Which brings us to the very first part of the challenge. The judges would like you to make an accessory for a glorious masquerade ball.
I'd love to see a mask or a fan, possibly a tiara. I really want you to wow us this week. Use your imagination.
I'm looking for an atmosphere of fun. I want to imagine it, envision it. I want to be there.
As always, solo effort, time trial. Raid the storeroom to create your accessories. Let's get started. You've got 60 minutes. Crack on to the storeroom.
To get their Rococo ball rolling, the makers have an assortment of treasures and trinkets to fashion something fabulous.
Thinking of making a feathered tricorn hat.
Ingenuity is the key to originality.
I think I'm gonna do a wig. Maybe with a boat on it if I have enough time.
Bexy's not the only one with wig intentions.
I'm looking for pastel-coloured feathers.
No, I'm going to go bold with
You're
this.
going bold?
Yeah, I'm thinking blues, greens.
Michael and Thomas also plan to let their hair down with a Rococo-style wig. Tabletop gamer Dom plans to make his three-pointed hat from felt.
I'm not too familiar with working in fabric, so I'm trying to push myself out of my comfort zone a little bit.
But Dom being Dom, wood is his go-to, so he's starting his felt hat by shaping a wooden mould.
Yeah, so I've just got a bit of balsa dowel, just trimmed top off, and I'm just rounding it off to like a basic dome shape to mould the hat around.
Already got hairy fingers. Great.
Animation director Bexy is hoping to raise hairs with some childhood inspiration.
When I was a little kid, my nan had a hair salon. She had this vintage book of hairstyles, and one of them was the Rococo big wig. So I'm going to try and do that, but I've never, ever made a mini wig in my life, so it might be a hot mess. We'll see. At the moment, I'm trying to get a beehive going on.
Bexy is using hairspray to add texture and volume to the hair, much like she would her own. Whereas Michael will use a hidden help with his bouffant.
I've decided to make a giant pompadour wig, but I'm going to make a structure underneath first in card so that the hair can go over on top of it, so it's got some more support.
Michael's wig may be giant in his eyes, but it's a teeny 3 centimetres.
The flamboyance of the Rococo was something that wasn't just about the interior, it was about the clothes, the decorations, extravagant everything, so that's what I'm going to try and capture today.
And talking of extravagant...
I think I'm being a bit ambitious again.
Fellow wig maker Thomas is going so big, his heavy hairpiece needs a lift.
They would have had somebody walking behind them and just to support the wig. So basically, that's the shape. So you would have shoved that in under. Imagine that's the hair.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Just to hold it up. Be handy if you had a couple of sherries, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
South Walian Sharon has made a tactical decision not to wig it. She's hoping to cover herself in glory with a cloak.
Oh, some bling. What are you making, sweetie? Dress fit for me.
It's a cloak for a glam lady, so she can protect her clothes and her wig.
Have you ever been to a masquerade ball?
No, I haven't, no.
A lot of the time it was nuns and priests who dressed up so that they could have a bit of, you know, hanky-panky. Well, I think it looks lovely. I think you could swirl that around you. It's beautiful.
Last week, Nadia won the mini challenge, but daunted by the Elizabethan era, she handed her team leader spot to Michael. Today, she's back on her A game and aiming for crowning glory with her masquerade miniatures.
I'm making a tiara and some accessories to go with it, like matching earrings and hopefully maybe a few tiaras, actually. But I'm going to make it look really, really luxurious. This is, just from a lace.
All finished with some typical Nadia flourish.
I'm hoping to put like a layer of UV resin on the lace so it hardens and gives it like a nice clear top. I find this is a very fun challenge because I get to test out a technique that I might never have actually thought about.
What are you making?
A tiara.
Tiara. If you win with this one, are you going to be the team leader?
Good question. Yes, I'll give it a go.
Yes!
Yes.
I mean, I think it would be amazing. Go for it. Pexie, it's me. You've got 15 minutes. Okay. Do you recognise me? No.
No, not at all.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Rhinestone.
Dom's tricorn hat is missing a brim, which he'll set in place using hairspray. Something Bexy might need to tame her mane in miniature.
I won't keep you because I know we're up against the time, but ooh, it's like a hairstyle for yourself.
It's a bit messy, but it's really hard.
OK, what's the hardest bit?
Like rolling it up and keeping it neat.
Yes, but rolling hair up and keeping it neat is like your thing.
I'm good on a big head, yeah,
Right.
but a little
OK,
head.
little tiny head
with
like that.
glue involved and time not in your favour. It's...
I think that's what's wrong with hairstyles today. There's not enough glue involved.
Yeah.
Right, keep going, keep going.
Bexy is using synthetic hair extensions for her weenie wig. But for Thomas and Michael, the secret to scale on their mini mops is fibres from milk protein. When spun like silk, it creates strands 5 times finer than a human hair.
It's taken a long time to cover the frame that I've made with the hair. The hair's a little bit flyaway, so it's hard to keep it under control, but I'm hoping once I get more layers on that it will be fine.
Rococo enthusiast Thomas is proving quite the coiffeur.
Candy floss for the party.
Exactly, and I'm wearing most of it.
Wow, I mean, that looks very Madame de Pompadour, which is entirely appropriate for the time. That is definitely big. I mean, you could hide a bottle of whiskey in there. I'm not suggesting you should, but you could.
No, we done whiskey last one.
Yeah, oh.
We do peacock this time.
Oh, that's fantastic. I love that. One of those great big things in the hair. Keep it up, keep it up.
Thank you very much.
Have it a ball, but you've only got 5 minutes to make it happen.
Oh, my God.
Plenty of time for the all-important finishing touches. Nadia's magicked up a full Rococo range, adding a tiny gemmed choker and minuscule earrings to her accessories. But will quantity compromise quality?
Bend.
Probably fall apart.
C'est fini, mes chéris. That's the end, my beautiful lovelies. Pop your accessories down on the table. Thomas, I'm talking to you.
Only 2 makers will earn team leader spots for the next part of this week's challenge.
I don't want to touch it.
I think me and Thomas, loving this era, have had a little bit of a wig off today.
I think my wig sort of followed my mantra, go big or go home. Really am pleased with what I've just made. Oh, I'd absolutely adore to be team captain this week. Perfect era. Love Rococo.
I'm definitely not going to be picked for a team leader this week. Have you seen Thomas's wig? It's the most incredible thing I have ever seen in my life.
6 makers have fashioned accessories fit for a tiny masquerade ball. With teeny tiaras, a lavish mini cloak, a tiny tricorn hat, and 3 weenie wigs.
Judges, I wonder if you would like to have a closer look.
Which maker will prove to be the master of disguise and impress the judges enough to be chosen as team leader?
Well, tricky one, I think. Laura, what's caught your eye?
Well, they're all absolutely gorgeous, but I think the 2 that I like the most were Bex's. A great piece full of your personality. I love the red touches and the beautiful feather. It would have been great if it had pink hair. That would have been really fun, but I really, really like it.
Oh, thank you.
And then my second is Thomas's. Wow, this is excellent. There's an actual bird in your wig.
Right, you have to pick a winner, I'm afraid. Who's it going to be?
I think it's going to be Thomas. Great use of colour. I love the gold. You've kind of whisked me away with this really small, beautiful wig. I loved it.
So we have Team Thomas. Willard, what caught your eye?
I like Michael's. I like that little hat on the top and the feathers. And also Nadia. She never ceases to impress me. She's always coming up with a detail.
Willard, who's it going to be?
Nadia.
Nadia, Team Nadia. So we have our team leaders, and I can tell you that Nadia, on your team, you will have Dom and Sharon, and Thomas, on your team, you will have Michael and Bexy. So we move on to the second part of the challenge, which is renovating the entire Rococo hall. This is time for some ostentatious showing off. Let's just find out what the judges want to see in the entrance hall. What's the first thing that you're looking for?
A wall mural.
A wall mural, OK.
With as much detail as possible. Really bring this to life.
What else?
A classic console table, please.
It's one of the iconic pieces of the era. Please tell me there's going to be a chaise lounge.
Absolutely. I will need a lie down after that masquerade ball.
All of this has to adhere to the Rococo era. So what does Rococo mean to you, Willard?
To me, full of elaborate detail and full of life.
I want you to really inject this hallway with the Rococo spirit of entertaining and really show off.
Right, are you ready? I would get planning if I was you.
I've been to Paris a few times and I've visited a lot of places with this French Rococo style. So I'm a bit more confident about the style and the design for this era.
Have you got an idea for the floor?
I was thinking the Versailles parquet. I think for me, an entrance hall is like exciting because it actually sets the tone for the whole doll's house. I can do marble, I can do gold, I can do everything else.
Both teams have a blank diorama to work with, 12 times teenier than a life-size room.
It's going to be a challenge, isn't it, with the size of that room?
And for the first time in the competition, the makers will take on essentially 2 rooms, spanning 2 floors. But this time, Nadia's anything but intimidated by a Rococo renovation.
So guys, Rococo is actually something I'm slightly familiar about. Every piece of furniture has so much detail in it. We have to have all of that in miniature. How about the pieces to make? Who wants to do what? Sharon?
I can do a basic painting.
Yeah?
I can add texture, clouds, trees and plants, but I can't do people.
So you want me to do chaise lounge then?
So I can do the table then.
Nadia's Rococo vision is 2 floors of mint green with muted gold effect plasterwork, inspired by her trips to Paris. On the ground floor, guests will be greeted by Sharon's murals on either side of the grand staircase. There'll be black and white flooring, and upstairs, Dom's chaise lounge will take pride of place next to Nadia's console table. Both floors will be lit by wall-mounted candles with a chandelier on the ground floor. And on Team Thomas...
Maybe turn us into, like, cherubs and...
Does that mean you would like to do the murals?
It would be a good challenge, and I think I could pull it off.
Michael?
So I'm happy to take the chaise lounge.
That's no problem at all. And I'll do the console table then. Did I mention we're using gold?
Yes.
I think you did.
Thomas's strategy is to go bold, with pink walls for the wow factor, adorned with intricate, rich, gold-painted plasterwork. The perfect framing for Bexy's murals. Like the opposing team, Thomas is proposing a black and white marble effect on the ground floor, but upstairs he's opting for a French-inspired parquet. Thomas also intends to create 2 console tables, one to house his winning peacock wig, and the room's centrepiece, Michael's chaise longue. A space like this would usually take the makers weeks of painstaking work. We're giving them just 10 hours in total. They'll have the whole day tomorrow, but for now, there's just a couple of hours before the workshop closes.
Is this gold still okay, Nadia, or...?
This is the classic gold, is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
On Team Nadia, Dom has started by painting the existing decorative moulding in the room.
The walls are going to be done by the end of the day. Once you get the floor and the walls done, everyone feels at ease then, but everyone just gets so enthralled and into their own build, it kind of just goes out the window. So we're nipping it in bud and we're just cracking on now.
Across the workshop and also tackling the walls, Team Thomas have no intention of reining in their Rococo.
What about that colour?
I like that one.
Yeah. I think there's a lot more emphasis on the walls and the floor because they're a lot more visible.
With this challenge, we've actually started off fairly well. We've got our plan together. We've got our first coat of paint on the wall.
What colour would you say that pink is? What shade?
Fabulous.
Oh, I like that.
New shade.
Yes.
With Team Thomas in the pink, I've snuck away to see firsthand what it takes to create a grand first impression. It's been over 450 years since Britain's brief love affair with Rococo. And one of the only surviving examples of a Rococo entrance hall is here at Powderham Castle in Devon.
Welcome to the glory that is Rococo. Not something you say very often in Britain. It was very much a French thing. It started in the early 1700s. If you like, Marie Antoinette was the poster girl of the movement. It was about being sensuous and overindulgent, which is ironic because Marie Antoinette did not consummate her marriage for the first 7 years, and she was entirely teetotal. Doesn't matter. Rococo was all about making an impression.
The French Queen may have embraced Rococo, but the British were a little more reserved. It took a few more decades before Rococo scaled fashionable heights here.
In the 1750s, this grand entrance hall was created. It was designed in the Rococo style and remains one of the finest examples of that movement in the whole of Britain.
These wall scrollings are overflowing with personal decorative motifs, musical instruments, wildlife, and hidden symbols of high society.
The term Rococo comes from the French word rocaille and basically means bits of broken shell and rock and so on. It was originally designed for garden ornaments, so when they brought it inside, they took nature with them. Some people thought it was a little bit over the top. In fact, the French philosopher Voltaire called it superficial and degenerate. I mean, who doesn't want that?
Rococo was all about showing off. It was grand and it was theatrical, a style without boundaries. For our makers, it's basically a license to wow. Back at the workshop, the wow factor is still a work in progress. And with pastels being key to Rococo style, Team Nadia are keen to get the right shade.
So you used a bit of sap and a bit of pale?
Yep. Maybe 1-to-1 ratio of those two greens, but lots and lots of white.
The team are also preparing oodles of wall scrollings, which can't be added until the walls are painted.
But we'll try the first coat and then let it dry and see how it looks.
Rather than using the scrolling supplied in the storeroom, on Team Thomas, Bexy is mass-producing her own, using a clay cast filled with quick-cure resin.
I would usually spend a week designing a frame in 3D and then print it, and it would be perfect, but a bit too perfect.
Speaking of perfect, Nadia is inspecting Dom's paint job.
Yeah, it's really hard to get it not streaky.
Yeah. We should have sanded it first before we painted it, and then the paint would sort of like stick better and be less tricky.
But do you know what? It is what it is.
Now, pillars. Are they going there?
Yeah. Yeah.
This works for me.
So far, it's all go with all things Rococo. Both teams have managed to get paint on the walls, but tomorrow brings a tall order to finish.
Right, my lovely half-dozen makers, that's it. The workshop is closed for the day. Take a deep breath, put your tools down.
Initially, because the room is twice as big, we were slightly overwhelmed, but we broke it down into different sections and decided who was doing what section. And it doesn't seem as bad now.
We're short on time. We're getting close to wire, but we've made some really good progress.
It's a new day in the mansion, and the makers have been tasked with designing a Rococo entrance hall. The hall has got to include a curvaceous console table, the ever-essential chaise longue, and a magnificent wall mural, which might include a trompe l'oeil, a trick of the eye. Nice.
Refreshed and raring to go, our makers have until the end of the day to create an outrageous entrance hall, Rococo style.
Good luck, guys.
So the whole Rococo thing grew out of King Louis XV of France's court. Do you know what King Louis XV's favourite breakfast cereal was?
Oh, no.
Rococo Pops. OK. Anyway, what are you expecting?
So there's not a lot of furniture, so they really have to decorate the walls. We want soft pastel colours, I want really great mouldings, plasterwork. The only thing this week is time is not on their side. It's the biggest room in the house, and there's only 3 of them working on the rooms.
But I think throughout the competition, like, they've learned various techniques.
Yeah.
Sometimes people can do what you least expect.
I think it is thrilling to see that Nadia has finally got the confidence to lead a team.
Yeah, because, you see, sometimes when people haven't got the confidence, they think that until they get a bit of encouragement, then they find it. And I think she's going to surprise us.
What colour the banister's going to be?
It's going to be white, and the banister, maybe if you can get it really nice, dark and glossy.
On both teams, the pastel paint jobs are done, which means time to crack on with their personal items.
Stupid thing.
On Team Nadia, nervous painter Sharon has gone to the storeroom to focus.
I was really worried about having to do the mural. I've never done one before.
She's planning 3 murals, 1 in each of the downstairs alcoves and a large centrepiece above the stairs, featuring her nemesis, people.
I'm not very good at painting people. I'm just going to trace around some images like decoupage. Just trying to get the right colour, really, so it matches the skin.
By comparison, Team Thomas's muralist Bexy is happy to get stuck in.
I'm a confident painter. My mum trained me since I was like 5. I'm not like amazing, you know, not Sistine Chapel, but somewhere in between.
On a slightly different scale to the Sistine Chapel, Bexy has painted tiny cherubs with familiar faces.
So I've created some artwork where I've drawn like some cherubs, but I've put mine, Thomas's and Michael's face on it. I have covered them up a little bit because I think that's more appropriate.
Bexy may be on cloud 9, but Michael is once again battling with a piece of furniture.
I decided to have a go at the chaise longue this week. I don't really make much furniture, so it's going to be a challenge for me.
And much like last time, it's the Dominator he's out to beat.
I am very aware now, it does look like I'm filing my nails. I'm not filing my nails. I am currently sanding and shaping the arm of the chaise lounge. How do we say this? Chaise lounge? Chaise lounge? Long one-armed sofa. That's what it is pretty much, isn't it?
leader, Nadia, is turning to a tried and tested material for her teeny console table.
I wanted to have a marble effect. I used some oil paint and some liquid clay, and I chopped up pieces of white clay together. That's the effect that I got. And I'm going to give it a very glossy finish, a high shine, so it looks like expensive marble.
You're halfway through. You're halfway through, my pitties.
Team leader Thomas is also in charge of the console table. But he's yet to make a start. He has spent all morning going for gold.
Now I still have about 45 minutes to an hour to do on it. Normally, if I'm doing a room myself, I will do the room first and then worry about furniture, because I know exactly when I see it what needs to go into it.
But Thomas is used to working on his own and is not used to delegating.
Thomas has a vision for the room and he's not sharing it with us, so that approach is not helping right now.
All Bexy and Michael can do is focus on their own items. With his plywood frame finished, Michael must now upholster. He's padded out the back section with wadding and covered it with a familiar favourite.
I've decided to go for my old faithful fabric again. It was natural fibre, which is really good for miniature when you're gluing, because the glue doesn't show through.
But he can't glue it all. For the indented look he's after, Michael must hand-stitch this 4-centimetre seat pad, pulling the fabric back at intervals in a technique called button backing.
I'm going to push myself out of my comfort zone and do some upholstery.
Dom's going for the same effect, but he's using pliers and pins to live the Rococo dream.
I'm not blowing my own trumpet, but I'm happy with that, and I showed Nadia and she just went...
Getting there. Looks really good.
On to the console table, and Thomas has a shortcut in mind, so he can get back to working on the room ASAP.
I'm going to be doing the base, but I'm going to be doing a good lot of kit bashing as well.
A kit bash, as it's known in Tiny World, is mixing and matching bits of pre-made miniature furniture to create something new.
So I just want to try change it up a little bit, but not enough to get me sent home, I hope.
Working with Thomas and seeing how quickly he works and the creative ways he uses objects and modifies them, I'm finding that really inspiring.
On Team Nadia, her table is taking a little longer. She's finished her marbled top, but needs impressive legs to match.
It's very hard to do furniture that actually doesn't wobble.
Keeping busy, Thomas is on to the next job, the flooring. His rivals have gone for a basic checked laminate, but not Thomas. Oh no.
I hope I have time to get it finished. Once I get the pattern going, I should be all right.
He's perfecting a miniature parquet for the top floor, one strip at a time.
I'll finish that floor. You do the chandelier.
You give me 10 minutes and I'm done here.
OK. I feel like with any party, there's a lot of stress beforehand, and at the end it's OK, so I hope this is OK.
On the other workbench, Sharon's murals are almost ready to hang. She's used a technique called pointillism, where small dots of colour are applied in patterns to create an image.
I'm happy with the mural. It is a big challenge for me. I have painted before, but nothing like that. I had to try and get that mural to tie in with her colour scheme. It works well.
No Rococo mural would be complete without extra lashings of gold.
I'm going to put it
same level as the others, yeah. Nearly finished.
Nearly finished.
Less than an hour remains on this week's renovation, and neither of the teams have any banisters in their Rococo entrance halls. We can't have Madame de Pompadour toppling off the stairs, now can we?
It fits perfectly as well, does that? Give me like 15, 20 minutes and I'll have this done.
Sure.
On Team Nadia, Dom has definitely got the measure of his tiny banisters.
I'm really happy with this. There's just this room in general.
Across the workshop on Team Thomas, Bexy is less chipper.
It's a nightmare.
It is an absolute nightmare. Who can make these stairs? Not me, because I've never done this before and it keeps failing.
Right, let me in there then and finish it.
We've kind of left a lot of things to last minute and we're now going to struggle.
The teams have just 30 minutes to finish their grand entrance. It's all go with Rococo. Thomas is now in the staircase zone, and he's going solo. Until he's out, his teammates can't add anything else to the room.
I'm going to come back in 5 minutes and then we'll dress the room. 5 minutes, Thomas. 5.
Come on, getting this on.
Never have to work this quickly before in my life.
Operation Reinsert Top Floor is at a critical stage for Dom. Now there are lights and flooring to contend with.
Happy with that. That looks bloody ace, does that?
That looks beautiful, doesn't it?
On Team Thomas, it's the moment of truth for the stairs.
That looks good. Well done.
Just give me 1 second.
Well done for getting that on.
No, I didn't know you hadn't done it before. Other than that, I would have done it.
And with the banister in position, Bexy can finally add the first floor.
No, hang on. Let me do that.
They've got just 10 minutes to finish off and get the final bits into the room.
No, we just need to get stuff on now, lovey.
With going Rococo, people, if it's not in the room, it can't be judged. 5 minutes, my lovelies.
Your console table's next.
Some more lights.
And for a successful celebration, they mustn't forget their masquerade ball accessories.
That's it. Take a deep breath, put your tools down. The challenge is over.
And
right, step away.
Step away.
Well done, team.
The hardest one so
Well
far.
done.
Oh, well done, Dom. Well done, Sharon. Thank you so much, guys. I'm very happy, actually. It was a final push towards the end, and I think we pulled it off.
I think we've done our best to win. I hope we do win.
I was really out of my depth with Rococo, but quite like it now. Might do my front room like it.
Well done, Thomas.
Well done, both of you. At this minute in time, I just want to sit down and have a coffee.
Very stressful, especially at the end and the beginning, actually.
I love pink, and I love gold, and I love cherubs. It looks like a party house.
Willard and Laura will judge which hall measures up Rococo style. But before they do, there's a grand entrance of my own I want to make.
Oh, I mean, the judges asked for a statement entrance hall. Well, there's no question that Thomas's team have delivered. I am telling you, there is nothing shy or reserved about this. I mean, this is princely perfect. Apart from, and I'm being picky here, I do wish they'd finished the stair carpet. This is the first time the teams have been asked to work across 2 floors, so they've mirrored what's happening downstairs, upstairs. Chaise longue wasn't for sleeping on, it was for, I don't know what you call it, longing on, you know, 18th century chilling. It's very firm. Well done, Michael. I believe that's how they liked it. I mean, I imagine. Rococo furniture was always extravagantly embellished, often combining different materials in one piece to enhance the appearance. And in many ways, Thomas's console table does just that. Just not sure that it's as cohesive as he would have liked. The peacock wig, however, is perfection. The Rococo style is famous for its gilded glamour, and this room absolutely showcases that. I mean, have a look. Nadia's design just keeps it light and airy. The pastel shade of mint green really sets off all the added gold effect plasterwork. It is delicate and elegant. Nadia's team have placed Sharon's murals in the back alcoves. This makes the most dramatic space. I mean, it's crying out to host a masquerade ball. Right, let's see if upstairs is as nice as downstairs. So theatrical. The chaise longue ought to have curved legs and sensuous shapes, and Dom's work is a very fine example of that. It's just missing a book. Nadia's console table looks great up here. I love the marble effect top. It really elevates the piece. Turns out, I like Rococo better than I thought. But it's up to the judges. Welcome back, makers. So, team leaders, it's time for the judges' questions. Let's start with Nadia's entrance hall.
How did you get the marble finish on top of the console table?
I created my own blend of polymer clay to get the marble effect, and I did buff it just slightly on my apron just to gives a nice shine.
Great.
Yes.
Dom?
I love that you hand-carved the whole piece, but how did you kind of create the button back?
So I used small pins to actually pin it in place onto the wood and to create the button back. So I'm very happy with that.
What about the mural?
It took more time to plan it, really, than to actually do it. Because it's behind the stairs and you can't really see it very well, I tie it in with the alcoves as well.
Thomas, you used lots of components to build that table, didn't you?
I did.
Can you tell me about it?
Yeah, I done a bit of kit bashing with it, which I don't normally do. Normally I'll build from scratch. But that was just a pure accident. I had a completely different idea in my head, but I just happened to put my hand on something and it just bent really easily. I just thought, oh, that'll work.
Let's come on to Michael's chaise longue.
It's the first time I've ever really used wood to make furniture, so it's completely made of wood.
Are you happy with how it's turned out?
I am, yeah, I'm really happy with it.
Bexy, I love the fact that you've put your teammates in the cherubs. That was really great.
Well, I saw that there were some Rococo rooms with like cherubs flying in the sky, and I really wanted to try and capture that. I just thought it'd be nice to put a bit of us in it.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right, I think it is time to let the judges deliberate. Come outside with me.
Team Nadia's room, I absolutely love the colour palette. I was a little bit worried about that green at first. I really like those gold touches.
What I do like about it...
It's not too
It's
cluttered.
not too busy, it's not too cluttered. And Dom's chaise longue, I can see where the stain didn't grab the wood. That's probably down to glue seeping into the wood. But at the same time, it's beautiful, beautifully made.
Who knew you're going to turn into the fabric guy?
I know. I'm quite happy with it. I think the best thing for me that I can take away with is I quite enjoyed it as well.
I really like Nadia's console table. I love the fact that she created this marble effect to match the floor.
It looks like marble. It really does, which is amazing what she's done there.
The fact that Sharon hasn't painted before, ever, and she's presented this to us, I think she's done a wonderful job.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
And maybe I should ditch the miniatures and go into painting now.
Team Thomas's room, I could really imagine Marie Antoinette coming to a fabulous party. I think as well they've gone for a completely different colour palette, but they've managed to tie it all together to feel quite cohesive as a room, but they haven't quite finished it off at the bottom.
Yeah, I can see where they haven't finished the carpet. I would expect it to have been finished. This chaise longue is beautifully made, but I can see where some glue's spilt over. But nevertheless, still beautiful, and it's made by hand as well.
I do like Thomas's console tables, but I have to say, I wasn't impressed that he made them out of a mix of different kits. That doesn't sound very Thomas to me.
From here, it looks good.
I wonder if Thomas got too distracted with being team leader.
And have you enjoyed being the leader, or has it been stressful? It seemed a bit stressful.
No, this one was stressful, but I think it was a lot to do with the fact that I put extra pressure on myself.
Bexy, I love how she's put all of her teammates in there as little cherubs. Personalising the walls was very Rococo.
That's right.
What a week. They've essentially had to create 2 rooms with only 3 people. I'm very, very impressed, and I'm a bit worried about what we have to do next.
Yeah, so am I.
This is the bit that we do not like, because we have to make a decision now.
Well, many congratulations, makers, on completing your 5th renovation task. Can you believe it? Both your Rococo entrance halls were superb. But, obviously, there can only be one winner. It is time to reveal the winning room of the week. It's Nadia's team. Now, judges, why?
This week was so hard, so you should be really proud of yourselves. It was a really fantastic colour scheme and perfect for Rococo, exactly what we were looking for.
And the way you've all gelled together and created such beauty and wonder, it's been tremendous.
So we have a winning room of the week, and now maker of the week. Who's it going to be?
Well, this person did something that they hadn't done before. And that was Sharon with her wall mural.
So for the 2nd time, Sharon is maker of the week. There you are, well done. Congratulations, sweetheart. So, of course, it comes to the sad bit, which I grow to hate more and more and more. I'm afraid somebody has to go home.
I had to think long and hard about this one. I got my magnifying glass out and I had a look. And I've noticed in this particular piece of work, they had a lot of kit mixed with it. The person that's leaving the competition is Thomas.
Oh, Thomas, I'm so sorry.
And Thomas, you've been tremendous throughout the whole competition.
We're really going to miss you. Okay. So we are down to 5, and I have to say to those 5, look out, because another challenge is on its way.
The fact that I'm going after doing the Rococo hallway, which was one room I really, really wanted to do, I'm quite happy. And I really do wish the rest of them the best of luck.
So happy, so relieved, and just, you know, over the moon.
Great.
I've created a mini ping pong set, and it couldn't be more perfect because this week the makers are creating an exhilarating Edwardian games room. And it really matters. It's week 6. There are only 5 of them left.
Something's missing. A net. I need somebody to play with. A net!
Winning a challenge the following week, you always come back with a bit of a bubbly feeling in your belly. So, yeah, I'm full of beans this morning, ready to hit it again.
Out of all 5 people in the competition, I'm the only one who hasn't been a team leader yet. I do want to try and lead a challenge this time and see if I can do that.
I'm really excited by the fact that if I get through this week, I'm going to be in the semi-finals, so it's going to be a real push to try and do my best this week.
And then there were 5. Welcome back, makers. 6th renovation challenge. You really are bringing this house to life. Let's have a look and see where we are making over this week. We are moving from your statement Rococo entrance hall to a room ripe for some tomfoolery. We're going to create an Edwardian games room.
Ushering in the 20th century, The Edwardian period might have lasted a mere decade, but made its mark when it came to style. Less formal, and with the addition of some greenery as the outside came in. The rooms were spacious and light-filled. Electric light to boot. Perfect for entertaining.
So that moves us to the first part of your challenge. The judges would like you to create a tabletop game that would entertain our Edwardian guests. So what sort of games are we talking about?
Well, a whole range of now classic board games, such as chess, backgammon, or even snakes and ladders, my favourite.
And also, they've got to be playable.
OK, right. There you have it. The die, as it were, has been cast. As ever, it is a solo effort time trial. You've got 60 minutes. It starts now. I'll get to the storeroom.
Our miniature makers can see potential in things us mere mortals would easily pass by.
I'm going quite ambitious and I'm going to try and attempt a chess set, which is quite a lot to make in an hour. But if I use beads and things like that, it will speed up the process.
I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to make checkers because we only have 60 minutes.
The judges' two favourite game makers will go on to lead the teams in the next challenge, to nail the entire Edwardian games room. And this week, for animation director Bexy, it's game on.
I really want to win the mini challenge because I want control. I want to make lists. I'm going to try and do a coin toss.
For tabletop game enthusiast Dom, what could be better than making a tiny tabletop game?
I love this challenge. Yeah, games right up my street. So making a backgammon table, but with hinges, it's going to be playable. I'm going to have a little dice roller in there and a couple of dice.
Chess, drafts or checkers, backgammon, coin toss. Many Edwardian games are still perennial favourites, played in pairs or groups. But Sharon is going solo.
I'm going to try and attempt the old-fashioned solitaire one with the little marbles. So I'm putting these little tiny beads onto these little bits of metal at the minute to try and make the marbles first. And I think I might paint them gold. And then I'm going to make the board with the holes in so you can play the game.
They're called board games for a reason, and that's where everyone's starting.
I'm using wood, and I'm going to stain it, let it dry, and then I'm going to paint the triangles on.
Nadia and Michael's games both need a checkerboard, but in miniature. And a 4-centimetre board demands 5mm squares.
I'm making the board using wood and make a little border for it. So, you know, just simple design, but hopefully very well executed.
All I've done is draw a chessboard. Does that look OK, though?
Yeah, looks like a chessboard.
It's just not a long time, is it? An hour?
No, it ain't. Not when you're all perfectionists.
Are you talking about me?
All of us, yeah, all of us.
Oh, there we go. Look, Dom's doing woodwork and Nadia's got her pasta machine out. I feel like all is right with the world.
I'm doing a bit of woodwork as well.
Oh, you're doing some woodwork?
Yeah.
What are you making?
A checkers board.
OK, and the pasta machine?
To make the very, very small checkers pieces.
Tiny.
Using her trusty pasta machine, Nadia is cooking up delicate drafts, 0.5 millimetre thick and 3 millimetres wide. She's not alone. All the makers need to bring their A-game to achieve pint-sized perfection in their pieces. Performing arts graduate Michael has found some tiny beads for the pawns and will craft the rest of his chess pieces from clay.
So I'm going to roll the clay into tiny, tiny little balls and then attempt to sculpt something that represents each character, and then they will be baked for 20 minutes.
A slow bake means Michael must work fast up front.
I need to essentially make each piece in under 2 minutes. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a challenge, but I think I'll go home with these mini challenges.
Bexy is making a coin toss, otherwise known as shove halfpenny. This traditional game is played by shoving coins along a board to reach different score lines. To make her game playable, she needs to throw money at it.
What's she trying to make?
Little coins for the...
Ah, Ah, fantastic. I love that.
I think I'm going to just cut them out with scissors.
And then imprint the king's head. That'd be very good, wouldn't it?
I don't even know what a halfpenny looks like.
OK, it's brown. It's brown. Edward VII's face on it.
Right.
There you go.
Maybe I could just do a smiley face.
I don't think this is going to be possible, Bexy.
Not for the first time, Michael's ambitions don't measure up against the clock.
I'm going to do chest, but I'm going to do it differently.
All right, then.
I'm not sculpting anything. So I'm going to make them out of little wooden findings I'd found in beads.
That'll work brilliantly, I think.
Also changing her game plan, Bexy has resorted to clay over metal for her coins.
I don't know what a coin looks like, so I just put a smiley face on some and one on the other. But I think the judges will find that fun.
Are you going to make a dice?
I've got some of that I'll cut and sand down, hopefully.
Dom's dice are a dinky 2mm, perfect for a very little game of backgammon.
Makers, you have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Wow, my head's touching the ceiling. That is so cool.
Cocktail sticks and tweezers, it must be finishing touches time.
No, this is not going very good at all. Got gold everywhere. The wood is not suitable.
I can't fit 8 on in a row. I'm also having to glue them down because they just won't stand up, so it's not going to be able to be playable, sadly.
Well, you're not going to want to play this game, that's for sure.
Makers, you have 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
Oh, my God.
Just knock them all over.
Just fine. Tell them the game's halfway through.
Yeah.
Makers, I'm afraid your time is up. End of the game.
Oh, my eyes are hurting after that.
Now it's a waiting game as Laura and Willard decide on their 2 favourites.
I really enjoyed making that little game. I hope Willard plays with it.
Yeah, I imagine a tiny little man carrying the tiny little toy case, opening up the tiny little game of backgammon and having a tiny little game with his tiny mates.
It certainly did not go how I wanted. It's a complete disaster. I don't know what I was thinking.
In just 1 hour, our 5 makers have given us glorious games. Whether tossing, rolling, or carefully planning their next move, these would surely entertain any self-respecting Edwardian. But who will strike it lucky with the judges?
Let's start with Michael. Tell us about it.
I decided to make a chessboard. I was originally going to sculpt them in clay, but I just completely ran out of time, so I had to compromise and go with wood instead. They wouldn't stand up, so I have had to glue some of them down.
I liked yours, but it's not miniature playable, but I do like it.
Thank you.
Dom, tell us about yours.
I made a backgammon table.
Dom, I really like the fact that yours is portable and you've got the beautiful handle on there and those little hinges and the dice.
Bexy, tell us about your game.
So I did coin toss. You just toss coins at it, basically.
What I like about it is the little faces with little smiles on it, and it's playable. Well done, Bexy.
Thank you.
Sharon, tell us about yours.
Total disaster.
Oh, sweetie.
I tried to make the solitaire game. It's a bit too big and it's a bit messy.
You tried, though. Don't be too hard on yourself.
Nadia, tell us about your game.
It's a wooden board game of checkers.
Nadia, great scale. For me, I just wish it was a little bit neater.
It's getting harder and harder for the judges. You've got to pick 2 favourites.
It's got to be the Bexy.
The Bexy. We've got Team Bexy.
Well done, Bexy.
Thank you.
The Bexy.
The Bexy.
Do you mind being the Bexy?
I love the Bexy.
OK. Laura, what's got you hooked?
This week, I am going to choose Dom as my team leader. I think it's absolutely lovely.
We have Team Dom.
The Betsy and the Dominator.
Right, so the judges have given us our teams. Now it is getting smaller and smaller. Dom, you are going to just have Sharon on your team. And that means, Betsy, you've got Michael and Nadia. You need to renovate the entire Edwardian games room. Willard, what is the main statement piece that we would like to have?
Billiard table.
This is a key item for us both. So the Edwardians always had a focal point in the room, so you have to make this piece really sing in the room.
So we've got one big focal piece. What else are we going to have?
We would love a display cabinet, please.
Now, Betsy, you do have one more team member, so we're going to give you an additional item, which I believe is going to be an indoor plant. Is that right?
Please.
OK. That's it. Dom's team, please go to the storeroom, change your aprons to blue. Betsy, your first team meeting.
It's definitely a different job being a captain. My goal is just to make sure that we deliver on every part of the room.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. I think it's a monumental task for two people.
Both teams have identical blank dioramas to work with, 12 times smaller than a human-sized games room, and only 12 hours for their miniature makeovers.
Shall I bring the doll's house out?
Betsy knows it's sink or swim, and she's pushing the boat out.
This is the Titanic room.
Okay.
You see the kind of backlit glass there. I think that should be our feature.
They need to decide which maker will create each individual piece.
Maybe I'll challenge myself to the cabinet this week.
I would like to make the plant.
That works pretty well for me because I would like to do the billiard table.
Inspired by the rich opulence of the Titanic, Team Betsy's games room will have as its crowning glory a light panel centrepiece above the fireplace, picked out in greens, reds and yellows. Betsy's billiard table will stand in the centre of the room, and Michael's cabinet will be next to the window, displaying various glasses and trinkets. Nadia's two different types of plant will be displayed around the room. With only two people in his team, it's 50-50 who's making what.
Ideally, I'd like to do the billiards table.
You don't know I can't make furniture.
Well, I can, so we can help each other out.
Okay.
Team Dom's games room will be a gentleman's retreat with damask wallpaper and wood panelling. Dom's billiard table will take pride of place in the centre of the room, illuminated by his masterpiece, a golden pendant light. Sharon's display cabinet will be one side of the fireplace, filled with medals, picture frames and drinks glasses, whilst the other nook will be filled with a bookcase. With a titanic task on her hands, Betsy is running a tight ship.
So I'm just going to put together a quick list. Carry on working while I tell you. So bottles and glasses, we need some sort of bar, picture frames, books, a couple of smoking chairs.
Yeah.
Like this.
For Team Dom, it's less game plan, more action.
I can get all this decorated in about an hour.
Oh, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
I don't see why not.
As our makers create miniature Edwardian magic, I've snuck away to the rolling Surrey Hills to see how full-sized Edwardians unwound. Now preserved by the National Trust, in its day, Polesden Lacey was the perfect place to play games.
In 1907, Polesden Lacey became the weekend retreat of the indomitable socialite Margaret Greville. She set about creating the perfect house for entertaining. She wanted it to be like a luxury London hotel, so she chose the interior designers of the Ritz for the remodelling.
But more informal entertaining called for a more relaxed environment.
This room feels more like a gentleman's club with the leather armchairs. You can just imagine Winston Churchill, who did come here, sitting, having a whiskey, reading the paper, listening to the gramophone. Or he might rack up
game of billiards. Here's the thing about this game. It used to be played outdoors. That's why the table is green. It is an homage to the grass. It came indoors because, well, you know, the British weather. The Edwardians loved newfangled electricity. It meant they could play their beloved game at night. I'm going to be better with the lights off, really. Back in the workshop, everyone has their game face on. Dom's got a bright idea for his fireplace. An LED for glowing embers in the grate.
Sharon, look at this. Bit of super glue. It's in.
That's great.
On Team Bexy, Nadia is sticking to what she knows best, good old polymer clay. She's layering it to form the pattern for her plant leaves in a process called caning.
I can stretch it out to almost infinity, really. So once it's shrunken down to miniature size, you should still be able to see all of those details.
For the first time last week, Michael made some wooden furniture from scratch, and he's not shying away from his newfound skill.
I think it's really key for us to hand make as much as we possibly can. So I'm trying to construct the entire cabinet from scratch, and I'm hoping that will be enough to save us and maybe win.
Precision cutting is a nightmare. But to go up against Dom, you have to bring it, don't you?
Both team leaders opted for billiards and are bringing their different skills to the table.
I'm hand carving most of the wood, but the legs of the table will be 3D printed.
While Bexy is known for her modern methods, Dom is all about 100% handmade.
I should maybe have used a harder wood for this bottom, but we can do with that.
Sharon, the other half of Team Dom, is decorating their games room. She has applied a panelling to the bottom half of the room. Next up, the wallpaper.
I'm a bit cheesed off with that bit there.
All right.
Mm.
Let's have a look.
It won't slide completely behind. God, I'll find a way. I'll do it strip by strip. It's all right.
Yeah, but that's going to take you forever, is that? There's got to be a way we can get it off.
Dom opts to bend the fireplace. A risky move, and certainly not something you'd do in a full-size home.
Oh my God.
No, I like that, isn't it? Oh,
Thank
God.
you.
Oh, we're twitching then. Oh, absolutely twitching.
Nadia's showing off her green fingers with a tube of foliage she's created, allowing her to make multiple tiny leaves just 12 millimetres long.
Does it work? Let me see.
It's very small, but...
Amazing.
While Dom paints the billiard table a perfect shade of green, Sharon's forgotten the measure twice, cut once rule.
Everything all right? What's up?
Cut it too short now.
And the wallpaper is threatening to get the better of her again.
It's all right. Remember, we got loads more, didn't we? It's two there. Don't sweat it. Pop them there. We're all right. We're all right. Once I've done this, I'll come over and help.
These are tiny binoculars, but they are surprisingly effective. Bex, just show me your watch. Oh, wow. We are halfway through, people. Halfway through. Is it great?
On Team Bexy, Michael's cutting things not fine on his display cabinet.
I was meant to measure that to the end. I need to cut this off here.
Just focus. Do it nice and relaxed. Correct it carefully and don't touch me.
Bexy is really making sure that we all know what we're doing, and she's got a great list of times that we need to be done by, and it's really helpful, and I think we're going to get done on time with this one.
You've still got 40 minutes of helping the whole team time, and then you can go back for 2 hours on that.
Okay.
Bexy is still running a tight ship, but Nadia didn't get the memo.
Which wallpaper are we doing?
Nadia, wake up. We've already talked about all this.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, where is it?
Yeah, it's this one.
Yeah.
Both teams have chosen almost the exact same wallpaper. But will Dom and Sharon ever get theirs on the wall?
Right, moment of truth.
Too short.
What are you doing with your life?
On Team Bexy, Michael is stuck.
Oh, I've super glued my finger to it.
Do you need me to twist you off?
No, it's fully stuck.
Do you need some help?
No, I'm all right. I've got it off.
I'll leave you to that.
With that obstacle out of the way, he's becoming quite the woodworker.
I've managed to get my hinge door to work.
Oh my God, that is beautiful.
I'm so happy with it. I just need to add the top now and then the front piece, and I'm going to add a stopper inside so this doesn't push too far back. It's really rewarding to move forward with a new skill. It's something I've never really done before, furniture making, so I'm glad it's paid off in the end.
Just 2 hours remain until the workshop closes for the day. On Team Dom, Sharon and Dom have swapped roles for a moment.
I'm just building on top of this, making a glass cabinet on top of it. Fingers crossed I can do it, but I'm not used to doing it. I don't know where all the joins go and how big to make it or whatever, so it's going to be hard.
While Sharon contends with her cabinet, Dom is still wrestling with wallpaper.
Look, I know why I never do wallpapering at my gaff now.
Finally done. And time to spare for some woodworking tips.
Yeah, so what I would do is measure your distance from the base here to the top here, right? And then at the back, you sit something in almost like that. When it's stood up, it's not wobbling around like that.
Yeah.
To show off the new tech of the era, both teams are aiming to get some Edwardian electricity into their games rooms. Team Dom are making a light to hang over their billiard table.
The lighting shown on the table. Yeah.
Get some wire and stick them up one like that.
Yeah.
Do you want me to do that green?
Yeah.
Yep.
But for Bexy, letting in the light calls for drastic action.
We're going to do a light feature, which is based on the one in the Titanic smoking room, which is like this green stained glass.
She's essentially cut a huge hole in the chimney to create a feature above the fireplace.
So we've cut the hole. Ooh. And tomorrow we can fit these lights, so we can have the light fitting at the top so we can turn them on and off like that. I mean, I have a big responsibility because it's kind of my vision. If it's wrong, I'll own up to it. I think we should just trust our guts and just go with it.
Right, you famous five of fine furniture. The workshop is closed for the day. Tools down. Take a break.
We know what we need to do. We've got a full room to build. We've got 2 items to build. There's a lot to do, but I'm happy with the stage that we're at the moment.
You know, I've let the organisation slide a little bit, but not to our detriment yet, I don't think. I think it's going to plan currently.
It's a new day in our mansion, and it's all still to play for as our makers battle it out for the second part of our challenge to create an exhilarating Edwardian games room. There's going to be a complete billiard table. There's going to be board games like this. Willard, I think I've just understood what you mean about scale.
The winning team's games room will take pride of place in the mini mansion, with that team safely through to the semi-final. One person from the losing team will be sent home.
We're halfway through now. I think we're okay. We've done a lot of the decoration. Hopefully the most eye-catching element will be the snooker table. We're going to try and light it up as well.
I really like our room. How's everyone doing? Everyone happy?
I'm just doing the wallpaper now, and then I'm going to work on the floor.
Brilliant.
And my cabinet's done, so that's one less thing to worry about as well.
I'm 80% done with my plants. I just have to paint the stems green, but it's not really taking really well.
Well, we're getting there slowly.
I really, really love history, and one of the things that I have been so struck by as we go through room by room is how the fashions of the time are also a reflection of the history. So I was thinking about the Edwardian period. Queen Victoria had been in mourning for so long, and black had been around, and then suddenly she dies, electric light literally lights up the rooms, and I guess all of the fashion changes. We get a king who wants to party and have a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. Electricity was a huge turning point, especially with interior design. So it was lighter, brighter rooms, which meant they could use different fabrics, different wallpapers.
Also, Willard, it would have been light enough then to play games indoors because they've got the electric light. So billiards would have been a perfect game to play.
I mean, I want to see playability. I want to see these miniature billiard balls roll.
But also they have these cabinets with what they call curiosities in them, you know, things that they've collected. It would be nice to be able to open the cabinet, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be good. I'm looking for functionality and detail. That's what I've always been looking for.
I tell you what I'm looking forward to, Willard. This is going to be the first billiards table I'll be able to look over. It's been no fun at all.
In the billiard playoffs, Bexy has built her table first and is yet to paint it. Dom's is painted, it's just legless.
Sides, legs, they're all ready. It's just a case of putting them all together. I want to get done with a little bit of time so we can rinse through and populate the room a bit.
Sharon is cruising ahead with her cabinet.
I'm just putting the handles on the drawers now. And this goes in there, and then I made this to go on top.
With time ticking down, Nadia is finally working on a second plant, cutting leaves from paper to put in the pre-made pot.
So I have to do things calmly because we're making very fine work here.
Meanwhile, Bexy is still trying to keep her ship on an even keel.
Have a look at that. Tick off what's been done and work on something that hasn't. Do the hanging light.
No, I'm not doing that yet. We need to do the floor and everything first.
Bexy's vision for a backlit centrepiece calls for the magic touch of liquid resin to create a glass effect.
So, I don't know what's happened here. Somebody's knocked a hole in your wall. What has gone on? What's that?
Well, over there, Nadia's working on the stained glass.
Oh, when that's going to go in?
It's going to go in there, and we've got these little lights here that are going to go in there.
Oh, I mean, cute.
Yeah, brighten it up.
Yeah, and so what are you making?
I'm making several things. I'm kind of rotating around all the woodwork, but yeah.
Oh, really? Have you made a list? Because it's like a lot to remember.
We have got a list.
Oh, yeah. I love that. Like,
I'm looking at it. I've been there rebelling the list.
Oh, you don't like the list, Michael?
I don't like being told what to do often.
Really?
No, so it's a challenge.
Yay. So where's the list?
I think I gave it to someone earlier.
Oh, and they burnt it.
Yeah, I think it's by Nadia somewhere.
OK, we're all a happy ship.
Yeah.
As long as it's not the Titanic. OK. Good, good, good.
With his billiard table base finished, Dom is moving on to the finer details. He's found some beads for balls. And his sartorial choices are coming in handy.
What, is that your T-shirt?
Yeah.
So what are you going to use that for?
Pocket netting.
It's not your best one, is it?
No, no. Things you got to do for art, eh?
Makers, you have one more hour of Edwardian fun and no pressure, but, you know, place in the semi-final, that kind of thing.
Team Bexy are coming up against some colour complications.
That floor's just not working, Bex. It's still as light as it was. And this chair's going to take a few curves.
All right, just stop being negative. It's just going to make me go slower, so it's not that.
Careful! Let's see, careful.
Well, sorry.
No, it's just...
Right, we need to move some stuff off here then, don't we? Because we're too chaotic.
I'm trying to finish the table. The table's taken me a hell of a long time, if I'm being honest. It's underestimated it a little bit.
As the minutes tick down for our mini makers, Bexy's light feature is still under construction.
I'm going to do the colours, yeah?
Is it dry? Is that dry? Can we test it?
Sure.
Let's have a look.
Just work in progress.
Okay, I
It's not
can
done
see
yet.
it working now.
How am I feeling? I'm feeling really, really stressed.
I don't know if I'm going to finish the pockets. But I think it's more important if it's playable, rather than sacrificing the pull cues for the pockets, if you know what I mean.
No, it's backwards. Oh, Michael, wait. It's actually this side.
She said there wasn't a front.
This is the front, not this.
Well, we'll just stick it on.
It's all right. No. It's okay. You lose the
Guys, just
glossiness.
leave me alone for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Just 5 minutes while I figure out this mess of mine.
I'm starting to panic a little bit. We haven't got long left, so yeah, there's quite a bit to finish to make the room look perfect.
With half an hour to go, it's all hands on deck in the workshop to finish their dioramas. With a lolly stick and a tiny wall light, Sharon's perfected a pendant lamp that will hang from Dom's metal rods over the billiard table.
Are you happy with up there?
Yeah.
I've got 15 minutes. I need to make 2 pull cues. And there's chaos.
Having finished his cabinet the day before, Michael can now fill it full of carefully chosen trinkets.
They've got lights above theirs, by the way.
Oh, did you manage to do that? Oh, God.
Don't look at theirs. Just don't look at it.
With the room almost decorated, Dom can finally get his T-shirt billiard pockets glued in place.
Oh, I've just realised something. The pictures need to be up on chains.
Oop.
Oh, Nadia, please, just put it down, put it down.
No, don't put it down, there's so much stuff in here.
Oh, come on, you sod.
Do you want a hand with that?
It's just not sticking.
Can you help? Help. Thank you. You get these on the wall.
Right, it's 1910, people, and I don't mean 7:10, I mean it's the end of the Edwardian era. Your time is up. If it's not in the room, it can't be judged.
I'm
Actually,
really
this building
proud
should
of
be
you
up there.
guys.
Oh, it's fine. I'm completely exhausted. I don't know what time it is, what day it is. If it's morning, afternoon, yeah, I'm just ready for a relax now.
Well done. Feeling really good. Last couple of touchy 10 minutes, but overall, I think for 2 people, we've absolutely smashed it.
We did it.
It's up to the judges to decide which room makes it into the mini mansion. But I'm gamely making the first move and going for a look.
This is Team Bexy's Edwardian Games room. She wanted to capture the glamour of the Titanic without, you know, the sinking. And I think they've really achieved that. Oh, look. There's even a postcard of the Titanic in the display case. I mean, that is a nice touch. Wow. Nadia's plant is a thing of beauty to behold. I don't really understand why it's on the floor. It should be up on a plant stand. Pride of place. The Edwardians loved their plants. Bexy's team have chosen to wallpaper the room in a pastel floral print. A little bit too much for my house, but very of the moment for the Edwardians.
Just look at that stained glass window light feature.
I mean, it is a tad impractical, but wow. Bexy has made a beautiful thing. Right, that's one billiard room down. Cue the next one. See what I did there? Tom and Sharon have worked non-stop on this place. It looks fabulous. I do think they went to the same wallpaper shop as the others. The difference is this place looks sort of clean and simple. It's non-cluttered. It's very Edwardian. Whew. Of course, the centrepiece of the room is Dom's fabulous billiard table. Finally, one that's the right height for me. But that is not what would have drawn the Edwardians' eye. They would have loved the lighting. Electricity was brand new technology. Imagine the excitement of turning the lights on for the very first time. I just love the parquet flooring. In fact, all of the natural wood in here. I just don't get why they left the door and the window white. Still, I'm not the expert. Let's find out what the judges think. So, the judges asked for an exhilarating Edwardian games room.
Michael, how did you make this cupboard?
I completely made that from scratch. It's the first piece of furniture I've made fully from wood with moving parts.
Great.
What do you think of his woodwork, Willard?
Beautifully made.
Thank you.
And Sharon's cabinet?
And how did you find making it? Because you didn't feel very confident, did you?
No, I used the bottom of another unit and I just built the top part on and created that shelves.
So Nadia was making an indoor plant.
Nadia, are you happy with your plants in terms of where they've been positioned in the room?
I think one is by the window, so it gets plenty of sun. I didn't want to gather everything all at the same place.
Well, let's come on to the key element in the room, which is the billiards table. Why don't we start with Dom's?
When I looked at it, all I could see was realism. It's tremendous. And the light as well, over the table.
That was Sharon's idea, yeah. But it's fully playable as well.
Yeah, and that's what I was looking for.
So what about Bexy?
How come there's no lights over the table?
We just ran out of time. We thought it was more important that we got all three of our items in and made it feel like a working room.
Well, I think both teams should be extremely proud of themselves. It is time to let the judges deliberate. Why don't you come outside with me? So it seems incredible. There were 10, and now there's 5, and we're getting so close to the semi-final. What I hope is that you'll all take something away, whatever happens.
Yeah, working with other people, because at home I just sit and work on my own in kind of silence, and so it's nice to have people around.
I was going to say that teamwork. When you're in an environment where you can bounce off other people, it just makes it all the more enjoyable.
Dom's team, I can't believe that only 2 people have managed to finish this room. I think the level of detail in here is beautiful. They have given us a incredible 3-pendant hanging chandelier over the billiards table, which has drawn my eyes straight to it. It's really wonderful.
What I like about this billiard table, the way it's presented, you've got the triangle in the middle, all the balls are lined up. This spider rest here, that you rest the cues on, it's fantastic. You know, he's really thought about it in a big way, a little way. Sharon's cabinet, I can see where she struggled a little bit with the glass. Sharon's still done a good job.
Team Bexy, I think they've got quite a cohesive look. It absolutely feels like an Edwardian lad's pad, which is exactly what we wanted.
I can't understand why there isn't a light going over the billiard table.
Yeah, that's the focal point, isn't it? They've interestingly put a light behind the stained glass, which is above the fireplace. It's not practical whatsoever. You would not have glass above a fire that is roaring hot. You must be really impressed with Michael this
Without
week.
a doubt. That cabinet, that's all handmade. Absolutely beautiful. The plants.
I think that Nadia has done a great job on attention to detail. It just feels historically really incorrect. Those plants should be on a planter, not in the corner of the room. This week, I think both teams have really gone to town, but now it means that we've got a really hard job of deciding which room is going to win.
It's not easy.
So, anybody want to guess at Maker of the Week this week?
I think they're all really good.
Shall we go and find out? Come on. Well, congratulations once again, my lovely makers. You have completed your 6th renovation challenge. Well, the stakes are high. It's for a place in the semi-finals. It's time to reveal the winning room of the week. It's Dom's team. Right, judges, why?
The billiard table, amazing. I love the light draping over the table. You've paid so much attention to detail in that room.
I thought it was such a beautiful room. I mean, there's 2 of you, and you managed to bring this really tiny room to life, so you should be so proud of yourselves.
Well done.
Well, congratulations. So now it is time to select Maker of the Week. Who's it going to be, Willard?
Dom and Sharon, you've both delivered extremely well. To me, Maker of the Week goes to Dom.
Fantastic. Right. That's the happy bit. Now we have the sad bit. It gets harder and harder every week. I'm afraid someone has to go home, and Laura's going to tell us who.
The stakes are really high. We are now going into the semi-final. We expect a lot from our makers. This person, I feel, didn't really push themselves this week. So the person going home is Nadia.
Nadia, I'm so sorry. Well, we're sorry to see you go. For the rest of you, deep breath. It's the semi-final. There's another fantastic challenge on its way.
I'm sorry, Nadia.
I missed you so much. I'm feeling sad, but at the same time, I knew that I've sort of reached my limit in this competition. I will miss being amongst people who are crazy about miniatures, just like I am.
You were brilliant.
It's
You
okay.
were brilliant.
Yeah.
I really don't think I would like to be team leader again because you're responsible and that's just not nice to have your hand in someone else's fate.
I don't even know what's happened just then. I'm speechless. To get this far in the competition, I'm just blown away. If there's anything that I'll bring back from this, it's to have confidence in myself, because, you know, I can do it.
We just won. I can't believe it. You know, just the 2 of us, we worked damn hard. I'm excited now to see what happens in the semi-finals. We just said to Dom now, it's either home or getting drunk. So we're getting drunk.
I love all this kitchen stuff. It is so realistic. In fact, I just put some bread in the oven. It's the semi-final. After 6 of the toughest tiny challenges, we are down to just 4 makers. There's only 2 spots up for grabs in the final, and the teams are tasked with creating a Georgian kitchen in our mini mansion. I tell you, the competition is really hotting up. Oh, there's my bread. Oh, wow. That's an effective oven. Welcome to the great big tiny design challenge.
Yay! In the semi-final. When I first started, I was happy just not to be the first one out. I can't believe I got this far.
I feel like I'm dreaming at the moment. Got to put my game face on now.
I'm amazed I'm still in here, but I'm looking forward to seeing what we've got up next.
Semi-finals, eh? Smashed it, haven't we? I've got a massive fire in my belly now.
Did you ever think you'd get this far?
No.
I know I didn't know either.
There they are, just the 4. Oh, the semi-final is here. We are so close to declaring our winner. But before we get ahead of ourselves, there is another big challenge this week. As always, we have our 2 wonderful judges, Laura and Willard. And I have to say, you are making their decisions harder every week. I do not envy them whatsoever. So let's have a look and see where we are making over this time in our mini mansion. We are moving to the spacious ground floor. The judges would like you to cook up a storm. They want you to create a Georgian kitchen.
From the early 18th to 19th century, the Georgian era spanned 4 kings and an industrial revolution, a period of radical change and the age of mass consumption. Ceramics, cast iron appliances and range cookers became more affordable, transforming kitchens in the process.
The kitchen was bursting with life, full of servants who actually, if they worked for a wealthy family, had to put together a feast for 200 people at the drop of a hat.
This moves us very nicely on to the very first part of your challenge, which is, of course, a solo effort time trial. The judges would like you to create an array of accessories and appliances which you think would fit in a Georgian kitchen dresser. So what sort of items are you hoping to see, Laura?
We would love to see some beautiful pottery, ceramics, maybe some food items. Pots and pans would be lovely too.
At this stage of the game, I don't want to see anything too tiny or too big. It's got to be accurate. I'm looking for scale.
As always, they will select a favourite design each from your tiny creations, with the 2 winners becoming the team leaders for the second part of the challenge as we go on to renovate the entire room. Everybody happy with this? Doesn't matter whether you are. I'm afraid it's what's happening. You've got 60 minutes. Your time starts now. I would get to the storeroom if I was you.
The cupboards are currently bare, but the judges want these 17-centimetre dressers groaning with Georgian gorgeousness.
Copper pans, couple of jars.
Some plates.
I'm going to make some food items, I think. Some bread, a chopping board, jars, raw food. That's the plan.
From textiles and trimmings to beads and bottle tops, it's a tiny treasure trove with which to weave Georgian wares.
My brain's ticking, like I'm trying to find something that's going to look like a potato that ain't my head.
I'm just going to wing it and see what works. I think that's me. What are you working? Oh, that's brill, Michael, a teapot. Beautiful.
Perfectionist Michael wants to wow the judges with a teeny tea service made completely by hand from clay.
I really love the blue and white ceramics that they had in the Georgian period, so that's something I'm definitely going to try and bring to the dresser. I'm going to create some wooden chopping boards and things like that just to kind of give it a rustic edge.
In 1 hour? That's ambitious.
I mean, that doesn't look very appetising, that, does it?
Hungry for success, Dom's cooking up preserves from beads and food colouring, whilst Queen of Clay Food, Sharon, is conjuring up some very petite pickles.
Sharon, what are you making?
I'm making some jars with food. I can't get the resin in the jars, so it's really, really difficult.
Is it because the jars are filled?
No, it's because the opening of the jar is just so small, I can't get it in there.
I've had that problem.
Sorry. Can't get this bloody thing in.
Georgian food is pushing Bexy out of her comfort zone.
So I'm attempting to do a bit of bread and a dozen eggs.
Have you made food in polymer clay before?
I've done bread before,
Yeah.
and I've done a pizza. That's as far as
They're
I've
the
gone.
go-tos, aren't they,
Yeah.
when you're starting, yeah.
But shrinking food down to 5 millimetres can cause big problems.
My eggs aren't perfectly spherical.
They're a little bit big, but...
Big chickens back then. Like dinosaurs, weren't they?
I've been pretty good with food in the past. I'm hoping I can do the same again today, but at the moment it's not looking very good.
I'm making some sacks. When you're working with fabric, you know, it's very sticky, and especially with super glue.
With his clay teapot now cooking in the oven, Michael's giving his dresser a miniature makeover.
I'm taking those ghastly handles off.
Hello, my beauties.
Hi.
What's in the jars?
Gherkins, carrots,
Gherkins and carrots.
tomatoes, and onions.
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 I don't know what dish I'm going to make out of those things. What are you making, lovely man? I like that you answered to lovely man. I like that. I think.
Yeah,
that's...
well, I am, aren't I? Sacks of coal for the fire. I'm just hand painting some plates now.
OK, I just want to discuss with you Willard's thing about scale, though, that your coal is way smaller than your plate.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
I mean, a piece of coal, size of my fist.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to put you off, Dom, but say it's peppercorns.
Yeah, maybe it's something else.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll come back for my dinner. Right, kitchen creators, you've got 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Time goes so quick when you're having fun.
It's the quickest I've ever painted a piece of furniture in my life.
In miniature world, the tiniest of details can have a huge impact.
Oh, I was going to say you're putting some chalk pastel on.
Yeah, a bit cack-handedly, actually.
Powdered chalk pastel is the miniaturist's go-to for colouring teeny creations.
Makeup brushes are good for that, Betsy.
Are they? Are they better?
Yeah, because they're a little bit softer, they don't mark your clay.
I have never worked this fast before.
Me neither.
Almost impossible.
OK, I feel like I can smell baking, but it doesn't smell tasty. What have you been... You've been baking something.
I'm making teapots.
That's so cute. And what about you, Bex? What you up to?
I've made some bread. It's in the oven. I've got some
Best place
eggs
for
in
it.
the oven.
Wow, Dom's just tried to kill himself. Dom? Darling, stay with us. Stay with us. Very tense, hasn't it? You don't need me coming in here being jocular. Oh, can I help? I just tidy that up for you. There we go. That better? You have 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Listen, I'm here for you.
Time waits for no man, so Michael's had to ditch the clay and is making the rest of his tea service from card, which he'll finish with a Georgian paint job.
I am not going to get all this done in time. It's just nowhere near.
Bexy, meanwhile, has finished her food and found an ingenious use for nail polish.
I'm doing better than I've done in the past. I'm just trying to get as much on there to give it life as possible, really.
Never has a 2-centimetre dinner plate needed a steadier hand.
This is an absolute nightmare. That is the worst painting I've ever done in my life. I'm going to have nothing done.
Having hand-painted crockery, filled their sacks and conjured up creative Georgian cuisine...
I just got to try and do something really quick now just to finish it off.
The pressure's on to get it all in their delicate dressers.
Right, my beautiful semi-finalists. Remember, if it's not on the dresser, it can't be judged. The time is up. Dom?
Just putting it on now.
Up for grabs for the two best makers is a team leader spot in the semi-final challenge.
I'm taking that off. I don't want that on. Not the start to a semi-final that I was hoping for. I'm a little bit disappointed with what I managed to get done in the hour.
Oh, that's
I forgot to put some flour over the bread. Oh, you've done that. My attempt of a
That
cabbage.
looks really good.
When I was doing it, I didn't think I was doing very well. I was getting myself in a right mess. But I think the results look quite nice.
Bex, have you painted those plates?
With nail polish.
That's awesome.
I am happy with what I've just achieved. None of it is, like, finessed, but I filled up my cabinet. Have a look at yours, Dominator.
Mine's more populated than the other three out there, but I think there's some more refined ones. So really it's hit and miss as to what the judges are looking for.
It's semi-final week. Just 4 makers remain, and all have created an assortment of Georgian accessories for their tiny kitchen dressers. Only 2 can become team leaders and see their vision of a full kitchen in all its Georgian glory come to life.
Right, makers. Look at these kitchen dressers. So we wanted some accessories, but we have a feast of food as well.
On the menu, detail, variety and scale. Which dresser will tickle the judges' taste buds?
Right. Willard, what has drawn your eye?
Bexy, your bread and your eggs fascinate me. I had eggs today for my breakfast, and if I would have seen them, I'd have had some of them as well. Brilliant. Well done. Dom. The baskets, how long did they take to do?
So I cut the fabric out and glued them all together.
Yeah, I like your potatoes.
Thank you.
I think you've all had lots of fun. There's a real sense of creativity and imagination. Michael, I love that you handmade everything. I would have liked just some knobs on the drawers. Sharon, you know that I am a huge fan of your incredible food making, and you've really brought that to this challenge. You've given me a dresser that really feels functional, but very real. So I would love you to be my winner this week, Sharon.
So we have Team Sharon. Very well done. Who is going to be joining her as a winner?
I do like Dom, what he's done. It's a tough one. Out of everything I've seen, my winner is Bexy.
Team Bexy.
Girls. Girl leaders.
Girl power. Bexy's good, so it's going to be a bit of a competition, yes.
I wasn't expecting to be team captain because I kind of just la-di-da to that task, really.
Right, that brings us to the second part of this week's challenge to fully restore the Georgian kitchen. So, Willard, what particular item do you want to see in the kitchen?
I'd like to see a full Georgian kitchen range.
This was really the focal point. So the meat was spit roasted and then they used to cook over the hot coals as well. So you need to make sure that your range is multifunctional.
And what else are we looking for?
A clothes mangle. If you were a servant in a big house, doing the washing was an enormous task, so they really relied on these mangles, which dried the clothes. We need this to be a functional item as well, but you can have fun with this.
So, we have our two winning designs, and Bex team, you're going to be in blue aprons this week, but now we have to decide who is going to go with who. And here, we're going to shake things up a little tiny bit, and we are going to allow fate to decide.
Each paintbrush is tipped with one of the team colours.
It's the brown tip. You are with Sharon. Bexy, meet your teammate, Michael.
We can do it.
Right, teams. As ever, only one design will make it into the mini mansion. Bexy, off to the storeroom to change your aprons to blue. Sharon and Dom, get planning.
The diorama may be 12 times smaller than real life, but it's their biggest tiny challenge by far. At over 1.2 metres, the kitchen spans the entire width of the mini mansion.
Congratulations, team leader.
Thank you.
And you stuck with me again. It's the power duo.
12 hours for a Georgian refit. I'd say that calls for a clear plan.
I think the mangle would be an absolute nightmare for me. So if it would be possible, I would love to do the stove.
I'm so glad you said that. I really want to do something a bit smaller with a lot of detail in it. Really, it's a matter of getting our bits done as soon as possible so we can breathe that life into the room, get lots of food in there. I want the kitchen to feel hot, sweaty, busy and a bit messy in a pretty way, like beautiful decay.
Let's hope she's not referring to the food there. Michael's range will take pride of place in the centre of a stone alcove, complete with a spit-roasting chicken and hanging space for pots and pans. Bexy's eye for ultra-realism will be put to the test with her plans for a tarnished mangle and assortment of washing tubs and laundry. The large cook's table will be loaded down with different food and utensils, and Bexy plans to tie the whole room together by distressing the walls. Unlike Bexy, Sharon doesn't want to be dealing with her team's dirty laundry.
I wouldn't mind doing the cooker, the range.
OK.
Only because I don't think I can do anything else, to be honest.
If you want to do the cooker, I can take the mangle, no worries.
Well, we can help each other. With...
Yeah, of course, yeah. Teamwork.
Sharon hopes to capture the hustle and bustle of a Georgian kitchen by designing a low, wide cast-iron range, busy cooking a selection of meats. She is not planning on a pristine setting and wants a jam-packed room in slight disrepair. In the corner, Dom's mangle will be hard at work with the household laundry, while a fine feast on the kitchen table will push her food skills to the max.
Check me out doing woodwork.
Georgian kitchens were one part of a series of interconnecting rooms that included servants' quarters, pastry rooms, and even bacon lofts. Simply decorated natural hues of cream and sage with bare stone floors were de rigueur.
Let's draw where the texture should go.
I'm going to take these off in here.
Yeah, definitely. They didn't have skirting boards. There would be like damp here from all the condensation.
Yeah.
Do you want to draw a bit of damp?
No, I'll just paint that on after. Don't need to draw.
We could just have a brick skirting around the edge.
Team Sharon are after a well-used look for their kitchen and are adding a pumice and sand mixture to acrylic paint to create a render effect on the walls.
I want to use egg boxes for the texture to make little bricks.
There might be an easier way to do it than that, you know. Thin foam, can cut it into nice square shapes and texture it with tin foil, and it looks amazing when you dry brush it.
Being a kitchen, no surprise, the heat is on. Half-baked ideas will not impress our judges. Michael has designed a three-piece range that can handle his beast of a banquet.
I've just made a template for all the different parts of my stove and I've cut them out in cards, so now I'm transferring them onto wood and then I'm going to cut out each piece individually.
Sharon's also using wood for her range that will have side ovens groaning with food.
I'm pleased how it's coming on. I am going to have to open the door on the front here. And then when I open, I'm going to have to make some food inside.
Our makers have just 4 hours in the workshop today, and that calls for a wrangle with some mangles before anything else.
I'm gluing this wood together because this is going to be my frame, wheels, cogs for the mangle. But obviously, I need a good thickness to work from.
The wood will need to set overnight before the frame can be cut. But woodworking wizard Dom isn't the only one playing to his strengths.
I'm going to do like a cast iron mangle with 3D printing and then use this technique where you melt the plastic to get a texture. I'm just going to try and make it like the coolest mangle ever.
If the mangles are for drying, then clothes first need to be washed in the Georgian equivalent of a washing machine. This teeny tub has hand-cut plywood planks just 8 millimetres long.
I've never tried to do anything like this before, ever. So out of my comfort zone.
There's quite an intense silence in here today.
There is, yeah.
You feeling okay?
Yeah. Michael started the cast iron kitchen range. I've got a 3D print in the back room and I'm just making some little buckets and things to go with my mangles.
Could I have that? Could you pass it along?
I'm going to try and do a lot more fine detail this time.
That's brilliant.
There's a lot of intricate work going on here.
Yeah.
I can see there, Michael, you've got a task ahead of you.
Oh my gosh, this is like a flat pack range.
Yeah, essentially.
This is a great idea.
Yeah. I'm just going to get you an Allen key. You'll be fine. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck, good luck.
It's the first time either team have tackled such a big, tiny room. But whilst Team Bexy focus on their items, Team Sharon are deciding on decor.
It's not that good, Sharon. Don't look that clean, does it? Don't look as clean as when you're cutting out proper brick.
They're going with Dom's method of miniature brickwork, texturising polystyrene sheets with a foil ball.
I like that, yeah.
Just, I was thinking, if you want one on top of the door like that.
I don't like it on the top of the door, I prefer it on the side.
But where should this mini masonry go? Decisions, decisions.
You could put that one up here, though.
Sharon,
Hi.
you, again, have decided to make sure that the room's decorated before concentrating on your items.
It's hard to vision sometimes what something's going to look like in there, so if you can just kind of do the walls a little bit and then you can get more of an idea how to make the objects that we need.
I feel like that's so true with interior design, though. When you're working with the colour scheme, it helps with kind of the layers of a room. Right, I'm going to leave you to it. You've got lots to do.
Yeah.
See you later.
Michael has worked fast to assemble his flat pack range. He just forgot to measure the mini alcove.
Can it slide in? Can it slide in
We
this
need
way?
to take the skirting boards off, so that'll help.
But it's the height, Bexy.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Don't panic, though.
No, I'm not.
And do it nice and careful, because you've done something that you can salvage there. Draw it with a ruler, use a knife and gentle scores so that you can keep your work. Just calm. We're not panicking anymore. We're not doing that anymore.
I can't believe I've done this.
With only 15 minutes left of day one, Michael throws caution to the wind and cuts his range down to size.
Just don't look at what I'm doing.
Mike, yeah.
It's only the tiniest bit in the middle.
Just make sure you don't have to redo it.
As the workshop closes for the night, tomorrow's tall order sinks in.
We only got 8 hours to do this in then.
At stake is a place in the final. Just the teeniest bit of pressure.
I think I'm going to have to work really fast tomorrow. Not that much of this.
It's a new day in our mansion and we are in the midst of our semi-final. Our makers are giving it everything they've got as they whip up the second part of their renovation of the Georgian kitchen, which must include a tiny kitchen range and a tiny mangle, which is the Georgian equivalent of a tumble dryer. Same problems. If you put in a T-shirt like this, it comes out like that.
There's 8 hours remaining in today's task. with bare walls and a distinct lack of contents in both kitchens, there's a big list of tiny treasures to tackle before the day is out.
What I'm doing now is I'm masking off the door frames and the floor so we can put the texture on, let it dry and paint it.
I'm making it up as I go along, but I want to make some bars at the top as well to have some hanging utensils. The spit roast is going to go on the front. I do have some little chickens somewhere which I've already prepared.
OK, that fits now, Bexy.
Oh, good. Crisis averted.
It's going better now than it was earlier. Somewhere along the way, I mixed up the measurements, so yeah, I had to do a lot of sawing and cutting to try and get it to fit, and thankfully it now fits.
Michael's not the only one fired up. Bexy's turning heat to her advantage, melting pieces of her plastic mangle for a weathered metal look, whilst Dom faces a bit of a wrangle with his wooden mangle.
It's a difficult build, is this? I'm doing it the hard way. So this is the side profile of the mangle. So once all them are cut out, then I've got to sand them, shape them all, so I can round all the edges and then paint it to look like metal, so it should look good. Let's just hope for the best and hope I've still got fingers by the end of the day.
Assuming Dom retains all his fingers, he'll end up with a pocket-sized version of a working mangle that was once a mod con you'd find in every Georgian kitchen. A rather grand example of one of these kitchens can be found in the National Trust's Petworth House, situated in the glorious South Downs. However, the kitchen itself may not be where you'd expect it to be.
I don't want to be a downer, but there's a long history of stately homes burning down because of a fire in the kitchen. In order to avoid this, the owners of Petworth House put the kitchens in a completely separate building. Original Georgian kitchens focused on functionality rather than aesthetics. There were cooking grates, ovens, dressers, and the enormous cook's table. The huge range and spit in front of an enormous fire would have been the focal point of the room for the Georgians. A small boy would have turned the large spit of meat. Now, the Victorians adapted and automated the system and got rid of the small boy, which, you know, I think is disappointing. We're just 20 miles from the south coast, so fresh fish was often on the menu, and they had a different pan for everything. This is a specialist turbot pan. It is diamond-shaped, just like the fish. This one's a tiny bit overcooked.
Oh, just nearly super glued my hand to my craft knife.
After an hour and a half, Dom's worked wonders on his wooden mangle. His cut pieces now just need filing and sticking. And Dom's pre-cut brickwork is just the job to weather Sharon's walls.
If you dry brush the grey on it, it picks out all the
OK, I don't want it to be perfect all over anyway. I want it to be kind of like rustic.
Tackling the largest room so far is a task pushing our makers to the max. And right now, they're getting in a bit of a tangle with their 10-centimetre mangles. The rollers are just 3 centimetres. Not that there's much rolling going on.
I need them to be bang on straight, and I can't think of how to get them straight.
OK. I can't get it to turn, and now I've cut the wire too short. I don't know what to do.
Can you cut another wire to put through it, or is it glued in?
It's glued in. I'm just flapping now.
And with the clock ticking down, Sharon's weaving some miniature Georgian magic on pre-made items.
I'm using my fingers to age everything. I just trying to get all the shine off everything, make it look old. As you can see, I'm in the right mess.
Come on, get in. It's bloody hard to feed it in. It's not gripping. The wood's smooth, so there isn't a lot of, like, friction between the fabric and the wood. Sharon.
Brilliant.
It's working.
As Michael stacks his stove and Sharon gets creative with a cauliflower, Bexy heads into enemy territory for a crash course in mini mangle mechanics.
I'm having trouble getting my handle to turn it.
What are you using to stick it on?
Gel.
I had a bit of problem with mine, and what I realised is you need to give some space between them and not push it all together, because if you, that'll start blocking it then.
Yeah, I've taken the cogs off so the mechanism works, because the cogs were stopping it. It was too tight.
Right.
So we'll see. It looks cool.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
At the moment, it's not turning, but it will.
It will.
It will. It will.
I have confidence in you. It will turn.
Yeah.
Hello, beautifuls.
Sandi, all right?
Wow, has a guinea pig been pooing in this egg carton? What is that?
That's lumps of charcoal,
Charcoal. OK. Sorry. Did I see you giving advice to the Bexy?
Yeah, we always give each other advice.
Doesn't matter. We split you up into teams, and you're still busy helping each other. Is that right?
It's how we do it here, isn't it?
Easy stuff becomes hard when you're rushing, doesn't it?
I know.
It's ridiculous.
Bexy's repositioned the cogs and has left her mangle to set, but it's cost valuable time. There's still a Georgian kitchen to stock.
Are you all right with me in a minute figuring out where my stuff is going to go and then creating a puddle where it is?
Yeah.
With resin.
What's the puddle for, by the way, Bexy?
So it's just to add some life around the laundry basket.
Uh-huh. Are you going to do those directly onto the floor, or...?
Yeah.
OK.
I am using UV resin, where I cure the resin under a UV light and it kind of blasts it dry. That is a great sound.
What are you doing? You're sooting.
I'm sooting a brick wall.
Sooting a brick wall, which in some counties is illegal. Wow. OK. How's it going? Looks good.
Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah. We've got a lot to do for here.
You just did the whole room with your hands.
Yes.
You've literally got a lot to do here. You're always brilliant, but you don't always brilliantly use your time.
I know. I've tried to work as fast as I can today and kind of not get too focused on tiny details.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one will forget the knobs on your dresser.
No.
I said that very politely. I'm now going to move on.
Thank you.
Ooh, look at your mangle.
Yes.
Does it mangle?
Theoretically, it was very touch and go.
OK. I believe in all of you to keep going.
Thank you, Sandi.
Makers, you have 1 hour. Oh, sorry, it's a little bit loud. Makers, you have 1 hour. Much better.
Whilst the clock's been ticking, Sharon's been busy whipping up a feast.
What do you think? Do you think we've done enough in there?
I think it looks amazing.
Where are you going to put your mango?
Maybe like there, yeah?
Yeah.
I'll maybe try and get a little bucket sorted then. Right, OK. I'll get some stuff for it.
But over on Team Bexy, they're trying to head off a kitchen nightmare.
Are you doing all right?
I'm a bit panicking about how much we've got left to do.
Yeah.
My range is pretty much done.
It does look good.
I just need to sculpt some meat to go on the spit.
All right, well, I just need to pour the resin and then I'll come and help you and we'll just make miracles happen.
There's less than an hour left of our Georgian kitchen semi-final challenge. Both teams have their miniature cast iron ranges installed, and Michael is all fired up, creating glowing embers for his oven with an LED light behind tiny pieces of coal. But in the rest of the kitchen, the cupboards are still bare.
Let's aim for 2 dressers.
Yeah.
With the bits we've already made, plus a few new bits.
Yeah.
Table and preparation in progress.
OK.
Yeah?
I'll get sculpting the food in a second then.
All right, we'll pull this off somehow.
To be judged, items must be in the rooms. But on Team Sharon, Dom's mangle is missing its Georgian paint job.
All the reference images I've seen are quite a light, limey green. Oh, and I've just turned this grey. I don't know what colour to go for it.
I think I need to hurry up and decide.
I feel like I can't see. I'm going so fast now.
With the end in sight, finishing touches could be the margin between winning and losing.
I've just realised I forgot something.
What did you forget?
A rail over the fire so I can hang a cauldron on.
Do you want to do that and I'll carry on with food?
Carrots. I'll show you.
Try and speed a quick carve out. The mangle's done now. I'm just waiting for the last 5 minutes because there's a tiny bit of paint to put on it.
Makers, The kitchen timer will ping in 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes left.
Right, polymer clay. What's the quickest thing to do? Flour?
How are you going to do flour?
Stick that in the bottom and then grate some pastels on it.
Have we got anything missing now that we haven't put in?
There's my thing that's curing in there. Can you put that on again?
What else is green? Pears. I'll make pears.
Do we need to hide that wire?
Don't touch it. It'll all fall apart.
You don't want the eggs in the flour. We're going to put the servant bells on, do you reckon? So make them on.
Yeah.
Watch your hair. You don't want gold hair.
Thank you.
Come on. There we go.
Right, my friends, I hate to do this to you, but your time is up.
Oh, God. Why didn't you put that there? I told you to put it somewhere.
I'm absolutely exhausted after this one. Really exhausted. I'm happy with the result. I love the walls. I love the fireplace.
Sharon's just a food machine, isn't she? She were knocking it out like a conveyor belt. I'm still mucking around on my mangle and she's just like chicken, egg, meat, ham.
I've never painted as fast in my life. I've never glued things as fast. I've never sculpted as fast.
I made some offensive apples. They were offensive. As far as I'm concerned, we've done our best, and if I don't make it to the final, then I'm also happy. Well done, guys.
Well done.
Willard and Laura must now judge who has served up the best Georgian kitchen. But before they do, I'm going in to take a closer look. Maybe raid the pantry.
Bear with me. Heavens, that is a big room. Dom and Sharon have really made a space that feels lived and worked in. Everything here has a purpose. And as ever, Sharon has delivered. She is the queen of cuisine. Oh, chickens smell magnificent. And not only is the food wonderful, so too is the range or stove that it's being cooked on. This is so typical of a Georgian kitchen. Really busy, all the ovens in use, things boiling away on the hot plates, and really, really hot. I mean, it's too much for me. I have to go. Dom has created this beautiful mangle. You can really tell it's the semi-final. The attention to detail is phenomenal. Dom has even included the screws on the top so you can adjust the rollers depending on the thickness of the fabric. I mean, this is precision engineering. But we still have to have a look at what Bexy and Michael have produced. Bexy and Michael have really gone all out to show off their modelling skills. Come and look at this. This is possibly my favourite thing. Smoke stains on the exposed brickwork. That, people, is semi-final material. I have to say, Michael's cast iron effect range is magnificent, as is the chicken roasting in front of the grate. Please, may I have a leg? This team have chosen to put ingredients rather than finished food on the table. This is clever for two reasons. One, it makes it look as though the Georgian staff are in the middle of preparing a meal. And two, for our makers, this must have been much quicker. Bexy has really gone to town this week. Not only has she made a mangle, she's also produced a washboard and a couple of buckets. It's like being in the middle of wash day. Well, they say the devil is in the detail, and it really has been this week. I am so glad it is not me who has to choose two of our makers to go through to the final. I've had a closer look. I have to say, both rooms are tiny masterpieces. OK, judges, talk to me a little bit about the overall design of the rooms.
Well, both designs, I can actually feel realism, that's what it's all about, and detail. And that's what I was looking for.
Absolutely. If I was designing a kitchen, I would be interested in purchasing both of these ranges.
The Maker of the Week will be chosen from the winning room and guaranteed a place in the final. The second finalist will be chosen from either team, meaning two makers will be leaving the competition.
Right, let's start with Sharon and your range. Can you tell us about it?
I made it out of a combination of card and wood. I did a more simple one because I wanted to enhance the chimney area a bit more. You did the preparation of the walls first, didn't you? And then you got on with your mangle.
Dom, how do you make your mangle?
Initially, I toyed with an idea of a cog system, but because I'm hand-making the cogs and I can't machine them, I couldn't get the grooves or the right angles, so I tried to simplify the design while still making it function like a proper mangle.
I mean, if that was blown up, I wouldn't know the difference between a real one and the model. I don't know what you're complaining about.
I am really pleased with it.
Michael, I would love to know about your range.
So when I was looking at Georgian ranges, I realised that they were very multifunctional, so I wanted to try and get elements of lots of different things in there, and I wanted to create the smoke going up the back with the brickwork to kind of give it that realistic feel.
Bexy, I really loved your little mangle. I love the tubs, I love the washing.
Well, I wanted to create the whole experience of washing, so there would be some clean laundry and some dirty laundry. And also, I wanted to 3D print the mangle because I knew I could achieve that cast iron look.
Considering the time you had, you've done an incredible job.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm finding the tension almost unbearable. So I think what we should do is we should let the judges deliberate. And you, lovely four, will you please come and join me outside?
Bex's room is beautiful. I love the overall tone and the colour scheme. It's very Georgian. I like the fact that they've really aged the walls. I really like the simplicity of it.
I love the fireplace. I love the fact that the skewer actually works, it turns.
Let's have a look at Bex's mangle.
I can see where she's 3D printed it and she's painted it.
And she's given us a great finish.
Yeah.
It is beautiful.
It is beautiful.
It does look
and
real.
And it works, it works.
It does work. I also like the fact she's thought about the accessories as well. We've got water on the floor.
Yeah, the tub, I love the tub. I love the way it looks like someone's just done some washing.
Let's talk mangles. What did you think of Bex's?
I loved Bex's. I think the detail in it, the aging that you did, and the cogs as well. I'm jealous about the cogs.
I told you could have some cogs if you wanted.
No, but...
It's not an offer a boy gets very often. You can have some of my cogs. I mean, that's...
I love how they've told us a story with this room, but I think I would have liked to have seen more clutter, more bustle, more life. They haven't actually given us that much food. Is it enough for a busy working kitchen? Sharon's kitchen is such a wonderful room.
Before this competition started, we spoke about realism. How would a Georgian kitchen look? It looks like this. The mangle.
Let's have a look.
I mean, all handmade. Exactly what I was looking for. I can't see any flaws whatsoever.
Now, Dom didn't use 3D printing. What did you think of his mangle?
I think he's a trooper. I mean, to do that in wood in the allotted time, I mean...
Deep respect.
Deep respect. I'm very impressed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sharon said she wasn't very happy with her range. What do you think?
I'm looking at this now and it looks absolutely incredible.
It's the level of detail, isn't it? There's pots on the range, there's bread in the baking oven. It feels so real. It's extraordinary. If I was going to be really critical, I don't love the exposed brick. I know the walls are very neutral in colour, but actually there's lots of kind of pops of colour going on around the room. There's the green with the mangle, there's lots of colour with the food.
Well, the scale is amazing. Everything I was looking for is here.
We've got these beautiful cauliflowers. The fact that she's half chopped the potatoes is the level of detail that I was looking for in the semi-final. It's a very hard decision that we have to make, and both rooms are fantastic, so it is going to be tricky.
Fantastic.
Right, makers. Well done once again on renovating your fabulous Georgian kitchens. But as you know, only one room can be installed in the mini mansion. It's time to reveal the winning room of the week in the semi-final. Are you ready? Let's see who the judges have picked. It's Sharon's team. Right, judges, please tell us why.
This really was the hardest week. We absolutely loved your room, Bexy. I was so drawn to it in terms of the interior design style. Everything that you had chosen really made sense. Sharon, your room just felt a bit more of a working Georgian kitchen. It was a bit more gritty. It was really close, but you guys just pipped it to the post because of the extra layer of Georgian sparkle that you gave to us.
Right, Dom and Sharon, it's time to find out which one of you two is going to be Maker of the Week. Willard, who's it going to be?
Well, Dom and Sharon, what I like about the both of you both work together as a team. When I was looking around the room, I looked at the mangle you created, Dom, and that thing works. Sharon, your food range was absolutely amazing. So to me, Maker of the Week goes to Sharon.
Sharon. So we have our first finalist. But we do now need to know which of the three of you is going to take the other chair in the final. Dom, Michael, Bexy, Laura, what's it going to be?
The level of skill this week was exceptional. You guys should be all proud of yourselves. It's really hard, but we decided that the place in the final would be going to Dom.
You're right, Dom. I've never heard you speechless. Michael and Bexy, I am so sorry to see you go, but I do have to say, many congratulations to our finalists, Dom and Sharon!
I'm not disappointed in leaving. I got further than I thought I was going to get because I'm new to this whole little world. So I'm just really grateful, thankful that I've been here this long.
I'm really pleased that me and Bexy have gone out with a bang. We've had a lot of fun, and I think that's the most important thing, really, in the end.
I am very shocked. I never ever thought I'd make it to the final. I'm shaking. I can't stop shaking.
I'm gobsmacked, I ain't got out to say.
I struggled very hard being in the final with Dom, and I know how good he is, and I just don't know how I'm going to compete with him.
Sharon's like a crafting hurricane. I'm sure she's making stuff with her feet at the same time, but yeah, it's gonna be a tough one, but I'm up for it.
Going head-to-head in our final are mechanical engineer Dom.
Absolutely buzzing for it, can't wait.
And computer analyst Sharon.
I can't believe it. I still can't believe I'm in the final.
Dom is a tabletop gaming enthusiast who, before joining the competition, had never worked in this scale before.
I just look back at myself now from that first week when I didn't think I belonged here, and now it's just, yeah, it's awesome. I love it.
Sharon is a lifelong mini-obsessive who's been crafting tiny creations for over 30 years.
It's going to be very tricky going head-to-head with Dom, having worked with him for the last weeks. We'll see what happens.
Good luck. We'll do it. Is power duo?
I've got one more badge in you, though.
No, you'd be weighing yourself down, weren't you, with them now?
Yeah.
Welcome, Sharon and Dom. You made it to the final! So far, you've both been on the winning team 5 times, and now you've got to go head-to-head. So, Sharon, how are you feeling?
Very nervous, especially having to compete against him.
And Dom?
I was going to say exactly the same thing.
OK. So, only one more room remains in the mini-mansion to renovate. Now, the judges would like you to transform it into any room that you feel is appropriate, selecting any of the interior design eras which we have already showcased in the competition. So, Laura, what sort of rooms might be suitable for that space?
So typically this downstairs reception room was for socialising with guests. So you could do anything from maybe a formal ballroom to a banqueting hall or maybe a salon. I mean, the choice is absolutely up to you. We really want to be impressed.
I would like to be transported into a room full of wonder and excitement and imagination. That's what I'd like to see.
Wow, no pressure, right? So the first part of your final renovation challenge is to create a statement piece for your chosen room, OK? You've got 2.5 hours for this challenge. Best of luck. I cannot wait to see what you create. Judges?
Determined not to get stumped in the final, master woodworker Dom is playing to his strengths with a wood-carved table.
I have decided to go for an Elizabethan banquet hall, so I'm going to base it on Hampton Court. My aim for the challenge is to get the table done in time, then I can get some benches done.
Elizabethan tables were heavy oak and intricately carved. The wealthiest could afford to buy a whole tree to guarantee a smooth finish. But most tables were uneven, with planks cut from smaller trees. Many tables featured a stretcher for guests to rest their feet.
Because it's a final, it feels like it's important to push yourself. There's a lot more pressure.
Novice woodworker Sharon is hoping to make sweet, sweet music with her room.
I've chosen to do a Rococo music room. I'm trying to create a harp which is very flamboyant and bold and gold.
People have been playing harps for over 5,000 years. But Marie Antoinette set a trend for high-status harps in the Rococo period. Lavishly decorated, hand-painted, gilded, and displayed with pride in the salons of the day. Goldly going where she's never gone before, Sharon is taking a huge risk with her statement piece.
Never made a harp. I started collecting musical instruments, but I'm having a go at making it myself now. It doesn't look great at the moment, but trying to get the strings to be straight and letting it dry a bit, and then I'm going to shape these bits onto the side here. This is pretty ambitious in 2.5 hours. I'm hoping I can pull it off.
Sharon has often lacked confidence throughout the competition.
I'm sorry you had to end up with me.
Don't be daft.
You do know I can't make furniture. Really worried about having to do the mural. I'm not very good at painting people.
But her work has impressed the judges from the start.
I think the food looks delicious.
And she is our top maker of the week.
It's got to be Sharon.
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 Dom has proved himself to be a woodworking maestro. He made a Regency table in the first week.
Perfect.
And a billiards table in the quarter-final, which won him Maker of the Week. But it hasn't always gone smoothly, with his chaise lounge in the Rococo entrance hallway disappointing Willard.
I can see where the stain didn't grab the wood.
In the final, there's no room for error, so Dom needs to make sure his finish is absolutely perfect.
I'm wanting to put a lot of texture into the table, so I'm individually carving the planks, I'm edging the planks.
All right, Dom, how are you, mate?
Good, yeah, really good.
So what are you up to?
I'm going for a very rustic Elizabethan banquet table. It's seen spilt beer and tankards smashed on it.
I work in fantasy, so quite like medieval styles, and Elizabethan's the closest that I can get.
What I'm looking for, Dom, is, you know when you stain the table?
Yes.
There's going to be no mistakes.
There's going to be no mistakes at all.
And matching benches?
Maybe one bench.
Put the table up against the wall. It'll look like you've only got room for one bench.
Yeah, yeah.
We look forward to it.
Good luck.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
All the best.
Dom, who's going to make the food on your table?
I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine.
Hey, Sharon. This room is a sort of family room, isn't it?
Yeah. I've decided to do a music room because my son has started playing a piano, and my partner, he likes the harp, so I'm doing a little bit of woodwork here now.
I love the fact that you're both doing woodwork.
I don't really do woodwork, but I
You
do
are
try.
doing
I do
it.
try.
So if you could try not to glue your fingers together, that would be that would be great. See you in a bit.
All right, thank you.
Makers, you are halfway through. You are halfway through. Sorry, I'm bellowing. Halfway through.
Sharon has used cardboard wrapped with gold thread to create the inner structure of her harp and is now building up the surround using wood. Both of our finalists are cleverly upcycling ready-made objects for their statement pieces. Sharon is adapting some banisters and using wood glue, or should I say wooden glue, to stick them together. And Dom is also repurposing some banisters. He'll use them as table legs and is melting the glue in the mini oven to prise them apart.
Overkill doing all these, but...
I'm not used to all this woodwork. What am I doing?
But time is ticking away in the workshop.
I just need to get these last bits cut so I can get a bloody layer of paint on it. Come on, you sod.
I'm just trying to do this base here now with some glue. You can do quite clever things with a glue gun. It is quite difficult to do and get it perfect. And then when it's set, I'll paint that gold as well.
Dom has spray painted his table a deep brown, but a textured finish calls for lighter paint.
So the deeper crevices are going to be dark and the top layer is going to be picked up by the highlights. So it just gives that effect of like really like aged wood.
Makers, you have 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Well, I said I were going to get some bloody benches done. I ain't got enough benches done.
Got the base there, but I just wish the strings were a bit more straighter.
Bit of a rush just to get it painted.
I'd like to add some more detail.
Right, my delightful duo. Challenge is over. Please put down your tools.
But it'll have to do.
Wow. Look at that. Challenge went all right then. I kept saying if I had time, I'd get a couple of benches done, but I went in wanting to get my table done, and I got my table done, so I've got to be happy. That's ace.
Not 100% happy with it. The strings are not straight. They could have been better than that, but overall, it's okay. Dom's a very good competitor. I am a bit concerned about that.
It's the teeny but very grand final of the Great Big Tiny Design Challenge. Sharon and Dom have completed their first challenge, but who's done enough to impress the judges and bag themselves a head start?
I can't wait to get some feedback on that table.
I am happy with what I managed to do in 2.5 hours. It's going to be a hard competition.
Sharon chose to make a Rococo-style harp for her music room, while furniture-obsessive Dom built an Elizabethan table for his banquet hall, but had a race to the finish to finish the finish.
So let us start with Dom's table.
Dom, I love the stain, because I can't see any mistakes.
Yeah.
You've captured the table perfectly.
This is exceptional work. I love the fact that you painted it and then dry brushed it. It's got a great patina.
Thank you very much.
Are you happy with your centrepiece for your room?
I am now, yeah.
Sharon has made a harp for a Rococo music room. Laura?
What a romantic piece. I think it's gorgeous. I love the gold that you've created here. It's kind of quite matte, very Rococo.
I love the relief carving on the harp. I love the scale. I can make a little bit of criticism on the strings on the harp, but nevertheless, absolutely beautiful.
Sharon, tell them the real reason why the strings are not straight.
The kid is old.
Yeah, it's very old.
Used.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I am pleased with what the judges said about my harp. I took a chance to do a little bit of woodwork. Yeah, I'm pleased that I managed to do something that I've not done before.
Just this whole competition, all the feedback that I've got, yeah, this is my chuff jar, and it just keeps getting filled until I'm overflowing with chuffness.
Right, it is time for you to get on to complete the renovation of your chosen rooms. We are very aware that it's a solo act at the moment and there's an awful lot of work to do, so we have a tiny surprise. Bexy will be helping Sharon and Michael will be helping Dom. We can do nothing now except wish you all the best of luck and tell you, I think you better get started.
Oh my God, that was such an awesome surprise. Michael and Bexy coming back, just absolutely brilliant.
I've always worried about how I was going to cope just doing the whole room by myself. Now I've got Bexy on side. I just want to get started now and do the best I can.
Yes! More energy than me. Yes. I'm chuffed that you're back. I'm chuffed you're here to help us.
What are you thinking for this room then?
Hampton Court.
Dom has planned a very ambitious Elizabethan banquet hall. A love letter to wood. His build will feature a timber-framed ceiling, wood-panelled walls, a solid wood floor and a stone fireplace with a herringbone breast. It will be populated with a dais or raised platform containing thrones and a banquet table topped with an opulent feast. He'll include matching benches and a beer keg. Hung from the ceilings and walls will be Elizabethan-era tapestries and 2 red banners.
When we get all that, I'd like you to start making some food. Boar's heads, peacocks, pies.
So I'm going to do a Rococo-themed music room.
Oh, lovely.
Sharon's music room will feature hand-painted murals and ornate gold moulding. It will have a wooden parquet floor with a decorative central mosaic. The fireplace will have an elaborate Rococo mantel with a gold fire basket. In the room will be her flamboyant gold harp. A white grand piano with gold embellishments, a piano stool, chairs, and a small table with an array of tiny but tempting desserts.
I wonder if you could help me with doing a piano on a 3D printer.
I could do a simple one that we could build upon.
Come on in.
OK.
For this challenge, the contestants will have free run of the storeroom, a miniature maker's heaven filled with teeny-weeny delights.
Find some nice beads.
Sharon and Dom have just 9 hours to create their final room. Sharon is hoping to strike the right chord with her parquet flooring. She spotted a motif in the storeroom that she's using for the centrepiece and is adding hand-cut veneer around the edges.
I wanted to see what the floor would look like with this, and so now I've done it and put it all together. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. I thought I may as well put it down now, otherwise I'll lose all the bits. I've stained the jigsaw puzzle to match this, so looking good so far.
While Sharon puzzles over her motif, Bexy is tuning up a grand piano in the storeroom.
So I've started the technical drawing, and then I'm figuring out like the scale for keys, and I'm just laying them all out, almost like building blocks, but digitally. And then when it's ready, it comes out of the printer.
Sharon might be taking a shortcut with her piano, but detail-driven Dom is choosing the long way round.
Cut that end off there, and you'll just have panels.
Or you could add a wood strip there.
Yeah. We're both working together to get the panelling done. So we're just having to measure it all up, get them cut down, get them in. Happy days.
Dom's woodwork has been unbeatable across the series. But will wood win it for him in the final?
My idea is an ancient hall that's been passed down from generation to generation, and there were still elements of early Tudor in there. So I'm putting some structural supports in there. Just bring the room to life and you'll know what age you're in.
Elizabethan banquet halls were richly decorated with panelling, light plasterwork and tapestries. This room would house the largest fireplaces, often bearing an elaborate overmantel with stone or wood carvings.
Hi, Sharon.
Hi.
So you're giving us a Rococo music room. How are you pulling the whole room together for us?
I'm going to do cream walls, gold moulding, and a mural up the top, which will look like it's part of the ceiling.
I love that. I think what's really great about Rococo interiors was that they kind of really managed to mirror what was going on within the music on the walls.
Something to think about?
No pressure.
Thank you.
I think think the room's going to be really beautiful. The only thing I'm worried about is the colour of the walls. I feel that for Rococo, it should be maybe a soft pink or a soft blue.
Bexy's piano will take 2 hours to print. In the meantime, Sharon's asked Bexy to give her ready-made chandelier a Rococo makeover.
Do you want me to choose quite small beads?
Make it as elaborate as you want to.
All right.
Really nice, yeah.
Adding beads to the chandeliers is a must for Rococo because it was all about excessive detail.
Rococo was all about asymmetrical design, delicate curves and pastel colours, but with lots of gold. Early bling, if you like. It also featured an abundance of decorative details. More was definitely more.
Are you happy with that asymmetry?
Yeah, lovely. Really pretty.
Hi, Dom.
Hey, you all right?
What's the difficulty in this room? Tell me all about it.
It's been a bit touch and go because we had to do some measurements to make sure it were all perfect.
So what colour are you going to do the walls then? Because, I mean, there's a lot of wood and stone already in this room.
There is, so whitish cream, but with a pumice mixed into the paint.
That's a lot of texture, though, do you think?
I'm going to try and incorporate the different textures without going overboard.
But who is this room for, then?
This room is for my girlfriend. I'm going to do a feast worthy of my queen.
Yeah, OK. Well, you've got a lot to do,
Yep.
so...
I'll best get cracking on
Yeah,
it.
see you later.
You missing me, Dom?
Every day, Sharon. I don't know what I'm going to do when I get home without you. You think I'm being sarcastic? I'm not.
No, he's just going for the emotional final end.
Whilst Michael works on the panelling, Dom turns his attention to his stone mantle, which he's building out of foam.
I'm going to try and do it in layers and build the layers up. I have a little technique that I use. I roll aluminium foil across it and it gives it a stone texture that comes out awesome.
Over the competition, Dom has shown incredible ingenuity.
He's really thought about it.
It's wonderful.
And an aptitude for hand crafting.
Quality, miniature craftsmanship.
But for the final, he needs to showcase his skills on a level never seen before. Michael is finishing the ready-made wooden floor, and as ever, Dom's keen to add some extra details.
Wherever that wire brush is, there we go. So yeah, I just use just quite hard and scratch it. It'll mucky it, but it comes out with when the stain's done.
Meanwhile, after 3 hours, Sharon is glad to finally park her parquet.
Floor looks beautiful.
And move on to her murals.
I'll try and do a lake here, like outside there.
Yeah.
There we go. I think it's going to be my new hobby.
You've definitely got a knack for it, I think. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Sharon's flair for tiny food and detailed decoration has set her apart from stiff competition throughout the series. In week 5, her mural won her Maker of the Week.
Incredible.
And she's hoping her latest masterpiece will win her the trophy. The piano is finally composed, but it still needs legs, paint, and embellishments.
Happy?
Yeah. So I'm going to try and put my mural inside there. It's like, ding-ding-ding.
Meanwhile, Michael's getting a little pig-headed with polymer clay.
Oh my God, that's an ace.
It's maybe a bit too cheerful for a dead pig, but...
No. No such thing.
The pint-sized pig's head for Dom's banquet table is just 10 by 20 millimetres.
Oh, it needs an apple in its mouth, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Dom's also incorporated a stag's head.
So I want it to be like, you know, a centrepiece of the fire. If we can get the antlers quite grand and big, that'd be great.
Once the skull is formed, it'll be mounted on a handmade wooden shield and take pride of place on Dom's chimney breast. Whilst the piano is taking shape, the artist, formerly known as Sharon, is struggling with her mural. When she applied it to the wall, the overlap was too thick, so she's trimming it in the hope she can blend away the mistake. How you getting on?
All right, thank you.
Why is there a sort of break in the paper on the frieze?
Because I made a mistake with a join.
Okay. Is it?
I'm going to hide it. I'm going to have to hide it, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are you going to cover it up with?
Something here.
Oh, so a bit of gold something.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's the good thing about Rococo, right?
Yeah,
You can
yeah,
do that.
I can do that, yeah.
All right, keep going.
Thank you.
Desperate to impress and win the title, Dom is poring over every detail.
Don't look much now, but when you start dry brushing it, it's really effective.
Do you think he's been a bit too ambitious? He's got a lot to do in the time.
He's very confident. Yeah. He knows what he's going to do.
Whilst Dom is a lesson in focus, Michael's getting hot under the collar about the clock.
Tell me when you want me to move on, Dom. I'm just conscious about your benches and throne and...
Benches won't take me long.
OK. I'll hurry up now, then.
Over on Sharon's team, Bexy is quite literally swinging from a chandelier.
I think I've done it, Sharon.
Oh, wow, lovely. It's really pretty, I love that.
Yeah.
Well done.
Meanwhile, Dom's finally moved on to the benches. But deliberating over every decision makes it slow work.
Size-wise, I think 2 planks would be enough for the bench. Or would you go with 3?
Into this side. 3.
3?
I think 3.
As the day draws to an end, Sharon and Dom need to make sure they've painted, glued and prepped as much as they can to dry overnight. On Dom's list for tomorrow, his thrones, a dais, decorative banners and a beer keg. Plus, he's still not finished his panelling or painted his walls. Sharon has to finish her mural, create dainty desserts, attach her mouldings, build some furniture and finish the piano.
I'm quite happy what I've done. I made a mistake with the mural, so I'm going to have to cover that up with something. Tomorrow we just got to dress it now, really, and fingers crossed I can pull it off.
Tomorrow they'll have just 3 hours to perfect their tiny masterpieces before one of them is crowned champion.
We've made a lot of progress. I'm pouring my heart and soul into this. I've got a list as long as my arm for stuff that I want to put in my final room. There's a lot to do.
Making the trophy. I think they are going to love it. It's the last day of our finalists' last challenge. After weeks of epic tiny crafting, in just a few hours, we will be crowning our champion.
In the workshop, the mood is miniature frenzy. Sharon, with help from Bexy, is creating a Rococo music room, whilst Dom and assistant Michael are building an Elizabethan banquet hall. Having spent 8 weeks renovating our mini mansion, this is their last chance to show off their skills and take the trophy.
Do you know what? I'm at end now. Like, I really want to win it. But I've caught a glimpse of Sharon's room and it's 2 completely different rooms. It's just, who knows?
It is the final now, so we've got to concentrate on filling the room and getting out those mouldings up now. I would love to win, of course I would.
Overnight, Dom's wood has been keeping him awake. Worried that the judges will think the room is far too dark, he's now dry brushing the panels with a lighter paint.
Better now, it's got a bit of light on it, isn't it? That was better done.
Yesterday, Sharon made a mistake with her mural. In a gold move, she's hoping some moulding will distract the eye.
How do you feel you're getting on?
Panicking a bit, yeah. Hasn't gone really to what I was expecting, but...
In what way?
Well, I was hoping to cut this out here. I didn't want this so solid, so I just have to have a plan B, but I'm hoping it'll get there.
As long as you have some swirls coming up,
it'll be fine.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I'll do something now. Just panic stations on now, yeah.
You'll be all right. I'll help you as much as I can.
Both Sharon and Dom are desperate to impress, but there's a teeny bit of tension in the air.
I hope this is right.
Dom is cutting out the edging for his wood panelling.
Oh, my God. I actually cut through the metal of the mitre block. Whoops. It's all right, no biggie.
I thought you were going a bit manic.
We're good, we're not worrying about time. If you worry, you make mistakes. We're not about that life. He says just after cutting into a mitre block.
Meanwhile, Sharon's piano is still legless, but Bexy's found something perfect to repurpose.
The bottom part is quite nice, actually, and it would be nicer to sort of like take it off.
Legs severed, they can now be attached to the piano.
Could leave this bit on here, just chop this leg off here.
If we do that, though, it'll be like in the air like a spider. Are you all right with that?
Yeah, that's fine, and all I've really got to look lovely.
Okay.
Because it is a bit mad, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Rococo is mad, isn't it? You can hear the spider dying, can't you? It's like...
Whilst Bexy takes a shortcut with some upcycling, Dom's in a pickle with panels.
Needs to be diagonally that way.
Yeah.
He's cutting the pieces for the decorative edging around the top of his panelling.
What's that one?
That is back right.
Next, he'll attach moulding to finish them.
So that's going to be the one that's going into it like that?
No, 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 no. This is this side. That needs to be the opposite. Thank you. Dom, it's wrong.
And
it
all
is.
angled like that.
It's the opposite of that. You've just done the same one again. Should have been at... I'll give it.
It's all right. I'll go cut another.
Hello.
Hi.
Am I allowed to go and have a look? So what furniture is going to go in there?
We've got the piano and the harp, and we've got a little table and 2 chairs.
Right. Is that stuff you've made?
No, we put a kit together.
So what have you actually made in the room?
Well, a mural, I suppose. I am going to try and make some food if I can.
OK. Are you worrying?
Yeah.
Oh, sweetie. Do not give up at this late stage.
I won't, no.
All right.
With 1 hour to go, Dom and Michael are still installing the embellished wood panelling, whilst panicking about what they've still got left to do.
But we're running out of time.
I know. Going to paint these as fast as humanly possible, Dom.
Not going to get that dais done, am I?
Probably not. But you've got 2 lovely benches and a table you've made. And then you've made a fireplace.
I need to do that keg.
The to-do list is long. Will Dom be able to get it all done, and to the quality he'd hope?
Big last push.
Would you prefer the light finishing or those hanging banners finishing first?
Hanging banners.
OK. Please fit, please fit. Oh, God, Dom, that doesn't fit. Oh, I've done that.
Take a little bit off edge, other edge. Right, I'll go get some pumice.
Try that now. Oh, God. It's fit now, perfect.
Awesome. Let's get that bloody pumice on.
Drum roll, please. The piano is finally finished and now has legs, gold embellishment and Sharon's hand-painted mural.
Sharon, do you want that now?
But will it hit the right note?
It's a bit wet.
Oh, it looks beautiful.
Are you happy?
Did you paint the side of that?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks rubbish, doesn't it?
Yeah, just paint the side of that.
I can't tell you what this is yet, but all will be revealed.
With 30 minutes to go, Sharon turns her attention to food, which she's crafting out of polymer clay.
It's starting to come together now. I really like the chandeliers, and the piano's looking great as well. Like the food. My speciality.
Sharon's cherry-topped buns are just 3 millimetres wide.
I didn't think I was going to be able to have time to make food. I'm glad I managed to get that in now, yeah.
But with Dom's well-stocked banquet table to contend with, this is going to be a close food fight.
Quick Elizabethan food fact. This was the first time they had tomatoes, chili peppers, chocolate and avocado. Have you got all those things?
None of them.
Not one. OK, fine.
With 20 minutes to go, Sharon's music room is beginning to sing.
I'm not calm. I'm not calm at all. Well stressed.
Pressure's not getting to me. There's a couple of bits that I haven't time to do, but with what we have done, I'm really pleased. Can you do like a triangle at bottom?
Yeah, sure. And then you'll have to give me her initials.
DK.
Yeah.
GH.
Oh, she's got 4 initials.
No, that's my initials,
Okay.
DK. Okay. Hers is GH. So you're fair now. Put MR on that.
You sure?
Yeah.
This is where I ruin my own initials.
My lovely makers, this is your final 15-minute call.
Give me something to do. I could make a piano book.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Woo. These roses keep falling.
Is there any way you can just make it a bit smaller?
I've got loads of furs. I want some on the seats.
Finalists, you have 5 minutes. If it's not in the room, it can't be judged.
Is that all right?
Oh, tapestries.
Yeah, they're here. Put them round here. Shit, where have they gone?
And then they can lift it up.
Could have done this earlier, couldn't we?
We've done everything on the list.
Seat cushions, music stand.
Do you want these lights on?
Yeah, either side here.
Like, we've done everything.
Yeah, done everything.
Makers, you have 1 minute.
Oh, my God.
1 minute.
Oh, I can't anymore.
You just need to get these in. There we go.
Tom, Sharon, that's it. Your final challenge is done. Well done.
Will you please? I think it looks amazing, don't I, do you?
Last 45 minutes. No, it's done. Proper mad rush. Yeah. But yeah, I'm feeling excited as well as exhausted. Just poured my heart and soul into this, and I think these next few hours of deliberation, I'm going to be a bit of a nervous wreck.
Great. I am proud that I managed to finish it.
Come on.
Come on, we're past that now, aren't we?
I'm happy it's all done, and it's been an amazing experience. So.
Oh.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
It's the final curtain on our final challenge.
Before the judges decide who's going to be the winner of the biggest of tiny competitions, I'm going to take a closer look at our 2 finalists' incredible rooms. For Dom's final room, he has created an Elizabethan banqueting room. And I'm telling you, he has not missed a trick. You walk into this room, you feel like you've gone back 400 years. So, the centerpiece of this room, definitely Dom's amazing banqueting table with matching benches. Feasting was hugely important to the Elizabethans. Hosts would spend a fortune on the latest and most expensive ingredients. And I really feel this table reflects that, with the cooked birds and the scrummy pies. Dom has decorated the room with that, well, rather fierce stag's head, and I do feel that these warm red fabric banners and the tapestries really help to soften the dark wood. These banquets would sometimes last several hours and include many courses, all of it washed down by a little bit of beer. That barrel in the corner, historically accurate and incredibly tempting. But I've got Sharon's room to check out. So this is Sharon's last chance to show off her modelling skills to the judges, and boy, has she done it. I think her interior design skills have gone into overdrive. She has thought of everything. I don't think it'd be a room designed by Sharon if there wasn't some food, so I am delighted to see those gorgeous-looking desserts. And another Sharon classic is her murals, quite restrained in the hallway. Now, really gone for it. Naturally, Sharon's harp takes pride of place. The other fabulous piece is Bexy's piano. A little bit of a secret. It does more than just look the part, but that's for the judges to discover. So it's come down to this. 2 rooms, either one of which would be a worthy winner. I could not choose. I am so glad it is up to the judges. Oh, Sharon, Dom, your two final rooms are breathtakingly beautiful. Sharon, remind us why it was Rococo that you wanted to focus on.
My son playing piano and my partner plays in a band. It's quite nice that I could bring a bit of what I've got at home into one of my rooms.
Sharon, is there any music in your music room?
There is, actually. If you
There
press
is?
the little button there.
Fantastic. What is the music? Who was the composer?
My son is learning to play a piano. He's only 14, and he came up with that little tune.
Absolutely beautiful.
I like how you've created different spaces within the room. I think it's beautiful.
Dom, just remind us what inspired you to make an Elizabethan banqueting room.
I mean, I pretty much live 90% of my life in a fantasy environment, but in making the room, I think I actually prefer Elizabethan to medieval and fantasy now.
I love the idea that you've aged during the course of the competition. I think that's marvellous.
I just wanted to talk about why you decided to do different textures and colours for wood.
I wanted to make an atmosphere where it was like they had built around an existing skeleton of a house. The beams needed to be darker, but then the panelling, I wanted to give that a little bit more of a richer, lighter colour.
It does make you feel like the room is larger than it is.
You've created an atmosphere.
Right, makers, it is time to let the judges deliberate.
I'm so happy that Sharon has given us a Rococo music room. I think it's wonderful.
What I love about this room, I love the pattern in the middle, the wooden floor. I love the candelabra, the chandeliers. I love the painting around the wall.
I was a bit sceptical about the colour on the wall. I thought it was going to possibly be a bit too neutral. But I think she's balanced it really well with the greens and the blues in the wall painting that she's done. And I'm not sure if you've seen, she's mirrored it underneath the piano.
Oh, yeah.
And that's really, really important because it creates balance and harmony.
And class.
It is a very classy room.
I think your son, Ben, will be so thrilled that you used his music. You must be proud of him.
I'm so proud of him, yes, really am, yeah.
At the start, we asked them to create a focal point for this room that was handmade. Sharon gave us this beautiful harp. However, the focal point is the piano, which Bexy has 3D printed. I just really wish that she'd put that time and energy into her key piece for this room.
I can see Sharon's put a lot of love into this room, and it's got the ambience as well.
And what about Gida, your girlfriend?
I think she'll be chuffed with it. And she'll love that I've put her name in there as well.
Dom, as we know, loves the Elizabethan period. So he's brought all of his knowledge to this gorgeous banqueting hall.
I love the oak beams. The panelling is absolutely beautiful, and what I do love about this room, it's nearly all handmade. You can actually smell the food.
I think the level of detail is second to none.
Well, I'm proud of both of you. Whatever happens.
Yeah, I'm proud of you. Come on, give us a love.
Two amazing finalists, two amazing rooms. You can feel the love in both of them. It's a tough one.
Over 8 weeks and almost 100 hours of making miniature magic.
Time goes so quick when you're having fun.
Sharon and Dom have gone above and beyond.
It's working. That's what's happened.
To deliver the most jaw-dropping creations.
You guys just pipped it to the post because of the extra layer of sparkle.
This week they pushed themselves harder than ever, but only one can be crowned winner.
When I think about the whole experience from week one and getting to this point now, it proper fills me with emotion. Honestly, I'm getting giddy. I can't wait for the results now.
The whole experience has been fantastic. I am excited to hear the results. If I did win this, it would be amazing.
Oh, Sharon, Dom. Honestly, I can feel the anxiety in the air. Well done. You should both be incredibly proud. But it's time to reveal the winner of our tiny competition. It's Dom!
Well done. Thank you, thank you.
How you doing, buddy?
Speechless. Yeah. Sorry.
It's made me cry. It's okay, they're just tiny tears. It's not a big... miniature tears.
What I loved about your room, Dom, is that you created detail, scale, love, imagination. I could see the little chicken legs thrown up in the air. I could see all these drunken Elizabethans.
I really felt like you put your heart and soul into this room. There are so many amazing details that you'd thought about. You've given us this room which is so full of love and passion. Your girlfriend is going to be so proud of you.
Thank you.
Sharon, commiserations, but also congratulations. You have been the most wonderful competitor.
I've enjoyed every single minute of it. It's been brilliant.
And can I just say, on behalf of everybody, Bexy and Michael, you have been fantastic. OK, it's time to award the trophy. Are you ready?
I think so, yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. My mind's absolutely blown. I can't believe it.
I didn't even think I'd get past week one, let alone win things. So, you know, just to be in the final with Sharon and then literally to have Michael and Bexy come back has just made it all the more special for me. It's just brilliant.
I'm amazed that I've stayed this long. It is lovely to see that house completed. It just looks absolutely stunning. It's been a wonderful final and Dom really deserves it.
I'd probably go as far as to say I feel euphoric.